the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Fueling Potion. Sif's face was filled with admiration when she spoke of Thor, but when she mentioned that Thor didn't have time to come to Earth, her expression darkened. Sif had always been fond of Thor, and the two had fought side by side for so many years. Odin and Frigga considered them a perfect match, but Thor never seemed to have any feelings for him. Hill had initially been surprised by Thor's insensitivity, but the fact that Thor had fallen for someone only a few days after his exile on Earth deeply hurt Hill. However, she was a formidable warrior after all, and even though she was deeply upset, she didn't show it. Thor didn't come, but you did. Did something go wrong? If nothing had happened, Sif would definitely not have come to Earth. In Shen Fei's opinion, Earth was prosperous and interesting, and a certain Lucifer seemed to be there, but to the Asgardians, Earth was nothing special. A wanted criminal has escaped to here, and her powers are very dangerous. Sif immediately explained her reason for coming to Earth. Due to the recent chaos caused by Loki, many dangerous prisoners have escaped from Asgard's prison. Although many have been apprehended, some very dangerous prisoners are still on the run. One of them has fled to Earth, namely Midgard. The escaped prisoner is Lorelei, an Asgardian and a sorceress. She has the power to turn men into her puppets with her words when she touches them, but it doesn't work on women, which is why Sif is chasing her. In the movies, the Asgardians, aside from a few like Odin, Thor, Loki, and Hela, appear unremarkable, similar to ordinary people on Earth. However, in reality, with an average lifespan of 5,000 years, Asgardians are far more powerful than their fellow humans. Elliot Randolph was just an ordinary stonemason, yet he possessed such physical prowess. While Asgardians are generally warriors, there are exceptions. Witches. Odin's queen, Frigga, was a powerful sorceress. Don't assume Frigga's seemingly casual death isn't enough to imply she wasn't formidable. It depends on the opponent. The cursed warrior's strength is capable of standing up to Thor head-on. Lorelei, even among the sorceresses of Asgard, is exceptionally powerful. She easily bewitched most men in Asgard, causing considerable chaos. If she could cause such chaos in Asgard, she would surely cause even greater chaos in Midgard. If it weren't just a simple criminal hunt, why would someone like Sif appear? Sif is a high-ranking figure in Asgard. A fugitive from Asgard, I understand. Could you elaborate? On the Airbus, upon hearing the reason for Sif's arrival, Coulson immediately nodded, promising his full cooperation. Lorelei loves gold, dominance, and admiration. Also, the Rainbow Bridge will take me to her most recent location. With Heimdall around, there was no way Lorelei's whereabouts could be kept secret. Sif manipulated the holographic desktop, entering Lorelei's photo and some notes. Asgardians prefer cold weapons in combat. Their weapons can emit shockwaves, but they simply use them to cut and slash. This doesn't mean their technology is undeveloped. The holographic desktop system on the Airbus is a long-standing obsolete feature in Asgard. Even Coulson couldn't understand it, but Sif mastered it quickly. Fitz and Simmons fell silent at Sif's words. While Sif's words were calm and contemptuous, it was precisely this casual attitude that made the technological disparity between Earth and Asgard so starkly apparent. The same situation seemed to be playing out in Wakanda. Speaking of the warfare mechanisms of this world, Shen Fei was speechless. He'd actually been somewhat baffled by the previous Battle of New York and the Chita invasion. If he were the Chita commander, he definitely wouldn't have sent his troops in right away. Instead, he'd have used the advantage of space to launch a preemptive bombing raid, creating a no-man's land before landing. Of course, this could be Shen Fei's own opinion. After all, he had never been to space. The reason for this discrepancy in cosmic warfare might be fear of destroying life-bearing planets. Just like Thanos, he wouldn't send his warships to bomb unless it was a critical moment. Are you nearby, Fitz? Check the surrounding area immediately for any unusual events. Asgardians are powerful, but due to cultural differences and a disdain for Earthlings, they don't particularly care about Earthlings, except for those like Elliot Randolph who have been hiding there for a long time. Even Elliot Randolph would often leak confidential information due to intoxication. For example, Shen Fei thought that if he had obtained the Berserker staff in advance, the other party would not leak it. In fact, he overestimated him. Elliot Randolph had already come under S.H.I.E.L.D's radar, or more accurately, Coulson's radar. Asgardians are prone to drunken rage, and even though Elliot Randolph knew he had this problem, under the beauty and wine, his true colors were revealed. Elliot Randolph had stayed on Earth to pick up women, and over the years, he had picked up a considerable number of women. Drinking was a hobby of most Asgardians, and it was common for a party to last for weeks or even a month. But the Immortals were different. The enemy's ability is so dangerous. How should we deal with it? Triplet asked from the sidelines. He was now the core of the action team. Once we capture her, use this to seal her mouth, Sif said, pulling out a piece of equipment, made entirely of gold and seemingly rudimentary. Since it only works on men, leave it to me, Melinda said. As a woman, she wouldn't be controlled by Lorelei. Found it, Fitz, searching for information on his computer screen, suddenly called out just as Triplet was about to say something. Sky had originally been in charge of the information search, but since Sky hadn't recovered yet, Coulson's team division was quite logical. Simmons was in charge of biochemistry and served part-time as a doctor, while Fitz was responsible for cyber investigation, field investigation, equipment logistics, and other matters. Sky hadn't initially joined the team, and it was only after she joined that Coulson gradually let Fitz hand over the cyber investigation aspects to Sky. Melinda was just a pilot, but that was before. Perhaps due to Shen Fei's leak, Melinda had informed Coulson of the team's true situation in advance. Fury is truly cunning. While ostensibly establishing this team to treat Coulson, that's only one aspect of the situation. The team also has another purpose, treating Melinda. As a former ace agent, Melinda's transition to civilian work seems like a waste of talent to Fury, especially given the limited resources with an S.H.I.E.L.D. he can trust. If Melinda can recover, it would be a boon for S.H.I.E.L.D. This plan, unknown even to Melinda, proves to be incredibly effective. Initially reluctant and unable to participate in the mission, Melinda eventually joins the operation. Someone at a nearby desert hotel called the police to report that their husband had run off with a woman. They were a newly married couple, driving to their honeymoon. Also, the local police have been receiving a number of robbery reports lately. They might have been carried out by a local biker gang from a nearby desert bar. But they didn't seem so rampant before, and seemed only interested in items like gold. According to the information provided by Ms. Sif, the target may have controlled those biker gangs. Fitz immediately shared all the intelligence he had uncovered. Before the internet became popular, it might have taken quite some time to track down Lorelei's movements, but now, it was easy to track down her whereabouts. Prepare for action. Trip, be careful here. Don't let them touch you. Coulson had originally considered not including Trip in this operation, given the presence of Sif, Melinda, and Shen Fei. However, considering this was Trip's first mission, it would be inappropriate to exclude him, so Coulson could only advise him to be careful. You're so reckless, relying on your meager abilities. Even though this is a planet you consider backward, you're so brazen. Aren't you afraid of the Asgardians coming after you? On the way to the bar in the desert oasis called Roxy, Shen Fei watched the video on his tablet. A gang of bikers, without even a shred of pretense, robbed a jewelry store and a bank in broad daylight before making their getaway. According to police records, they returned directly to the bar. This scene left Shen Fei speechless, shaking his head. He was far superior to Lorelei in terms of strength, and he wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Fortunately, Lorelei's unique abilities helped her control the police who came to arrest them. The group was still at the bar. What a hopeless Asgardian. He should learn the art of thick black from the flower-growing families. As Coulson, Sif, Melinda, and the triplets split up and attacked the bar from the front and back, Shen Fei leaned against the car door. There's nothing wrong with liking money, and Shen Fei did too, but these tactics were too lowbrow. Loki should go to the flower planting house. As the god of mischief, some of his methods are too low level. But the people over there are not easy to deal with either. While Shen Fei was sighing, a fight broke out inside the bar. From time to time, people were thrown out of the bar windows, and gunshots were heard from time to time. Because of the duties of S.H.I.E.L.D., of course they couldn't kill people indiscriminately, so all the guns were dream pistols, and even when they fought, they showed mercy. Sif felt the most unhappy about this. She was afraid of killing people, so she kept fighting hesitantly. With Sif's physical fitness, if she used all her strength, every punch and kick would be fatal. Lorelei seemed to see Sif's fear, So she ordered the people under his control to entangle Sif with all their strength, and then knocked down Melinda and ran out from the main door. Although Lorelei was a witch in Asgard, not a warrior, she was still an Asgardian. With her enhanced physical fitness, even Melinda couldn't stop her. The same was true for Coulson and Trip. With the bullets and the Good Dream pistol exhausted, they could only watch Lorelei escape. Lorelei ran out of the main entrance of the bar, looked around, and immediately ran towards Shen Fei. After all, Shen Fei was the only one in front of her, and there was a car behind him. When she was about to approach Shen Fei, Lorelei slowed down and walked towards him, gently touching her hair with her hand. No wonder so many men were controlled by Lorelei. In terms of appearance, Lorelei was a rare beauty. When such a beauty approached, basically no man would refuse. Lorelei walked over to Shen Fei with a sweet smile, her hand resting naturally on his shoulder. Her expression immediately turned cold, and she quickly said, "Get me out of here." Lorelei was deeply afraid of Sif. It was only because Asgard was now devoid of Valkyries, otherwise, with her strength, Sif would definitely be another Valkyrie. Shen Fei responded to Lorelei's command with a direct punch to the stomach, sending her flying 5 or 6 meters, landing heavily on the ground. Then, Shen Fei formed hand seals, and a red energy whip appeared in his hand. With a swipe, he bound Lorelei, who had risen from the ground. With a powerful tug, he pulled her towards him. Simultaneously, Shen Fei produced a syringe and plunged it into her shoulder, collecting a vial of blood. "It looks like I'm getting close to someone who's leaving cells behind." The idea of collecting Lorelei's blood came to Shen Fei suddenly, with no ulterior motive other than pure curiosity. Compared to the stonemason, Lorelei's status and position were far higher. She was a witch, after all. While Lorelei's abilities were unique, they were of no use to Shen Fei. The magic of Kamar-Taj inherently immunized her against most illusions and hypnosis. "You," Lorelei was about to say, but Shen Fei punched her again, directly rebuffing her words. At that moment, Sif kicked open the window and jumped out. Seeing Shen Fei and Lorelei so close, she immediately rushed over. "I've got you," Shen Fei greeted Sif with a smile. "You're okay?" Sif looked surprised when she saw that Shen Fei showed no signs of being controlled. "I'm a mage after all, how could I be so easily controlled?" Shen Fei said with a smile. "Mage, there are so many mages here, you have no right to speak here," Sif said, pulling out her previous equipment and putting it on Lorelei's head. "You bitch. No wonder no man likes you." Sif's actions made Lorelei curse. She knew exactly what that equipment was, she had been carrying it with her in prison. It was a piece of equipment that could block her voice abilities. The effect wasn't apparent from the appearance of the equipment, but activating the rune would do the trick, and it wouldn't affect Lorelei's meal. Although Sif had blocked Lorelei's speech, her expression wasn't pleasant. The main reason Lorelei escaped from Asgard to Earth was because she had constantly provoked Sif's pain points, causing her to lose her composure and thus giving her the opportunity. Chapter 152, Fueling Potion, and Room. While Sif went to say goodbye to Coulson and the others, Shen Fei took the opportunity to use the power of the Operation Fruit to examine the equipment that had sealed Lorelei. It's a rune, indeed. It's a shame runes aren't so easy to truly learn. Knowledge of runes exists on Earth, and Kamar-Taj is no exception. However, it can only be considered knowledge. Harnessing it as power is not so easy. Earth has many experts in Norse mythology, and many know about runes, but none can truly harness their power. It's said that only Odin can truly harness the power of runes. This isn't because Odin doesn't want to teach them, but rather that runes are similar to full metal alchemy. Different people understand them to varying degrees, and the power they unleash varies. Just like everyone knows that 1 + 1 = 2, but an elementary school student and a mathematician understand it differently. In fact, there's another rumor: runes are mysterious and unique, and cannot be made public. Once disclosed, their power will be significantly diminished. For example, if one person knew the power of a rune, they could unleash its full power. However, if 2 people knew it, it would only be 50%, 3 people would have 1/3, and so on. Once a certain number of people knew it, the rune would lose its power. Of course, Shen Fei didn't believe this claim. If that were true, there wouldn't be any records of runes on Earth. These runes must have been left behind by the people of Asgard during the war. In the movies, the battle between Asgard and the Frost Giant seems to have ended in a single day, but in reality, the conflict lasted for a long time, leading to the Norse mythology on Earth. Furthermore, Runes aren't just found in the Marvel Universe, they exist in Harry Potter's world as well. They're called runes and possess mysterious powers, but Harry Potter's runes aren't as powerful as those of Marvel's Asgard. It's a shame they don't exist in Fullmetal Alchemist's world, otherwise Shen Fei might have mastered the use of runes by now. You're leaving. Don't stay a few more days, Shen Fei said, looking at Sif as she prepared to leave with Lorelei. There are still many things to do in Asgard. Thank you for this time, Sif smiled and nodded to Shen Fei. If Shen Fei hadn't been there, Lorelei might have escaped this time. Then, it would probably take a lot of time to catch her. This is what I should do. I have something to talk to you about, Shen Fei said as he walked to the side. Sif was silent for a moment and immediately followed him. You are worried about Thor and Jane Foster, Shen Fei's words made Sif's face change immediately. She never thought that her thoughts would be seen through by someone from Midgard. In fact, in my opinion, you don't have to worry about Jane Foster at all. Compared with Jane Foster, you have an advantage that she can't match in any way. Looking at Sif's puzzled eyes, Shen Fei continued. Lifespans. The difference between Earthlings and Asgardians is enormous. Not to mention the uncertainty surrounding Thor and him being together. Even if they did, how long would they be together? Granted, Asgard possesses numerous life-extending devices, but no matter how much they extend, the difference is still enormous. Sif, a high-ranking figure in Asgard, has a lifespan measured in tens of thousands of years at the very least. Not to mention Thor seemingly breaking up with Jane Foster in Thor III. Even if they hadn't, the people of Asgard would probably find it difficult to accept a short-lived person as their queen. Shen Fei's words seemed to unravel Sif's inner turmoil, her eyes instantly lighting up. She hadn't really considered this aspect. I understand, that's just one aspect. You should also maintain a proper distance from Thor. Don't let him treat you like a shadow, but like a woman. If you're not sure about this, you can ask the Queen for advice. I think she'd be happy to teach you. In the eyes of Odin and Frigga, Sif was the perfect candidate for the next queen. Shen Fei's reason for speaking so much to Sif wasn't because he had any objection to Jane Foster. He was stating the truth. If Jane Foster had gained the immense power of the Reality Stone, she might have had a chance to be with Thor, but unfortunately, she didn't. While Jane and Thor might have been together for a while, they definitely wouldn't be together forever. Power is only one aspect of the story, the main thing is the lifespan it confers. Captain Marvel, the Hulk, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver, all possess powers derived from the Infinity Stones, have significantly longer lifespans than most humans. Earth's government, including S.H.I.E.L.D, shared this sentiment and remained silent. If Jane Foster truly had the chance to be with Thor, the god of thunder, who knows, would these governments intervene? Come to Asgard sometime. I'm sure Thor would be delighted to see you, Sif said to Shen Fei with a smile as she prepared to leave. She hadn't invited Shen Fei yet because Asgard was still in disarray and unsuitable for hosting guests. As one of Thor's 4 trusted confidants, Sif holds considerable power and possesses the authority over a planet. Unlike Earth, where Asgard has no say, the other 7 realms are ruled by people sent by Asgard. Asgard's rule over the 9 realms isn't just a slogan, it's real domination, encompassing not only Sif, but also Hagen, Fandral, and Valstag. During Thor's Ragnarok, Sif and her companions survived. They weren't there when Hela attacked Asgard. I'll definitely go if I get a chance, Shen Fei nodded with a smile. Heimdall, as Sif spoke, a colorful beam of light descended from the sky. When it faded, Sif and Lorelei vanished, leaving behind a strange pattern about 2 meters in diameter. What a powerful control, Shen Fei sighed inwardly as he gazed at the pattern, less than half a meter in diameter. From such a distance, he'd manipulated the rainbow bridge to carry the person away with impeccable accuracy. No wonder Heimdall's eyes were once believed to be soul gems. Send me back. You just completed a mission, so you need a break. Sif and the others' departure signaled Callson's mission was complete. No problem, Callson agreed immediately. Callson's base was in Los Angeles, where they had their own dedicated base. The aircraft needed maintenance, as did the equipment on board, and they needed to restock various supplies. Furthermore, they needed rest. They couldn't stay airborne all day. Given Shen Fei's status and the instructions he'd given them, asking them to do the escort was perfectly acceptable. On the plane, Melinda and Triplet both had gloomy expressions. Triplet was sore because he'd been beaten on his first mission, while Melinda was frustrated because she couldn't defeat the opponent. You're going to track down that Kree temple, on the plane. Shen Fei learned that Coulson and his team were planning to use the objects Coulson had carved to find clues to the temple. Coulson asked Shen Fei if he had any more information, but Shen Fei simply threw up his hands, saying he didn't know any more. Shen Fei remembered that someone else was carving the same object as Coulson, but he didn't know who it was. Harry Potter World. It's been hard finding you, Professor Horace Slughorn, Shen Fei said softly, addressing a sofa amidst the cluttered furniture in a seemingly ordinary villa. Because of apparition in this world, finding someone is extremely difficult, but despite the difficulty, Shen Fei spared no effort and finally found them. Who are you? Shortly after Shen Fei finished speaking, the sofa shrank and transformed into Horace Slughorn, a transfiguration. Horace, wand in hand, eyed Shen Fei warily. I'm Shen Fei. You may not know me, but I'm the Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts. I've come to you to ask for your assistance, Shen Fei said, placing the box on the ground and opening it. With a wave of his left wand, several enormous boxes flew out. Then, under his wand's command, they opened, and a vast golden light suddenly filled the room. The boxes were filled with gold coins. Shen Fei had learned from Dumbledore and Grindelwald that Horace Slughorn was a vain and self-indulgent individual. However, Horace wasn't inherently a bad person. While he enjoyed these things, he never intended to harm anyone. He could enjoy them now because he worked very hard at school, earning them with his own hard work. No one could fault him for that. In some ways, Shen Fei was just like him, as indeed were most people. What do you want? I want to learn potions with you. This is tuition. Horace Slughorn was a potions master, even more famous than Snape. Just potions? Horace looked at Shen Fei in surprise. I remember Snape from Hogwarts was the potions master, but he doesn't know how to make Felix Felicis. In reality, with Snape's knowledge, he could have made it if he had the formula. However, the formula was Horace's lifeblood. Before his death, no one could have obtained it. Even Harry Potter only received the finished potion, not the formula. You're here for Felix Felicis. Horace frowned upon hearing Shen Fei's words. Felix Felicis was his most important source of income. Yes, but don't worry, I won't sell it. As you can see, I'm not short of money. I just need it for something. Voldemort had sent his men to look for Horace. Shen Fei suspected it was for Felix Felicis, which was very helpful when taken before battle. Felix isn't something you can use frequently. Felix isn't something you can use frequently, and no more than one drop at a time. Overdosing on it can have serious consequences, including dizziness, arrogance, and reckless behavior. Simply put, if Shen Fei overdosed on Felix, he might get carried away and challenge the Ancient One, Odin, or Mephisto. Even Horace himself had only used Felix twice, and he knew how to make it. Theoretically, there's no limit to how many times Felix could be used, but for most people, especially the average person, using it once in a lifetime is the best outcome. In the Harry Potter universe, Felix is strictly prohibited during competitions, exams, and other events, especially Quidditch, where testing is extremely strict. This rule was established because someone once took Felix before a match, only to have the golden snitch flee into his arms and win shortly after the match began. In fact, it wasn't just a Felix Felicis, many potions were banned in Quidditch. Fair play in Quidditch is the key to its success. Using potions to cheat is a complete bummer. The main reason the Golden Snitch wasn't eliminated from Quidditch was to watch the aerial duel between the two seekers. It was a truly spectacular spectacle, especially when the two teams were evenly matched. By the way, do you recognize this? Seeing Horace hesitate, Shen Fei drew a symbol in the air. Upon seeing it, Horace's expression immediately changed. Shen Fei's drawing was the symbol of the three Deathly Hallows, the very symbol used by Grindelwald's followers. This symbol terrified Horace even more than Voldemort's Death Eaters. After all, Horace had lived through Grindelwald's time. Grindelwald, what on earth is Dumbledore doing? Horace's body began to tremble. Voldemort's Death Eaters and Grindelwald's followers, two Dark Lords, had appeared. How could he not be worried? Don't worry. Times have changed, and our goals have shifted, Shen Fei explained. Horace was one of the few wizards who sided with the Muggles. It wasn't that Horace was particularly open-minded, but rather that he enjoyed himself. Compared to the wizarding world, the Muggle world offered significantly more enjoyable experiences. That's why Horace had always hidden away in Muggle villas. He always chose villas, using spells to slightly alter the original owner's memories, such as sending them on a trip, and then Horace would live in the villa. The damage to the villas was to make it seem uninhabited. After all, wizards have the ability to restore the damage, so no matter how severe, it can be quickly restored. Is that so? You should have said so earlier. Horace, upon hearing Shen Fei's words, immediately waved his wand, and the various facilities in the room began to recover. Soon, the messy room was transformed into a neat and orderly one. Horace even opened the refrigerator, pulled out some drinks, and began to entertain Shen Fei. No problem. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Chapter 153 Ready Player 1, Part 1. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to come back. Outside the gate of Hogwarts, Horace's face was full of emotion. Shen Fei was able to find Horace thanks to Dumbledore's help. Dumbledore seemed to have no power on the surface, but in fact, his invisible power was still very powerful. Dumbledore's army was no joke. And because no one knew who had a good relationship with Dumbledore and who had a bad relationship with him, even Horace didn't get the chance to run away early this time. Dumbledore looked for Horace because he wanted him to come to Hogwarts to be the professor of potions. Snape had always wanted to be the teacher of defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore in the original book had never agreed, but now he agreed. The reason for agreeing was that Lupin, the original professor of defense against the dark arts, had other tasks and left temporarily. To be precise, Lupin has joined the Order of the Phoenix. The current situation is very different from the original novel. Dumbledore has also taken the initiative. Thanks to the information Shen Fei leaked in advance, Voldemort's only remaining Horcruxes, aside from the soul fragment in Harry Potter and the snake that accompanied him, have been found. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are also trying to find a way to deal with Harry Potter's soul fragment. Their combined efforts are only a matter of time before they can solve the problem. While Dumbledore is powerful, he lacks a deep understanding of the dark arts, which is why he couldn't solve Harry Potter's problem. But now, things are different. Grindelwald is highly knowledgeable in the dark arts. It wasn't until Horace took over as potions professor that Shen Fei began to learn how to make Felix Felicis, while also learning other aspects of potions. Being taught by a knowledgeable professor with meticulous care was a profound benefit for Shen Fei. It was like Harry Potter in the original novel, who, upon obtaining the Half-Blood Prince's potions notebook, instantly became the most powerful person in the class, earning Horace's respect and even receiving a reward of Felicia Felix. Even Hermione felt a twinge of jealousy, believing Harry to be cheating after revealing the book. As a potions expert, Horace naturally had his own private laboratory. Thanks to the undetectable extension charm, anyone with a modicum of skill in this world could carry their own laboratory with them, much like a magical circus where a single person or a few boxes could carry all the creatures. Of course, Horace's personal laboratory couldn't compare to the one at Hogwarts. Thanks to Shen Fei, the Hogwarts lab had been significantly upgraded. While it didn't have the instruments of the Marvel Universe, it was state-of-the-art, including microscopes, various test tubes, measuring cups, droppers, the latest scales, a desiccant, and more. The advent of these instruments has greatly improved students' success rates in potions. Shen Fei still remembers Horace's astonishment when he first saw them. Weighing and weighing are crucial in potions preparation. Previously, there was a lack of accurate values and methods, leading to so many failures. The reason Harry Potter made such great progress after receiving the Half-Blood Prince's notes is because they accurately recorded the required amounts and methods. Things are different now. Ingredients can be added according to the values, and temperature and time can be controlled by instruments. Of course. The most important step, which cannot be replaced by instruments, is the input of magical power. The benefit of using modern instruments is a significant reduction in waste. Many ingredients used in potions are extremely valuable, such as dragon liver, which is not only edible but also essential for potions. Hogwarts' wealth allows it to continue to waste so much, while other schools can afford such a lavish expenditure. Of course, this approach wasn't without its drawbacks. It was actually difficult to distinguish between those with a higher and lower aptitude in potions. After all, the steps were the same, and as long as the final magic input wasn't drastically wrong, there was virtually no chance of failure. Snape had some issues with this, but Shen Fei didn't mind. Those with talent would eventually show up, and if they didn't, it simply meant they weren't talented enough. No wonder Felix is so rare. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. After receiving the Felix recipe from Horace, Shen Fei realized he had underestimated its difficulty. The ingredients for Felix were expensive, and the process took 6 months. Any mistake would ruin everything. Without immense wealth and patience, it wouldn't be possible to create Felix, which speaks volumes about Horace's skill. Even Horace couldn't always succeed. However, these issues weren't a major concern for Shen Fei, as he had plenty of money. While the steps involved were a challenge for many, Shen Fei possessed the Red Queen AI system. Even if the preparation took 6 months, Red Queen could have kept an eye on it, preventing any problems. The main reason Horace failed to prepare the Felix potion was that he was distracted by other matters. A 6-month preparation period doesn't require constant attention. If that were the case, the yield would have been much lower. Horace was a vain man, sometimes temporarily forgetting other matters due to events like dinners and balls. For example, shortly after entering Hogwarts, Horace founded the Slug Club to provide a platform for those he admired to connect. While this club was founded out of vanity, it's undoubtedly a good idea. Modern society has so many clubs, and banquets and balls for the upper class. While these might seem frivolous to the average person, they're crucial platforms for those in the know. What's most important in modern society? Talent. Unless you possess a mind as vast as Tony's, that's just not the case. Banner's intelligence is impressive, with 7 doctorates, more than Tony's, but his wealth is modest. Communication platforms are different. They're channels, and any piece of information can be a treasure trove. This is why Horace is so respected. It's like how successful Harvard graduates give back to the university. Horace provides a platform for communication, and unless they're ungrateful, they'll definitely respect him. Haven't you seen how the current Hogwarts students are going to all sorts of lengths to get into the Slug Club? Harry's Golden Triangle has also joined, but because of Shen Fei, they're not as close as they were in the original novels. After all, they haven't been through so much together. Ron and Hermione's relationship may have been eroded by Shen Fei's influence. This is the Felix. Recreating the Felix would take at least 6 months, and Shen Fei couldn't wait that long, so he asked Horace for his bottle. Now, Harry was out of his Felix potion. Of course. Due to the current situation, Horace had entered Hogwarts early. Even if Horace offered the Felix as a prize, Harry wouldn't have a chance of receiving it. Hermione was more likely to receive it. Without the Half-Blood Prince's potions notebook, Harry's performance in potions was only average. Hermione, on the other hand, consistently topped the class, dominating the entire year. It was this trait that convinced Horace to recruit her into the Slug Club. Horace had mentioned that Hermione resembled a former student of his. Although Horace didn't specify who, Shen Fei guessed it was Harry's mother, Lily. Horace was also deeply saddened by Lily's death. Shen Fei had no time for Harry's current thoughts, they were simply a bit frustrated at not getting enough attention. Goblet of Fire? It doesn't really matter whether I participate or not. Harry's World Goblet of Fire competition was about to begin, the tournament where Voldemort would officially make his debut. Of course, it was still in the negotiation stage, and the official start was still some time away. Now that Grindelwald was around, and the Horcruxes were now known, even if Voldemort truly resurrected, it wouldn't be a major event. Shen Fei was also somewhat curious about the competition, but whether he would participate depended on the time and whether he had the time. After obtaining the Felixer, he quickly left Harry's world. He had been curious about the Deathly Hallows, but after all, the Resurrection Stone had become one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and had to be destroyed, leaving the 3 incomplete. How's your research going lately? Any progress? In the Marvel Universe, G-Virus stood before Shen Fei and his company's laboratory. Despite having spent a considerable amount of money, there hadn't been any breakthroughs in nanotechnology. G-Virus's face was grim. Don't worry, I'm not here to rush your research. Before I hired you, I told you that everything depends on your progress. This was G-Virus's fault. With so much research funding and Shen Fei's promise, anyone else might have had second thoughts. I came to see you today to help you. I have another identity you might not be aware of, Shen Fei said, pulling out his wand and pointing it at a folder beside him. With a flick of his hand, the folder immediately flew up. I'm the magician who's been going viral online. Shen Fei's words made G-Virus's mouth drop open in disbelief. The reason I'm telling you this identity is because of what I'm going to bring out later, Shen Fei said as he pulled out a bottle of luck potion, unscrewed it, and poured a drop into the tea on his desk. This is the luck potion from the magical world. It's a potion that increases luck for the next 12 hours. I managed to get my hands on it, and it might be helpful for your research. Luck? Zhao Hailin looked a little bewildered. Most people knew about luck, but few had ever heard of it. If there were things that could increase luck, they were probably fake. Yes, don't worry. This thing won't affect your future luck. The Lucky Spirit Potion isn't the kind that condenses future or lifetime luck into the present. Instead, it actually increases your current luck. If it were the kind that boosted your luck now but brought bad luck later, it wouldn't be so popular. He proactively revealed his identity to increase the potion's credibility. Otherwise, no one would believe such an unscientific potion. Of course, Shen Fei could have just kept quiet and added the Lucky Spirit Potion to the water and had Zhao Hailin drink it. But Zhao Hailin was one of them, so Shen Fei went ahead and explained it directly. Actually, this increases the success rate of the thing you want to do most right now. Feeling he hadn't explained the Lucky Spirit Potion's effects earlier, Shen Fei further explained its purpose. I see, Zhao Hailin said, drinking the glass of water on the table. I see. A moment later, Zhao Hailin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurried away, seemingly having remembered something. It works so well, Shen Fei observed with surprise as Zhao Hailin hurried away. You look fine, Shen Fei said with a smile, looking at the seemingly normal Stark in Stark's villa. That's why you came here. The nuclear bomb incident, along with the death of his parents, had been a profound blow to Stark. In the original novel, Stark took a long time to recover from the nuclear bomb incident alone. But now, things were different. Carter had helped him recover from the trauma. Stark, while outwardly fearing Carter, never ignored his words. Carter played an indelible role in Stark's ability to inherit Stark Corporation with his Playboy image. Obadiah Stane's desire to seize Stark Corporation wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had harbored the idea long before, but had never had the opportunity to realize it. The Civil War in the original novel was caused by the swiftness of events, leaving Stark no time to reflect. Coupled with Captain America's desperate defense of Bucky, the two sides engaged in a violent conflict. Stark now had time to think. Of course, the main reason was Carter's persuasion. If it had been someone unrelated, Stark would never have given up on revenge. You're really heartbroken. I found such a good thing this time, and I came to share it with you, Shen Fei said, pulling out a small glass bottle with a drop of white liquid sloshing inside. Taking the elixir of life depends on timing. Zhao Hailin didn't care, as she was constantly researching nanotechnology, but Stark was a bit more cautious. What if he used the elixir of life on something trivial? That would be a huge waste. What is this? Stark looked at the liquid in the bottle curiously. Elixir of life, a magical potion that increases luck. Once you take it, anything you want to do has a high chance of success. Shen Fei recounted everything he knew about the elixir of life. Increase luck? How can that be possible? Stark and Pepper beside him exclaimed simultaneously. Existence is reasonable. Shen Fei had of course studied the lucky potion. Although those materials were precious, Shen Fei really couldn't see any connection between them and luck. Perhaps magic played a major role in it. Chapter 154 Ready Player 1, Part 2. I wonder if this isn't a little too little, Stark said after picking up the glass bottle from the table and glancing at the drop of liquid inside. He glanced at Pepper beside him. I don't need it, Pepper waved her off immediately. Sorry, this stuff is hard to come by. I only got a few drops this time. I'll definitely give you more next time I get a chance, Shen Fei said apologetically to Pepper, then handed the Felix to him. For Shen Fei, Felix wasn't a rare commodity. Giving Stark a dozen drops wouldn't be a problem. He only gave him one because he had no other choice. The Marvel world was different from the Harry Potter world. In Harry Potter's world, the taboos surrounding potions were well understood, and few people violated them. But in the Marvel world, scientists often violated taboos. If Shen Fei gave Stark a dozen drops of Felix, it wouldn't matter if he wasted them for research, but there was no guarantee Stark would overdose just to observe the potion's effects. It's hard to say. Don't forget that in the original novel, Leotrin was created by Stark. Scientific progress is primarily driven by curiosity, but there are some things that truly cannot be left to curiosity. Even Simmons was fascinated by GH-325, let alone others. What if Stark's personality changed after taking an overdose of Felix? That would be a huge problem, even though Shen Fei had previously exaggerated the side effects of Felix. For example, stating that a person could only take it once in their lifetime. If scientists have no moral composure, the destructive power they could wreak is truly terrifying. Look at the scientists at Umbrella and Banner's father. The anger of an ordinary man only splatters blood, but the wrath of a king can result in millions of deaths. Using this for scientific research is a good idea. Upon hearing Shen Fei give Felix to Zhao Halen, Stark's face was thoughtful. He had never considered this potential use for Felix. Now, upon hearing this, Stark was ready to try it out. He had a lot of scientific problems to solve, and solving them with Felix would greatly increase the power of his Iron Man armor. Ever since the Iron Man suit was created, Stark has devoted most of his energy to researching it. Otherwise, how could so many models of Iron Man suits have been produced so quickly? Speaking of which, if this thing could be used to bet on horses or buy lottery tickets, wouldn't it guarantee a win? Stark suddenly said. I haven't really thought of that. Stark's words made Shen Fei realize that he had forgotten the most basic use of the Felix. Of course, neither Stark nor he needed to increase his wealth in this way now. If it were him in the past, he might actually use the Felix to buy lottery tickets. With the American lottery, if you choose the right time, you could easily become a billionaire. Wanda and Pietro, right, those are the right names. It seems I've found the right people. Looking at the documents handed to him by the detective, Shen Fei pondered. As a high-level fighter in the Avengers, Scarlet Witch's importance is self-evident. However, the hatred between her siblings and Stark made Shen Fei feel that he should first resolve their hatred before strengthening them. Wanda and Pietro's families perished at the hands of weapons crafted by Stark. More accurately, Obadiah Stane was to blame for the weapon smuggling. Of course, since he's dead now, it's not wrong to blame Stark. Fortunately, these two were kind-hearted, otherwise they would have been incredibly formidable opponents. Take Quicksilver, for example. With his speed, armed with a knife or a gun, no one but a few could have stopped him. It was precisely because of his kindness that he refrained from using weapons, much like someone else who prioritized speed, ultimately sacrificing himself to save others. Scarlet Witch was similarly capable of killing Stark. Great. She's suddenly become a top-tier powerhouse. I've trained for so long, but I'm still no match for her Mind Stone enhancement. This is how she could, in the later stages of her career, defeat a gauntletless Thanos in a one-on-one duel. Since there's no Ultron or Vision anymore, it's no big deal if Scarlet Witch shows up later. Speaking of Vision, a strange thought welled up in Shen Fei's mind. Why did she like Vision so much? You know, Vision doesn't look like a normal person in any way. His aesthetic is so different from normal people. The Infinity Stones are truly powerful. The Mind Stone actually makes Vision look exactly like a human. After a moment of reflection, Shen Fei immediately prepared to explore the new world. He had originally considered taking the elixir of life, but after some thought, he abandoned the idea and decided to try again next time. I sincerely hope Zhao Halen can master nanotechnology this time, Shen Fei muttered to himself after donning the Ant-Man costume. Once nanotechnology is successful, the Ant-Man and Iron Man suits will be portable. This looks like a modern world. Taking in the surrounding streetlights and the brightly lit buildings in the distance, Shen Fei glanced around and prepared to leave. As he spoke, he cast the disillusionment spell, making himself invisible. When you're unsure of the true state of the world, keeping a low profile is the best strategy. Don't act like that idiot Lorelei and make a big show of it. As soon as Shen Fei turned a corner, he saw 5 or 6 people gathered ahead. Their arrogant laughter, accompanied by the sobbing of a woman, instantly gave him a clue of what was happening. Brothers, we're lucky today. There are scumbags like that everywhere, Shen Fei said, drawing his pistol. If they hadn't encountered such people, it would have been fine, but since they had, they were unlucky. Black, white, looks like they were from the west. Approaching the group, taking in their hair and skin color, Shen Fei immediately aimed his gun at the one who most resembled the boss. Then, a gunshot rang out, and one of their heads exploded. The sudden change stunned the men who were unbuckling their belts. Before they could react, several gunshots rang out, and everyone collapsed. The woman's cries intensified, and she fled in a panic, not even adjusting her disheveled clothes. It's just a small amount of money, right? If they were rich, they wouldn't do such a thing. After the woman ran away, Shen Fei approached, briefly searched the men, and took some money. The police are here. Pretty quick, huh? Shen Fei immediately turned at the sound of the sirens. He wasn't worried about being found. He used homemade, Unmarked bullets. After watching so many episodes of Criminal Minds and Crime Scene Investigation, and having studied with Ada, a real agent, he was quite experienced in obliterating traces. I never thought this would be the world. Heaven and hell are so thinly separated. From the window of a luxurious hotel's top-floor presidential suite, looking out at the container area across the way, Shen Fei shook his head with emotion. After arriving at the luxurious hotel and gleaning intelligence online, Shen Fei already knew what this world was like. As for hotel documents and money, with Red Queen around, none of that was a problem. While this world's technology was highly advanced, it wasn't a major problem for Red Queen. After all, he'd merely forged documents and searched for information. The oasis he'd found online, along with other information, confirmed Shen Fei's identity as Ready Player One. It was a world plunged into chaos and war, a world that had almost ended, yet somehow managed to survive. Humanity's reckless consumption of the planet's resources had led to resource shortages and the outbreak of war. Fortunately, a formidable figure emerged, S.H.I.E.L.D. He invented a virtual reality game, allowing the vast majority of the planet's survivors to enter it. Any disputes were resolved within the game, greatly alleviating real-world problems. Most people became addicted to this virtual game, escaping the realities of reality. Because the game's currency could be used as real-world currency, with a 1-to-1 exchange rate, and the game allowed for unbridled destruction and murder, its release significantly improved public safety. It's safe to say that what Shen Fei experienced previously is now a rare occurrence, as most people are immersed in virtual games. Coupled with the rapid development of online shopping and express delivery services, most people never have to leave their homes, instead becoming awakens. The idea that awakens can save the world has been proven true in this world. The most powerful thing in this world is the Oasis game. Bringing it to the Marvel world would be a good option. Virtual reality games are a crucial tool for resolving conflicts in modern society. It's foreseeable that the Marvel world would create a large number of awakens, but in return, public security in the real world would be much better. If the Oasis game had appeared in this world decades earlier, the situation would be completely different. Currently, the Oasis game has merely delayed the conflicts in reality. If interstellar travel hadn't been achieved before those conflicts erupted, this world would likely be doomed. Since it's virtual reality, it's more than just a game, it also allows for military training. The shares S.H.I.E.L.D. left behind? I remember a company boss was trying to seize them, but it ended up being snatched up by a nerd and his friends. Not only did he get the shares, he also got a girl. A prime example of a small-time success. Speaking of which, that company boss is such a loser. But I'm truly sorry. Now that I'm here, that small-time success story won't happen. An online creative company? By the way, what's the hero's name? I forgot. Never mind. Through online research, Shen Fei quickly discovered the company that was trying to seize Oasis, and also the name of its boss, Nolan. The internet was flooded with reports of this online creative company entering the Oasis. The virtual reality game Oasis had spawned a large number of professional gamers and guilds, but none of them were as big as this online creative company. They were directly recruiting players online, actually getting paid to play the game. However, based on some intelligence Shen Fei had gathered, it seemed the pay was fake. The heroine seemed to be seeking revenge against Nolan and sabotaging his plans. The virtual reality game Oasis features a vast map, divided not by continents but by planets, and is divided into several major regions. It draws its primary inspiration from real-world novels, allowing players to experience the plots of these novels in-game, albeit with some subtle modifications. Completing quests in the game earns gold and equipment, and anyone with a reasonable level of wit can earn enough to survive through these activities. Our protagonist, while a frustrated homebody in real life, is a highly popular figure in the game, his in-game persona a world away from his real self. There's no supernatural power in this world. I should go straight to Nolan and that Moro. I don't believe anyone will seize S.H.I.E.L.D's shares this way. S.H.I.E.L.D. has created 3 levels within Oasis, each corresponding to 3 keys, the Bronze Key, the Emerald Key, and the Crystal Key. Shen Fei had long forgotten the details of the 3 levels, but after seeing that the first one was a deathmatch, he remembered something. Under normal circumstances, that giant King Kong was impossible to beat, even for Shen Fei. After all, it was a game, and his real-life strength couldn't be used. He wasn't some Tongzi who could burst through the game. Deathmatches were all about backsliding, the proper way to pass the cheats. But right now, Shen Fei wasn't planning to clear the levels. He was just playing the game. This was a virtual reality game, and even Shen Fei was very interested. Using the highest level virtual warehouse, Shen Fei quickly logged into the game. In Oasis, you couldn't die casually. Once you died, your status would be reset to 0, and this reset meant your equipment. Because the game was based on modern society, not fantasy, it was primarily about equipment. There were no upgrades or stat increases. To become stronger, you had to acquire equipment. Of course, this didn't mean there wasn't fantasy equipment in the game. There was some, even magic, but it was just a modified version of modern equipment. The Oasis game has a lot of abnormal equipment, such as bombs that can kill the entire planet in an instant, invincible magic shields, etc. Halliday is amazing, he can make things so detailed, no wonder there are some professions in the game. The Oasis game, coupled with the most advanced tactile suits, or the most advanced game cabins, can give some things a feeling similar to reality. Only gold coins and materials are dropped when killing monsters. The drop rate of equipment is very low, and only certain specific bosses will drop them. Many equipment in the game need to be made by players. Of course, if you have money, you can also recharge. There are a lot of super props in the mall, as long as you have money. There are aliens. It's true that ordinary players can't deal with them. The aliens are very powerful. Without powerful equipment, challenging them is like seeking death. You can go find Nolan. After using the space gem to communicate with a dimensional space, Shen Fei exited the game. Chapter 155 Ready Player 1, Part 2. These people are truly creative, piling up shipping containers to create apartment buildings. Using shipping containers as housing is a common practice in Marvel's America, but there's no such area, let alone such containerized housing complexes. There are more than one such complex in this world. However, there's no other way around it. The poor have no choice but to live in these places. Before the war, this wasn't necessary, but afterward, the nuclear fallout zone became completely uninhabitable. Fortunately, the leaders of each nation exercised restraint and negotiated at the last minute. Otherwise, this world wouldn't have had an Oasis game, and would have likely turned into Fallout 4. After staring at the containerized housing complex for a long moment, Shen Fei left the normal restaurant across the street and headed for the city where the online creative company was located. Before I traveled this time, this would have been a massive game studio. Upon arriving at the location of the creative company and seeing the conditions inside, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh deeply. The Oasis game, in this world, is considered a secondary world, with a significant impact on the real world. The stock prices of most companies are tied to the game. Because of the Oasis game, the delivery industry in this world has also experienced significant growth. Delivery companies in this world operate entirely on a mechanized basis, including food delivery, all handled by drones, a service not yet common in the Marvel universe. If Marvel had that, Spider-Man would be out of a job. Peter Parker often makes cameo appearances as a courier to earn money. This guy is truly pathetic. So many experts, so much time, and yet he's still not as successful as the protagonist, who just does it with a simple stab. To acquire Halliday's legacy, Nolan High-Tech hired numerous experts to thoroughly analyze the entire Oasis game and Halliday's entire life story. Before his death, Halliday created a personal library within the Oasis, called the Halliday Archives. This library, which only appeared before the official launch of the Easter egg game, contains his entire life story, stored as 3D images. Halliday bears a striking resemblance to someone still hiding in that basement in the Marvel universe. He input his memories into a computer. Arnim Zola, Hydra's chief scientist. Technically, Arnim Zola is more advanced than Halliday. Zola's era, when he input his memories into the computer, was clearly not as technologically advanced as Halliday's. This is considered Marvel's cutting-edge technology. The world of Ready Player One is already in the 2040s. To conquer the first level of the Easter egg game, the Deathmatch, Nolan recruited numerous gaming experts and specialists to analyze and summarize the Deathmatch challenges. Even financial resources were primarily allocated to these individuals. Unfortunately, no matter how skilled the professional players, they would fall to King Kong in the final level of the Deathmatch. No matter what they did, they couldn't break through King Kong's defenses. After listening to Nolan's angry rants for a while, Shen Fei left. Halliday Archives. In the first few years after the Easter egg game was announced, the place was packed with people, all hoping to find a way to complete the game by studying Halliday's memories, thus becoming billionaires. However, after several years, with no way to break through the first level, the crowds gradually faded, leaving only a few hopeful souls to occasionally check in. Shen Fei had come today. He didn't remember much about Ready Player One, only the deathmatch at the beginning and the final outcome. Geniuses are truly unique. It's a shame I was born in the wrong world. This is the deathmatch. At the starting point of the deathmatch, Shen Fei sat in the last position in a shabby-looking used car, looking out at the hundreds of different types of cars ahead, his face lit with excitement. In theory, there were no restrictions on entry to the deathmatch. Anyone with a vehicle could enter, whether it was a car, a motorcycle, or even a bicycle. The competition depended on whether you could overcome the obstacles along the way, the various traps along the way, the unexpected disasters, and so on. A bicycle, a Tyrannosaurus Rex would probably crush with a single blow. Therefore, to cope with the challenges on the road, a wide range of vehicles have been developed. With the exception of flying vehicles, any vehicle built in the game is permitted. Unfortunately, these are Halliday's rules, and even the most advanced vehicles cannot circumvent them. Deathmatch rules rely on formal methods, and no one can succeed. So, aside from the initial Easter egg event, when many people entered hoping for a lucky break, those who continue to participate are those who refuse to give up. Deathmatches are open to all, but the damage to your vehicle is your own responsibility. In this game world where all equipment must be crafted or obtained through unearthed artifacts, damage to your vehicle is like damage to your property. How dare you enter a car like this? I haven't seen such a newcomer in a long time. Shen Fei's car was met with many mocking comments. Cars that dared to participate in deathmatches these days were at least heavily modified. A normal car would never make it to the end. Whether it was the traps on the road or the sudden attacks of creatures like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, there was no way to avoid them. Only those specially modified cars could overcome these challenges. It wasn't that Shen Fei didn't want a fancy car, but he simply couldn't get one right away. These people had been preparing all along, and he was the only one who had come on a whim. Shen Fei ignored their mockery. First, he wasn't a petty person. Second, this wasn't real life. Even if he wanted to do anything, it would be difficult. Everyone started from the same starting line. At most, his reflexes were faster than theirs. As the race officially began, the roar of machinery at the starting point was like a galloping horse. All the cars instantly shot out of the starting line, many of which were immediately destroyed or pushed off the track by other vehicles. This wasn't a formal race. When there was a chance to take down the enemy, there was no mercy. Yet, Shen Fei roared excitedly and rushed off. Although his car was different, his reflexes were fast. Even if everyone's physical fitness was similar, reflexes were still different, even in a game. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as clumsy hands. With Shen Fei's current reflexes, he could easily compete in a real-life professional race car competition. This was the bonus of his strength. Although Shen Fei knew the correct route was to go backwards, to pass the first level and obtain the bronze key, it was still quite interesting to try this deathmatch before completing it. This was a virtual reality game, after all. If Shen Fei hadn't already cultivated a habit of cultivation and possessed self-control, he would have been completely addicted to the game upon arriving in this world. He wouldn't leave until he got bored. While Shen Fei wasn't completely absorbed, he was still very interested. Damn Tyrannosaurus Rex, Shen Fei, who had relied on his excellent reflexes to dodge numerous traps along the way, cursed silently when he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail sweep towards him. He was then swept away by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail, along with his car. Fortunately, my sense of pain isn't very high. As a second world, Oasis game certainly had a sense of pain, but it certainly wasn't like reality. If that were the case, even knowing it was a game and that resurrection was possible, many people would probably be afraid of the pain and wouldn't play. Not everyone is the type to stab themselves with a spear and get more and more excited. Because the game's realism is so realistic, even his fear of heights manifests in the game. Enough of the fun, time to get down to business. For days, Shen Fei participated in death matches, experimenting with various ways to die, but unfortunately, none of them ever got close enough to the finish line and encounter the giant King Kong. Death matches are timed. If you haven't passed once the timer is up, you're automatically considered a failure. The modified vehicles weren't just for passing the previous levels, speed was crucial. Even with Shen Fei's incredible reflexes, he couldn't possibly finish in the allotted time with a normal vehicle. Of course, Shen Fei's continued participation in deathmatches wasn't just for the fun of it, it was also to see if he could encounter the protagonist. Sometimes the protagonist is the protagonist. The same protagonist quickly deciphered the code that Nolan had spent so much money on. Unfortunately, Shen Fei didn't encounter anyone who looked like the protagonist. This wasn't surprising, after all, the protagonist wouldn't have the words "I am the protagonist" written over their heads. And Shen Fei had forgotten the protagonist's name, both in real life and in the game, and even their appearance. As for relying on influential figures within the game, that's simply impossible. There are so many of them, and coupled with the game's secrecy, even Shen Fei would have difficulty locating a specific person. After all, the original protagonist, while a prominent figure, was known only to his own circle. It wasn't until he obtained the bronze key for the first level and ranked number 1 online that he truly became known. As for the current ranking, number 1 is, of course, the company that thinks creative. As the others rushed out of the starting line, Shen Fei immediately shifted into reverse gear and sped back. Just as his car was about to hit the wall behind him, a ramp suddenly appeared. Shen Fei's car immediately entered the ramp, allowing him to look up and see what was happening above. It was a normal road, and Shen Fei drove backward until he reached a place with a fountain in the middle. A figure appeared, and Shen Fei received a scroll and a bronze key. This is it. As Shen Fei reversed into the underpass, someone in a car parked at the starting line watched in amazement. This was a female player. After a long silence, she immediately reversed her car until, with a loud thud, it crashed into the wall behind her, sending a shower of sparks flying. How could this happen? In the real world, such a collision would have seriously injured the occupants, if not killed. But this was a game, so the female player quickly got out of her car, ignoring the sparks, and began to investigate the wall. No one is foolish, but those who treat others as fools are the true fools. Shen Fei had been participating in death matches with a standard car for several days straight. While most people dismissed him as a novice and didn't pay much attention, some noticed his actions. His car always came in last. In a death match like this, it was naturally best to be at the front. Of course, those who noticed Shen Fei didn't assume he knew anything, they were simply curious. This female player was just like that, she was Artemis. Just then, a system announcement suddenly rang out across the entire network. It turned out that Shen Fei had just passed the first level and obtained a bronze key. This reward vaulted him from an unknown player to the top of the entire network, and he also received a reward of 100,000 gold coins. The sudden announcement stunned almost all Oasis players. Some who were currently farming monsters were utterly devastated. Due to their distraction, countless were killed by the monsters. Upon resurrection, these players cursed profusely, believing that death meant starting over from the beginning. Those who were heavily equipped with equipment were especially regretful. Aside from these unfortunate individuals, the vast majority of Oasis players were excited. For a long time, the so-called Easter egg game hadn't made any progress. Even the big capitalists like Online Creative Company hadn't found any clues. This led some to speculate that this was a joke played by Halliday before his death. There was no such thing as an Easter egg game, and that Halliday was playing a trick on everyone. Of course, only the lowest echelons truly believed this. Those at the top knew it was real. Otherwise, the consortium members wouldn't be fools, investing so much money for something so illusory. They knew it was real because their shares were notarized by legal documents. Damn it! What's going on? Find him immediately, at any cost. The system's announcement prompted those who coveted Halliday's inheritance to immediately order their subordinates to investigate Shen Fei. Meanwhile, Shen Fei was faced with countless requests to add him as a friend. Many consortiums offered high prices for his bronze key or a method to clear the levels. After all these years, these people had probably guessed that the deathmatch required a special method to clear the levels. Shen Fei ignored them. He wasn't short of money, and he was also preparing to release information about the second level. He had relied on foresight to clear the first level, but the clues for the second level on the scroll left him completely baffled and confused. The next day, the crowd was once again abuzz with the news of the second person to clear the levels, Artemis. The vehicle that was left behind. Shen Fei certainly knew that someone had left it behind, but he didn't care. After all, he had the intention of leaking it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Ready Player One, and it's packed. Shen Fei, returning to Halliday's archives, saw the place, previously deserted, buzz with activity. With the completion of the first level and the appearance of the bronze key, the Easter egg game once again entered the public consciousness, attracting those hoping for a lucky break, those with ulterior motives, and those simply out for the fun of it. Halliday's Easter egg game required 3 keys to claim the final prize, meaning that obtaining just one key guaranteed victory. Even if one didn't secure the final prize, the other still needed that key to claim it. Percival, this guy should be the hero, but what a shame, 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell. He was the one who passed after Shen Fei and Artemis. Even though he was only third, because neither Shen Fei nor Artemis had shown up, he was the only one who did, attracting a large crowd, including Nolan from Think Creative. There are only 3 keys, so those who finish second or higher naturally don't get them. However, despite not having a key, they still receive a generous reward of gold coins, and most importantly, clues to the second level. The Easter egg game has 3 levels. While the first, a deathmatch, is open to the public, the second requires you to rely on clues to find the answers. Shen Fei's regret stems from the fact that Percival, who could have received the final Easter egg reward, lost that opportunity due to Shen Fei's intervention. More importantly, he'd actually collaborated with Nolan, the boss of Online Creative, and sold him the clues to the second level for a high price. His reasoning was simple, to get the money to buy the latest X1 haptic suit. In the original story, he'd won 100,000 gold coins for first place, so he turned Nolan down. But now, as he was only third, while he still had a gold coin reward, it was woefully insufficient. Although he hadn't officially accepted Nolan's employment, Shen Fei's initial thoughts of compensating him vanished. After all, he'd robbed him of his opportunity. Shen Fei had originally intended to compensate him after his success, perhaps by offering him a job at Oasis Group. After all, for Shen Fei, this world held many allures, but the virtual reality game, Oasis, was his primary concern. He sought Halliday's inheritance to ultimately secure controlling stake, only then could he obtain the core code and other essential knowledge. The reason Shen Fei resorted to such elaborate methods, rather than using hypnosis to manipulate the executives of the social gaming company behind Oasis or infiltrating the server, was because without Halliday's authorization, access to the core code was impossible. Even Halliday's best friend, Ogden Morrow, had been expelled from the company simply because Morrow had asked Halliday to create some rules within the game. The two only reconciled years later. Halliday treated the Oasis core code like his own child, forbidding anyone to touch it during his lifetime. It was only after his death that he planned to select his successor through the Easter egg game. Even with his artificial intelligence Red Queen, cracking the Oasis core code wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, if something went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. If this world loses Oasis, it's likely doomed. In the world of Ready Player One, technology is incredibly advanced. Oasis, drone delivery, and so on are ubiquitous. In this technologically advanced world, factories are largely automated, making it impossible to employ so many workers. Just like the disputes between technology and workers that sometimes arise in the United States, with technological advancement comes an inevitable reduction in the labor force. This is the inevitability of technological development. Automation offers significant advantages over human workers. If technology develops too rapidly, resulting in mass unemployment, society will inevitably descend into chaos, and even government measures like minimum living allowances will be ineffective. But virtual reality games offer a completely different solution. Putting idle people inside the game, coupled with appropriate policies, allows people to earn money. Even disputes are resolved within the game, and public security will undoubtedly improve. It's safe to say that if Oasis were to appear in the Marvel Universe, it would be enthusiastically welcomed by both individuals and the government. Moreover, for Shen Fei, Oasis represents a crucial step in resolving the tensions between wizards and muggles in the Harry Potter universe. In the world of Ready Player One, it's safe to say that the vast majority of people worldwide play this game, the only difference being the amount of time spent playing. Oasis, on the other hand, is a planet-based game. Those who don't care about combat or earning money can actually build their retirement within Oasis. Whether it's enjoying real-life leisure activities or simply wanting to travel, Oasis allows for everything, truly allowing them to travel the world without leaving their homes. It's truly like playing within a game world. It's easy to imagine what would happen if Oasis were absent from this world. A creator who hates your care, a hidden key, a step untaken, retracing your steps, escaping the past, the Jade Key will ultimately be yours. I have no idea what this second level is about, so let's see if Parsifal has any clues. Halliday's Easter egg game is relatively easy for those who originally belonged to this world, but it's too difficult for an outsider like Shen Fei. After completely failing to understand the clues in the second level, Shen Fei decided to secretly follow Parsifal. He had no clue, so he had no choice but to rely on him. Anyway, he had the bronze key, which made him inherently invincible. Strictly speaking, the deal between Parsifal and Nolan wasn't a big deal. This was a game, after all. Do you really need to consider who you're dealing with when selling equipment in-game? Impressive. He's researched Halliday's life so thoroughly. Too bad he's just too eager to show off. Shen Fei watched the in-game Parsifal mutter to himself before leaving the game. With a bronze key, whoever obtained the other two keys would have to find him. With his power, obtaining the other two keys would have been a piece of cake. Because of this, Shen Fei didn't care about Parsifal's real identity. Compared to Artemis's caution, Parsifal was far less cautious, revealing his real name directly in the game. Not to mention this world, even in the Marvel Universe, due to the game world, there are plenty of cases of people being hacked in real life. A certain factor even blatantly called and threatened a gamer. Shen Fei took this opportunity to explore the world, see if there was anything he could learn, and also to have some fun in the Oasis game. He's truly the heroine. Even though the heroine isn't with him, he still managed to solve the second level and obtain clues to the third. What a pity. As the first person to solve the second level and obtain the Emerald Key, Parsifal's fame skyrocketed, catapulting him to the top of the game's leaderboard, while Shen Fei's ranking plummeted to second. Unfortunately, his joy was short-lived. Not long after, Parsifal was captured by Nolan, who not only confiscated his keys but also made him an employee of the company. Nolan then immediately assembled a large team of experts to crack the third level. Without the heroine's resistance group, Parsifal would have been nothing more than an ordinary homebody, powerless against Nolan's men. However, this time, he was fortunate because they had captured him directly, and Nolan hadn't attacked his residence, leaving his aunt alive. This was exactly what Shen Fei hated about Key. Because of him, his aunt was killed. Even though she was incredibly kind to him and had raised him since childhood, this guy didn't react at all when he heard the news of her murder. Instead, he went off to flirt with a leading lady. If it were someone like Stark, Shen Fei wouldn't have bothered to take Oasis's shares. After all, they wouldn't be of much use to him. After obtaining the Oasis game code, he might not return. As for resources, after the war, what resources were there? This time, the experts Nolan had assembled finally proved useful. They independently cracked the secrets of the third level and then launched their operation. The third level was on the Death Planet. To seize the final crystal key, Nolan brought all his men there and used the Orb of Asvox, an extremely powerful magical item that created an invincible shield. The only way to break it was by reciting a spell from within the shield, near the orb. No outsider, no matter how powerful their attack, could break this shield, not even powerful items like the Son of Destruction. A nostalgic game. If I'd done it myself, I probably wouldn't have thought of this. The third level involved beating an arcade game. No one knew which one it was, as the arcade had so many games, and they were so old, pixel-based. To crack the game, Nolan assembled a large number of game hunters and promised them a large reward if he could obtain Halliday's legacy. However, in the end, the game hunters Nolan hadn't cracked the final level. Meanwhile, a large number of players appeared outside the shield. They were recruited by Artemis and Parsifal's companions. The propaganda warned that if Nolan took control of the Oasis game, it would be disastrous for these free players. Therefore, a large number of players arrived, ready to challenge Nolan, but facing the invincible shield, they had no way of cracking the game. At this moment, Nolan remembered Parsifal and summoned him to crack the game. One must bow down under the eaves, and with Parsifal also showing interest in the level, he finally cracked it. The crystal key was then given to Parsifal by the Prophet. Having obtained the keys, Parsifal immediately fled, and Nolan's men immediately gave chase. The shield was filled with Nolan's men, and Parsifal was captured after only a short distance, his keys naturally stolen. With only 2 keys, you can't open the treasure, the restrained Parsifal cried out in frustration. That's none of your business. Kill him. Following Nolan's command, Alok, standing beside him, immediately dispatched Parsifal. Excited by the possession of 2 keys, Nolan seemed to have forgotten that Parsifal himself had been captured and was working for him. Then, with a look of disdain at the players outside the shield, Nolan immediately released it and, before the assembled players could reach him, he logged off and left. In the past, he would have undoubtedly led his men in a fight against these players, but now, finding the player with the bronze key was paramount. Once he had the bronze key, with 3 keys in hand, dealing with those players would be a piece of cake. Thank you for your hard work. Nolan, who had just emerged from the advanced gaming chamber, noticed someone standing before him before he even stepped out. Then, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Finally, I got everything. Holding the 3 keys and the Son of Destruction he'd received from Nolan, Shen Fei opened the portal and left Nolan's office, letting Nolan get a good night's sleep before leaving. Still quite crowded, a large number of people were milling about the Death Planet, many eagerly watching the online creative company's personnel. Now that all 3 keys had appeared, who knew when Nolan would gather them all and unlock the final treasure? Many were interested in Halliday's treasure, and some had even formed an alliance, ready to seize it before Nolan could even begin. Time to clear the area. With so many people, opening the treasure would be a hassle for Shen Fei, but he had a clearing artifact. Of course, Shen Fei wouldn't do it alone, as the Son of Destruction didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Unless he had a resurrection coin, he'd be wiped out. As a quasi-secondary world, the Oasis does have resurrection items, but they are extremely rare. Boom! An incomparable beam of light flashed across the sky above the Death Planet, instantly scattering the entire planet's players into smithereens. Countless people and years of hard work were reduced to ash. Snapping Arnok, Halliday's role is truly troublesome. I have to play along with him. Shen Fei still remembered a little about the ending of Ready Player One. Initially, he couldn't sign it. After all, he had to refuse. Halliday was truly a pure scientist, never considering the real world. He created the Oasis game, and now he's considering shutting it down. Because people are so addicted to the game, they've lost touch with reality, just like the people in Shen Fei's previous life, those who were constantly glued to their phones. Halliday wanted people to focus on reality again and spend more time with their loved ones. Therefore, he left the authority to shut down the Oasis open, allowing Shen Fei to instantly shut down reality if he so desired. Shen Fei didn't say anything about this. His priority was to secure the equity, and he could deal with other matters later. As for closing the Oasis, that was impossible. Unless there was a practical solution, closing the Oasis would only cause more trouble. The protagonist in the original novel closed the Oasis 2 days a week, but that was just self-deception. Chapter 157, One Piece, Part 1. Finally, I got it. Holding the online document signed by Halliday, Shen Fei immediately left the game and found a lawyer in the real world. Not long after, Halliday's friend, Ogden Morrow, arrived, and with them witnessing, Shen Fei received Halliday's entire inheritance. Speaking of the friendship between Halliday and Ogden Morrow, Shen Fei was at a loss for words. The reason Halliday and Ogden Morrow parted ways wasn't just because of a dispute over the Oasis game, but more importantly, because Ogden Morrow married Karen Underwood. Halliday had always loved Karen, but had never dared to express it. Morrow's confession cost him his best opportunity. The so-called Easter egg game was actually all about this, and he regretted it. He regretted being so focused on the game that he hadn't paid attention to real life. His desire to shut down the game was actually meant to encourage people to stop obsessing over games and pay more attention to real-life interactions. What a pity there's no time stone in this world. People often say there's no medicine for regret, but in reality, there is, the time stone. The saying greed blinds the mind is quite true. When Shen Fei was accepting Halliday's inheritance, Nolan, unwilling to accept defeat, arrived with his men and was caught red-handed by the police. While being apprehended, he screamed that Shen Fei had stolen his 2 keys, but no one paid him any attention. Theft within the game is legal, not to mention that one of Nolan's keys was also stolen. Oasis is, after all, a game, even if it's described as a second world, It can't always be handled according to real-world laws. Poor Nolan. Even if he hadn't received Halliday's inheritance, he would have been a billionaire thanks to his company. But now, he faces imprisonment. With various forces scrambling to bolster his fortune, Online Creative quickly collapsed. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Previously, Online Creative's unjust contract had been difficult to prosecute due to Nolan's status as a major capitalist, but now things are different. Nolan is in jail. Shen Fei, for the time being, had no mood to pay any attention to Nolan or the 5 people who had inherited Halliday's legacy. He was busy studying the core code of Oasis. Halliday was truly remarkable. It was truly incredible that he had managed to create the Oasis game. Building such a large-scale virtual reality game from scratch is truly difficult. That can be done by hiring people, but now, we can simply copy the Oasis game over, regardless of the quality of the games. The advanced virtual reality technology alone was enough to crush all others. Not to mention the exceptional quality of the games in the Oasis world. Based on popular novels, they were beloved by many. No matter what kind of game you wanted, you could find it in Oasis: horror, unparalleled, puzzle, everyday, and so on. The games Shen Fei had previously encountered were only a fraction of the available options. He hadn't even visited many planets yet. Samantha Cook, let's pick her. After finding Artemis's real name online, Shen Fei compensated her by recruiting her to the social gaming company. As for Wade, he left him alone. After all, he was a beautiful woman. It's time to go back. Shen Fei decided to leave after gathering nearly all of Ready Player One's world technology. As for what would happen to Oasis after his departure, there was no need to worry. After Halliday's death and before the Easter egg game was cracked, Oasis had remained flawless for years. This was a virtual reality game, unlike the ones Shen Fei had played before, which required constant updates. Halliday had been fine then, and it would be the same without him. Sir, this is the data we've gathered from exploring this planet. Shortly after Shen Fei returned to the alien base, a virtual little girl in a white dress appeared, reporting on the situation. This was White Queen, an artificial intelligence system created entirely by Shen Fei. While powerful, AI programs were still essentially programs. Since they were programs, they could be replicated. Simply modifying their appearance would create different AIs. As for their performance, it depended primarily on the equipment and the amount of data they had. Creating 10 or 8 AIs would be a simple matter, just like Stark, who quickly created new ones after Jarvis's disappearance. But White Queen was different. This wasn't a copy, he'd created it piece by piece, drawing on his own knowledge. The reason for this tedious process was Shen Fei's desire to test his own practical abilities. After all, some things require more than knowledge without practical application, a case of overambitiousness. Even with Red Queen's core code, Shen Fei encountered numerous issues when creating White Queen, requiring numerous debugging sessions before he could complete it. Now, for Shen Fei, Red Queen and White Queen were identical, save for their clothing. Their information and equipment were similar. Are there a lot of mineral resources? There's even a small gold mine. Are you lucky? The data displayed by White Queen included not only planetary weather and astrological changes, but also mineral resources near the base. The alien planet's surface was barren, but beneath it lay a vast wealth of untapped resources. Should we invite Tony to help develop this planet? The planet was simply too vast, and Shen Fei's primary focus wasn't there, so development was extremely slow. It was for this reason that Shen Fei came up with the idea of asking Stark to come. However, if Stark were to come, some things at the base would have to be put away. The White Queen, the AI, wouldn't matter. If it were exposed, it would be fine. But the Iron Man suit wouldn't be. It was Stark's character. We'll talk about that later. For now, let's produce the necessary equipment. As an Oasis game that could host the entire world on a single server, the equipment required was enormous, and most of it was unfinished in the Marvel Universe. Shen Fei had obtained a batch of this equipment through underground forces, including sensitive equipment, and even obtained the production methods. Now all that was left was production. What a hassle. Never mind. Let Pepper handle it. Alexander Pierce, you better get things done. After realizing how much trouble launching the Oasis game was going to take, Shen Fei mentally cursed Pierce while inviting Stark and Pepper to his company's gaming department. The gaming division of Shen Fei's Fei Group has now established itself as a prominent player within the gaming industry. Its unique holographic card game has attracted a significant number of players. Of course, strictly speaking, this division also holds shares in the Stark Group. After all, the holographic system is theirs. Personal use is fine, but profit-making use must be handled in a professional manner. Inside the holographic system exhibition hall, Stark and Pepper walked side by side, followed by bodyguards like Happy. Looks interesting. Stark, watching both sides use holograms to summon monsters for battle, seemed intrigued. It's my turn. Draw a card and sacrifice 2 offerings to summon the Seraphim Archangel Gabriel. At this moment, Shen Fei happily placed his cards on the screen in front of a machine. Immediately, a holy seraphim appeared before him. This is a Western world, after all. You can't just copy Yu-Gi-Oh! Therefore, a wealth of Western mythology, mythical beasts, and monsters have been incorporated. Shen Fei is just the beginning, others will naturally follow suit. You didn't ask us to come here just to play games, did you? If that's all, I'm leaving now. Stark's voice sounded a bit impatient as Shen Fei approached, victorious. Stark could easily play this thing at home if he wanted. Of course not. Here, there's something good, Shen Fei said, leading Stark and Pepper to the inner reaches of the exhibition hall, interlab closed to the public. Try this. Once inside, Shen Fei immediately opened a game pod and had Stark lie down inside. What is this? Stark didn't lie down, but instead examined the machine curiously. A game pod for a virtual reality game. It's clear that the wealthy and the average Joe login player log in completely different ways. The wealthy use a game pod, while the less well-off use a full-body synchronized approach, requiring them to be strapped down and sync to their in-game character. When it comes to comfort, the game pod is undoubtedly the better choice. However, this doesn't mean the average Joe login player is useless. On the contrary, since the average Joe login player can sync with their in-game character, it can actually provide some exercise. After all, your body is moving. Virtual reality technology, real virtual reality, or VR, Stark pressed. VR technology existed in the Marvel Universe, but most of it was limited to visuals, not the same level as the 5 senses. Of course it's real. It simulates all 5 senses, Shen Fei said with a smile. The Marvel Universe also had a similar VR experience later on, called the Framework. Hearing it was real VR technology, Stark immediately piqued his interest. After asking Shen Fei a few questions, he immediately entered the game room, ready to experience it for himself. It's actually real. This is amazing. Stark soon emerged from the game room, his face brimming with excitement. As Stark spoke, Pepper Potts and Happy also tried it out. I say, aren't you being a bit unprofessional? A magician like you, why are you researching technology? Who says magicians can't research technology? Stark's words made Shen Fei realize something, and he felt a little jealous. He didn't understand the profession of magic, nor did he know its pros and cons, but as a scientist, he was well aware of the true significance of VR technology. This is different from the so-called virtual reality built at great expense in labs. To put it bluntly, that virtual reality is just a form of VR. In Spider-Man: Homecoming, Nick Fury seems to be relaxing on the beach at the end, but when he removes his headset, he discovers he's actually in a spaceship. That's actually a form of VR. Virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, have long been 2 major research topics. AR is essentially a holographic imaging system. Stark has this type of AR installed in his bedroom, allowing him to transform it into any image he desires, essentially creating an infinitely renovated space. Shen Fei's bedroom is similar. Although he knows it's fake, it looks refreshing and relaxing. You're going to deal with this thing, of course, make a virtual game, the kind where everyone is on the same server. Thinking about the game ahead of time, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of that fat nerd Thor. A game? That's a good idea, Stark nodded, agreeing with Shen Fei. If virtual games work well, they could significantly reduce real-world criminal records. Any problems? Fight them in the game. Even gang fights could happen in the game. Maybe even a national war could start. Sure enough, those VR games you play during sleep time are just bullshit. VR games also drain your physical and mental energy, making them impossible to play endlessly. Of course, if someone's dedicated to playing, that's another story. I'll trouble you with this. Shen Fei finally revealed his purpose. I knew you had no good intentions when you called us here. Once VR technology is released, it will undoubtedly attract covetous attention from many parties. Nations, Corporations, militaries, police, and more will all need it. For example, S.H.I.E.L.D could use it to train their agents. While they can't train them in real combat, they can do other things. And because it's in the game, they can exploit them to their heart's content. These negotiations will undoubtedly be protracted, and coupled with the pre-launch testing and other things like finding people, it's a tedious and complex process. Neither Shen Fei nor Stark are experts at it, but Pepper Potts is incredibly skilled at it. After handing over all matters to Pepper, Shen Fei resumed his search for a dimension with life. Neither Shen Fei nor Stark cared much about the distribution of benefits within, so the task was quickly accomplished. Stark's been looking a little weak lately, while Pepper's been full of energy. I guess I need to give Stark some more nourishment next time. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei wandered through the quantum space. This time, he seemed to have his sights set on a particular direction. This was due to the elixir he'd taken before setting off. Lucky I can fly. If this were my first time, it would have been quite a hassle. Standing on his hoverboard, Shen Fei gazed at the endless expanse of water around him, feeling a surge of gratitude. So, where's this? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei, peering through his telescope from high above, spotted what looked like land ahead and immediately steered his hoverboard towards it. That's a pirate. On his way to the land, Shen Fei encountered a large wooden ship. A skull and crossbones flew from its mast, the standard pirate flag, with a shark in the background. Chapter 158 One Piece, Part 2. Captain, this is a huge haul. On the deck of the pirate ship, dozens of pirates excitedly gathered around a pile of gold and silver treasure. This pile consisted primarily of gold jewelry, precious gems, and banknotes. One of them, a middle-aged man, shirtless and sporting a narrow scar across his chest, held a glittering pile of jewelry in his right hand and laughed heartily. In his left, he clutched a massive sword. From the pirate's address, it was clear he was the captain of the pirate ship. On one side of the deck, weapons, still stained with blood, were scattered. These weapons included swords and firearms. These are yours, the middle-aged man said, wielding a sword as he slashed at the treasure, pushing about 2/3 aside and then spreading the remaining third among the surrounding pirates. As the middle-aged man left, the other pirates immediately gathered around that third and began to discuss and divide the treasure. Pirates, this is a good opportunity to inquire about this world. After all, we arrived here using the elixir. Shen Fei, riding a broomstick overhead, invisible with the disillusionment charm, pondered the situation and immediately decided to strike. Upon discovering the ship, Shen Fei folded up his flying skateboard and switched to a broomstick, which was much quieter than a flying skateboard. Determined to capture them alive, Shen Fei unleashed 10 metal balls and tossed them downwards, focusing on the captain, 3 of which were dropped near him. Bang, bang, bang. The noise of the 10 metal balls landing immediately alerted the remaining pirates. Just as they were unsure what to do, the metal balls exploded, sending a torrent of spider webs scattering in all directions. Before the pirates could even grasp what was happening, they were trapped. The captain, who had been receiving Shen Fei's special attention, was about to swing his sword when the webs engulfed him. Web blasters were a weapon Shen Fei had crafted after acquiring Spider-Man's silk, but he'd never had the chance to use them. This was the perfect opportunity. Hello, Shen Fei said, seeing all the pirates bound in the web. He finally disembarked and waved to the still unsure pirates. Who are you, bastard? Upon seeing Shen Fei's appearance, the web-bound pirates immediately began to curse and struggle desperately. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free. Spider-Man's webs were incredibly strong. Many of the curses weren't directed at Shen Fei, but rather at the impact of the web blasts, which bounded many pirates together. One pair nearly came face to face with one another, and they cursed the most fiercely. Pirates, after spending so much time at sea, were known to smell like scum. 2 men nearly coming face to face with one another in such a situation was unbearable. Quiet down, listening to the clamor of curses, Shen Fei felt deeply annoyed. He fired a stream of spiderweb at the most vocal offenders, sealing their mouths. If I hear any more, I'll turn you into the same as them, Shen Fei declared coldly, noticing someone else still cursing. With these words, everyone instantly fell silent. This guy's quite capable, isn't he? Thank goodness we took good care of him earlier, otherwise we'd be in real trouble. Shen Fei felt a little surprised as he watched the captain, tumbling alone on the other side of the ship. The other pirates were pinned to the deck by the sticky silk. but this one was actually tumbling with it. If it weren't for the sheer amount of silk enveloping him like a dumpling, he might have been able to break free. After restraining the pirates, Shen Fei didn't immediately begin interrogation. Instead, he deployed his Operation Fruit to inspect the interior of the ship. After finding no one with the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei personally inspected the cabin. A large amount of jewels and weapons were also found inside. Shen Fei then prepared to interrogate the pirates. He walked over to the captain, clasped his hands together, and then placed his right hand on the spider silk, untying the threads that bound the captain's mouth. The captain remained silent because his entire face, save for his eyes, was engulfed in the silk. Fortunately, there were gaps between the threads, otherwise he might have died from lack of oxygen. Shen Fei manipulated the silk through alchemy. He had created the silk, so of course he could use it to manipulate its shape at will. "Who are you?" the captain, freed from his restraints, immediately asked. "You don't need to know that," Shen Fei said, then took out his wand and began to hypnotize him. "Pirate King Roger, the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, so this is this world?" The lucky potion seems to be working well. The information he gained from the captain about this world silenced Shen Fei, who then burst into laughter. This world was simply too good for him. It was a world teeming with experts, and they achieved their feats solely through pure physical skills. Not only were their physical skills formidable, but they also possessed miraculous devil fruits. His Oak Fruit ability was a manifestation of this world's power. So, does that mean there are 2 Oak Fruit abilities? Thinking of this world's surgeon of death, Shen Fei's face lit up with an ambiguous smile. In the Marvel world, his online nickname was the same, the one he'd used when he joined Rising Tide. If he'd said that to Sky, Sky would definitely have known who he was. This world's Luo is quite behind in developing the Oak Fruit's power. Thinking of the owner of that Oak Fruit in this world, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. What was the most powerful devil fruit ability? It wasn't the strange powers emanating from the aura, but the application of the devil fruit itself. In other words, the legendary imagination, even the most despised devil fruit, with the right tools, could transform a person into a powerful being. Considering the various devil fruit development ideas on the forums of his past life, it was clear that devil fruit development in this world was still at a rudimentary stage. Parahuman-type devil fruits, in particular, are, if developed well, far superior to natural-type devil fruits. Some people simply waste these powerful fruits. Of the 3 major types of devil fruits, natural, parahuman, and animal, the natural type is considered the strongest because it allows a person to rapidly grow to a high level. However, even such a powerful fruit is useless if its owner is incompetent. Shen Fei still remembers a case of a natural-type devil fruit whose owner was extremely incompetent. It seems there's a guy in this world who must die. He doesn't have to be Pirate King, but he must die. Thinking of this guy, Shen Fei immediately felt a pang of displeasure. Unfortunately, this guy's level is too low. From his words, I can't tell what time period he's in. I can only speculate. This captain was a well-known figure in the East China Sea, a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. In the Grand Line, a bounty of tens of millions is just a minion, but in the East China Sea, the nominally weakest East China Sea, a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is a major pirate. As one of the few large pirate groups in the East China Sea, they theoretically have more than just these few men. With the exception of Luffy's elite Straw Hat Pirates, which have fewer than 10 members, other pirate groups typically have at least dozens, and even the more powerful ones have at least 100. This captain, who commands a bounty of tens of millions, previously had nearly 300 men and 7 pirate ships. The reason they're so small now is because they recently encountered the East China Sea's dominant force, the Creek Pirates. Although they ultimately escaped, they suffered heavy casualties. The Creek Pirates are the undisputed overlords of the East China Sea, commanding nearly 100 ships and nearly 5,000 men. They were daring enough to attack a naval branch base head-on, a force that could make even the smallest child cry. Even so, the Creek Pirates remain unsatisfied, seeking to expand their empire. Along the way, they either joined or killed any pirate groups they encountered. The Creek Pirates' immense strength intimidated the East China Sea Navy, who dared not pursue them. This allowed the Creek Pirates to act with even greater impunity. The Creek Pirates are still in the East China Sea, which means Luffy shouldn't be out at sea yet. What's the Navy doing? Any Rear Admiral, Commodore, or Colonel from headquarters could take care of the Creek Pirates, powerful in the East China Sea, were practically nothing to the Navy, let alone the Grand Line. Even if they hadn't had the misfortune of encountering the board Hawkeye, they wouldn't have survived long on the Grand Line. A bounty of tens of millions should be worth a lot of money to the Navy, Shen Fei thought to himself. He then drew a strange pattern on the deck and threw all the pirates into it. The Philosopher's Stone transformation array. The enemy was a ruthless pirate, engaged in arson, murder, and looting. Therefore, Shen Fei felt no burden in transforming them into Philosopher's Stones. Among pirates, aside from a few like the Straw Hat Lights, who haven't committed any evil, the vast majority are not good people and face certain death, including the Whitebird pirates. They accept sons from all who come their way, but there's a mixed bag. There's a saying that rings true, pirates are pirates. Even though Luffy's crew has consistently stood up for justice and saved countless lives, they've also harmed many. Luffy steals treasure from other pirate groups, while other pirates steal from civilians, which is in direct harm. Of course, this isn't a big deal. The main point is that Luffy's actions legitimize piracy, just like Roger's. His last words inspired countless people to embark on the path of piracy. If Luffy were to become a pirate, the same thing would likely happen. Even though the pirates he describes are completely different from what most people think of them, Luffy describes them as more like navigators, but he hasn't made that clear. However, the pirates aren't righteous, and the same goes for the Navy. While many members of the Navy, such as Garp, Sengoku, and Aokiji, are righteous, when you add the world government and the celestial dragons to the mix, this sense of justice is greatly diminished. The Demon Slayer Order, Tenjojin, and the Revolutionary Army are the only truly righteous faction in the pirate world. Sadly, they're also the weakest. In a normal world, the world government and the celestial dragons would have been overthrown long ago. But who can blame the powerful in this world for being able to single-handedly take on entire nations? Under such circumstances, ordinary people simply can't stand a chance against the celestial dragons. The same seems to be true for Sengoku. The celestial dragons appear foolish, but how could they have ruled the world for so long without powerful subordinates? The celestial dragon's king, is a hidden figure. By the way, why don't we get enough nuclear bombs and set off a massive fireworks display at the Holy Land, thanks to modern technology? While the pirate world's powerful are incredibly powerful, they're not invincible. A high-yield nuclear bomb would be dropped. Aside from the celestial dragon's king, the mysterious Shen Fei was unsure of his chances. Everyone else, including the 5 elders, would be guaranteed to survive. The 4 emperors, no matter their circumstances, were equal before a nuclear bomb. Looks like I really need to prepare nuclear bombs for self-defense. Shen Fei had initially dismissed the idea, but the emergence of this world immediately put it on the agenda. The Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons of the pirate world, was nothing compared to a nuclear bomb. Even the Jericho missile, previously produced by the Stark Group, could do the same, even if it meant the Sea King and the Celestial King. Without knowing the specifics, it's hard to say. Of course, even if Shen Fei obtained a nuclear bomb, he wouldn't use it immediately. The Celestial Dragon's situation wasn't so easily resolved. As long as remained alive, the Celestial Dragons could reappear at any moment. This was one possibility. Another possibility was that Shen Fei hadn't come to this world to be a nameless savior. He couldn't even save the people of Player 1, let alone the pirate world. His main purpose in coming to this world was to become powerful. As long as he was strong enough, defeating wouldn't be a big deal. Haki, but which side should I join? Pirates definitely can't do it. Which one should I choose, the Navy or the Revolutionary Army? Learning Haki wouldn't work on the pirate side. Not to mention that he previously disapproved of Luffy's actions. Even if he did, pirates who wanted to learn Haki would have to risk their lives. In the first half of the Grand Line, few pirates knew Haki. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army were different. They had systematic instruction. If it weren't for some hidden concerns on the Navy's part, pirates in the first half of the Grand Line wouldn't have been able to reach the New World. For example, they could have an admiral guard the entrance to the New World and see how many could make it through. Even without an admiral, a few powerful vice-admirals would have done the trick. Chapter 159, One Piece, Part 2. Thinking about that now is too far-fetched. Improving my own strength is the most important thing right now. Shen Fei shook his head vigorously, clearing his mind of these thoughts. Then, a massive fireball appeared in his right hand, incinerating the pirates' bodies and their crew. After watching the pirate ship completely burn and sink into the sea, Shen Fei finally stood on his flying board, turned around, and flew to the left. The Philosopher's Stone transmutation formation was far too sinister. If leaked, it would be a target of public condemnation. To prevent such an incident, a complete erasure of all traces was imperative. Even in the world of One Piece, there was no room for complacency. The reason for the change in direction was because they had found a map of the East China Sea from these pirates. In the world of pirates, what was most important? A map. To become Pirate King, one must possess a map to Raftel. Not only in this world, but even in modern society, maritime maps are equally important. The development of modern shipping routes was the result of countless sacrifices. I didn't expect these guys to have a map of the Grand Line. I wonder who's spreading this stuff around. Among pirates, only the most powerful know the Grand Line. This world doesn't have the internet. While there's news, information travels very slowly. Without a certain level of experience, one isn't qualified to know the Grand Line. Of course, Luffy, who initially had a red hair figure by his side, is an exception. Among the pirates of the Four Seas, only those who can obtain a map of the Grand Line and journey there are considered true pirates. Pirates who haven't been there aren't considered true pirates. While the map of the Grand Line wasn't of much use to Shen Fei, it could serve as a reference. His idea of traveling to the Grand Line was simple: he could simply pass through the calm belt. Unless a ship is powerful enough to ignore the Sea Kings in the calm belt, or has sea stone embedded in it like the Navy, venturing into the calm belt is simply courting death. But after all, Shen Fei can fly. Now that he had the map, Shen Fei's first stop was naturally Rogue Town, a famous scenic spot on the East China Sea, the town of origin and end. It was the place where Roger was executed. Visiting the scenic spot was like a pilgrimage to another world. Because the journey was quite long, Shen Fei found an uninhabited island along the way, switched to a Quinjet, and flew at full speed towards Rogue Town. In terms of pure speed, the Quinjet couldn't match the Iron Man suit at full speed. Shen Fei chose the Quinjet over the Iron Man suit because it was too cramped. Short-range flights were not a problem, but long-distance flights were not as comfortable as the Quinjet. If there was no other choice, the Iron Man suit was certainly a good option, but when there was a choice, comfort was the priority. A world without surveillance is great, Shen Fei thought with a hint of pride as he blended in with the crowd at the Rogue Town harbor. In modern society, even with teleportation, if you don't want to be seen, you have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how you've covered such a long distance in such a short time. But things were different in the pirate world. Shen Fei didn't even need to assume a false identity for the time being. Unless he became extremely famous, like one of the four emperors or a major criminal. Someone would specifically investigate his background. The Navy is guarding here. Are they looking for pirates? On one side of the harbor, several Marines were scanning the people disembarking and disembarking from the ships with wanted posters in their hands. Across from the Marines, several others were also searching for people with wanted posters, but their clothing was different, making it clear they weren't part of the same organization. Bounty hunters, Shen Fei learned their identities from the conversations around them. As the island where the former Pirate King died, and as the last resupply point for the Grand Line from the East China Sea, Rogue Town was once a place of rampant piracy. It was only in recent years, under the leadership of the smoky Captain Smoker, who had apprehended numerous pirates, that order in Rogue Town improved. Of course, there was another reason for this. Nearly 20 years had passed, and there had been no news of Raftel, leading many to believe it was a joke from Roger's last moments. Consequently, fewer pirates were making the pilgrimage. Coupled with the Navy's deliberate propaganda, Roger's reputation was now infamous across the seas, a common enemy hated by the civilian population. I have to say, the Navy uniforms are truly stunning. Looking at a Navy captain wearing the white cloak of justice, Shen Fei thought of how he would look wearing one. In the Navy, lower-ranking enlisted personnel weren't allowed to wear the white cloak of justice, only officers could. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Shen Fei was admiring the Navy uniform, gunfire suddenly rang out. The sudden blast plunged the once bustling harbor into chaos. Fearing being caught in the crossfire, everyone fled in all directions, causing considerable trouble for the Navy. Are you kidding me? The sudden chaos prompted Shen Fei to immediately draw his wand, quietly cast an armor spell on himself, and then duck to the side. Get down, everyone get down, the captain shouted. While a few men obeyed his command and fell, the others continued to flee. In the chaos, many fell in pools of blood. "Brothers, charge! We must rescue the captain today." With these cries, Shen Fei immediately discovered what was happening. Two merchant ships had just approached, and nearly 100 pirates, armed with various weapons, had burst out from them. Hearing their cries, Shen Fei roughly guessed what was happening. The captain had probably been captured by the Navy, and they were rushing to rescue him, a truly heartfelt gesture. However, they were somewhat unwise. Rogue Town was a place where the Navy had a branch base, and with Captain Smoker in tow, not only these pirates, but even the Creek Pirates, a pirate group boasting 5,000 men, wouldn't dare openly attack them. Bang! With nearly 100 pirates appearing, the Navy immediately fired flares, requesting support. Then, under the captain's leadership, the Navy began to resist the pirates. Upon seeing this, the bounty hunters on the side immediately fled. The reason bounty hunters aren't very well known in the pirate world is simple: most are driven by profit. They don't dare become pirates, fearing the Navy's wanted list, but also unwilling to accept the constraints of the Navy, so they become bounty hunters. They don't mind taking action when there's a profit to be made, but now the odds are so vast that they naturally flee. When you have guns, choosing hand-to-hand combat seems similar to fighting a mage. Hiding nearby, Shen Fei hesitated whether to intervene. As for who to help, it was obvious who would help. Of course, it would be the Navy. Regardless of the Navy's backing, at least they were truly fighting to protect the people. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Shen Fei decided to take action, a series of gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Each shot brought down a man, and the sound of gunfire continued. In the blink of an eye, dozens of men fell. This sudden change instantly shattered the pirates' momentum. Dozens more Marines then appeared from afar. With the gunfire still blazing, they soon brought down in nearly 100 pirates. Just as the pirates were about to fall, there was only a roar as a strikingly stylish motorcycle slammed into the harbor. Smoker arrived, a cigar in his mouth, his hands slung over his shoulders. "By the way, is that cigar real?" Looking at the cigar in Smoker's mouth, Shen Fei suddenly recalled a theory he'd read on a forum in his previous life about Smoker, that Smoker's cigars were purely for show, just for show, and the smoke was simply the result of his ability. "Those bastards," Smoker cursed, gazing at the chaotic harbor. After the pirates were all but destroyed, the ordinary people who had been sprawled on the ground immediately scrambled to their feet and scattered. "You're too late," a middle-aged man dressed like a cowboy smiled and nodded at Smoker's arrival. "Thanks to you this time," Smoker nodded in return. "No need to thank me, just the usual payment. Come to my office later and I'll sign for you." Daddy, the middle-aged man with a child, was once the Navy's foremost sniper. He even challenged Jesus of the Red Hair Pirates in a marksmanship test. Although defeated, he had a glorious defeat. He could have risen further in Marine headquarters, but for the sake of his daughter, he left the Navy and became a bounty hunter, specializing in those with bounties ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. He generally wouldn't take on anyone over 5 million. Daddy's reasoning was for his daughter's safety. Whether in the Navy, pirates, or bounty hunters, safety is difficult to guarantee at a certain level. Therefore, for his daughter's safety, he targeted smaller players, because even if someone sought revenge, they wouldn't be a match for him. Former Admiral Zephyr was a supreme leader in the Navy, immensely powerful. He mentored the 3 current admirals and even claimed not to kill admirals. But even so, his wife and children were murdered by pirates, effectively shattering Zephyr's reputation. If an admiral couldn't guarantee the safety of his family, the safety of his subordinates would be even more uncertain. Daddy's actions might have been cowardly, but they were all driven by his love for his daughter. As a bounty hunter, Daddy carried at least 30 firearms, which was why he was able to fire continuously. While the Marines cleaned up the battlefield, Smoker kept a close eye on the group still at the harbor, including Shen Fei. Anyone who remained calm amidst such chaos was undoubtedly no ordinary person. However, without solid evidence, Smoker could only stare. Without ID cards and security cameras, it's hard to tell who's a pirate and who's an ordinary person. Not every pirate group, like Luffy and his crew, declares their identities to everyone they meet, as if being a pirate is a truly remarkable status. Of course. For Luffy, being a pirate is indeed a truly remarkable status, and his ability to proudly declare it every time stems from this understanding. Smoker doesn't seem to be that domineering now. Under Smoker's gaze, Shen Fei calmly left the port and headed towards Rogue Town. Tashaji, as Shen Fei headed towards Rogue Town, he soon encountered a group of Marines heading towards the port. They were led by a black-haired girl wearing glasses, wielding a famous sword. What a bustling scene! Rogue Town was bustling with activity. The commotion at the port seemed to have had no effect on them at all, as if they'd gotten used to it. Even the docks quickly returned to normalcy. After all, Rogue Town was a very prosperous place. The only unfortunate ones were probably those affected and the Marines who had died. Should we go by the 2 swords Zoro will receive in the future, thanks to his previous wealth, Shen Fei was now considered a wealthy man in Rogue Town. Shen Fei didn't know how to wield a sword. In the pirate world, swords and blades weren't really distinguished, but that didn't stop him from collecting famous swords, much like some wealthy people in modern society collect antiques. There's a lot of people coming to see Roger's execution site. A crowd gathered around the platform where Roger was executed, some taking photos with Den Den Mushi, while others were cursing Roger. While the 4 Seas couldn't communicate due to the comm belt, it wasn't completely impossible. The Navy, or rather the world government, had organized companies similar to passenger ships to transport people to other locations, though of course, the costs were extremely high. This was likely a key source of revenue for the world government. The average person couldn't afford to build such a ship. Without Seastone, they couldn't always have a skilled crew to drive off the Sea Kings. Zoro's sword doesn't matter, but I absolutely must get the Den Den Mushi. Seeing the camera-shaped Den Den Mushi in the man's hand, Shen Fei realized he'd forgotten about it. This is a unique feature of the pirate world. Den Den Mushi aren't just for communication. The golden Den Den Mushi, for example, is the symbol of the Demon Slayer Order. It seems only the Navy possesses the golden Den Den Mushi. There are also silver, black, white, and so on. Den Den Mushi are a large family, even larger than ordinary ships. The Germa seem to use these Den Den Mushi ships. These Den Den Mushi are truly amazing, capable of climbing walls. They can even scale heights like the Red Earth continent. It's truly remarkable. It seems the Den Den Mushi's communication range is unlimited. I wonder if it could allow Marvel Earth to communicate with other planets. Although he thought the idea was far-fetched, Shen Fei decided to experiment. Vegapunk, if you want to contact him, it seems that joining the Navy is the only way. If you can get the method that allows objects to consume devil fruits, it would be great. Shen Fei is very much looking forward to what the Ant-Man suit will look like after consuming a devil fruit. Not only the Ant-Man suit, but also the Iron Man suit. What would happen if dozens of Iron Man suits consumed a devil fruit? If you think a little more, what would happen if Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor's hammer, or even the Cosmic Cube consumed a devil fruit? Chapter 161 Peace, and Kid, get out of the way. Just as Shen Fei was intently watching Roger's execution, a powerful force suddenly struck him from behind, causing him to stumble and fall to the side. Luckily, his quick reaction prevented him from falling. After Shen Fei regained his balance, he turned furiously behind him. His vision darkened as he saw a massive, burly man standing behind him, nearly 2.5 meters tall. Shen Fei realized that the people around him had vanished. Behind the man stood 6 men, each armed with a different weapon. Get out of the way. Perhaps noticing Shen Fei's lack of reaction, the man swung his massive hand towards Shen Fei's head. Feeling the gust of wind from his swung hand, Shen Fei immediately realized the force of the blow. The others watching, though a few showed a hint of pity, smiled with schadenfreude. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the square. The smiles of the onlookers froze upon seeing what had happened. They had expected the smaller man, Shen Fei, to be the one sent flying, but instead, the burly man clutched his already bent arm, howling in agony. "Brother, you bastard! How dare you plot against me?" The man's cry of pain caused the 6 men behind him to draw their weapons and charge at Shen Fei with furious cries. "Ambush!" Shen Fei sneered, dodging the forward blade. He then kicked the man's arm, breaking it with a crack. The sword flew to the side, narrowly missing the onlookers and causing those around him to retreat even further in fear. "Stop!" Just as Shen Fei had taken down the second man, the Marines guarding the area gathered around him. Seeing the Marines' presence, the other men reluctantly withdrew. "What's going on?" The leading Navy officer was a lieutenant, responsible for maintaining law and order in the square. "They suddenly attacked me, and I was forced to fight back," Shen Fei said calmly, spreading his hands. While his physical prowess wasn't particularly impressive in the pirate world, it was still much stronger than the average. With his current physique, he could easily defeat Luffy, who had just arrived at sea, let alone those minions who appeared out of nowhere. Is that so? The lieutenant looked at Shen Fei with suspicion. After all, those who had fallen were enemies, and Shen Fei appeared unharmed. I am the Pirate King. Just as the lieutenant was contemplating how to handle the situation, a young man suddenly climbed onto Roger's execution platform in front of him and shouted loudly, "Get down, you bastard!" This man seemed to immediately provoke the public outrage, and the people in the square roared at him. Unfortunately, he didn't come down, but instead continued to shout, "You want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it, I've got it all there." Boom. As he roared with laughter, a red flame suddenly shot out from the side, instantly setting the figure ablaze. He screamed and fell from the platform. The flames on him remained blazing even as he fell to the ground. "That's Ace." Shen Fei immediately looked towards the source of the flames. He saw a figure wearing a yellow hat crouching on the wall at the edge of the square. He raised his head and smiled brightly. Combined with a unique card on his hat, depicting two different expressions, one crying and the other laughing, Shen Fei immediately knew who it was. Why is Ace here at this time? Could he have just left the sea? If he had obtained the flame fruit right after leaving, that's incredible luck. That's a natural type devil fruit. If you didn't develop it carelessly like some idiot, you could become a powerful force. Shen Fei felt a surge of envy towards Ace. Luffy's fruit was far inferior in comparison. Although Shen Fei knew there were no useless fruits, only useless people, he couldn't help but envy him. Devil fruits possess certain finite abilities, like Shen Fei's Operation Fruit, which ignores all physical hardness. In certain situations, a devil fruit can more easily resolve a problem. For example, Fugitora's meteorite rains down. If Zoro were to deal with it, he would have needed to unleash his ultimate attack to even destroy it. However, with specialized devil fruits, the meteorite can be easily destroyed, such as Law's Operation Fruit and Doflamingo's String Fruit, which effortlessly slice through the meteorite. Of course, if one reaches Hawkeye's level, the problem becomes trivial. A single strike of the sword can easily destroy the meteorite. It's a shame that Ace hasn't fully developed such a powerful fruit. The flame fruit is theoretically more powerful than Akanu's magma fruit, as its flames have no upper limit. Theoretically, it could potentially produce flames as powerful as a nuclear explosion. If Ace could achieve this level, or even a lower level, he wouldn't have died so easily at Akanu's hands. Of course, Ace's inability to do so may be due to his lack of knowledge of fire, so his flames remain ordinary, just like Law's devil fruit in this world, which is inferior to Shen Fei's. Speaking of which, the development of devil fruits seems very similar to alchemy. Thinking about the development of devil fruits in this world, and comparing his own application of the surgery fruit to that of Luo, which was very different, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of alchemy. Alchemy is the application of knowledge, and devil fruits are actually the same in some aspects. So, I should be considered an alchemy fruit. With this thought, Shen Fei immediately walked out of the square. Because Ace's actions had attracted the Navy, Shen Fei and the strongman's group took this opportunity to leave. Neither Shen Fei nor the other party wanted to continue to face the Navy. As for Ace, perhaps because he was new to the sea and his strength was not strong, but after all, he had a nature-type devil fruit, so he would not be caught by a few Navy. Although Ace says he hates Roger, judging by his behavior just now, he still has feelings for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just killed him. Although Shen Fei was somewhat excited to see Ace, he had no intention of approaching him. Back then, I was very sad about Ace's death, but now that I've seen him in person, I'm only slightly happy, and I have absolutely no intention of getting to know him. Is this the difference between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds? Is this just Yagong's love for dragons, not just Ace? Even Luffy has no intention of meeting him right now, let alone joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Sigh. Thinking of this, Shen Fei smiled and shook his head. As Shen Fei was about to leave the square, he suddenly caught sight of several figures. The look of one of them made Shen Fei pause. When the person's gaze met his, Shen Fei immediately pretended to walk away normally. Long, he's here too. A nervous Shen Fei quickly left the square. Only then recalling the situation of the people he had just seen. One was Long of the Revolutionary Army, and the other was supposedly the king of the land of transvestites. Shen Fei had forgotten their names. Although they were both cloaked and hooded to hide their faces, Shen Fei could still tell who they were from a quick glance. Long's face was still fresh in Shen Fei's memory. If the transvestite king's ability were in the Marvel world, it would definitely bring happiness to many people. In the United States of the Marvel Universe, those who desperately want to change their gender, even if it's just a superficial change, flock to it, even if it requires great hardship. Unfortunately, while Marvel has a wealth of advanced technology, it lacks a method for completely changing someone's gender, even with Shen Fei's Operation Fruit. The transvestite king, on the other hand, can complete the yin-yang swap with just a single injection, and it's a complete transformation. This ability is truly amazing. Captain, a figure behind Long whispered, looking back at Shen Fei, who hadn't noticed. Although Shen Fei's movements were minor, Long and his companions were so powerful that they had noticed even the slightest movement. Long shook his head slightly at his men's question, his gaze returning to Ace, who was actually engaged in the battle with the Marines. Ace had already defeated several Marines, causing the crowd around him to disperse. The Marines were already calling for backup, and in this situation, they had better leave if they didn't want to be affected by the Marines. Smoker had improved the security of Rogue Town, but this security was based on an unspoken understanding. If the pirates didn't cause trouble in Rogue Town, the Marines would ignore them. This was a pirate world, and the number of both existing and impending pirates was countless. Even the most powerful Marines couldn't distinguish them. It was simply that the pirates of this world were foolish enough to announce their names wherever they went. Otherwise, unless they were famous, the Marines would simply ignore them. Let's stay here for now. The chaos in the square didn't affect Shen Fei. After a brief tour of Rogue Town, Shen Fei decided to stay in the town for now and connect to the dimensional space. Once that was accomplished, the pirate world would be his for the taking. Opening a large portal and pulling the Revolutionary Army directly to the Red Earth continent would be quite interesting. Of course, there are space-related devil fruits in the pirate world, such as the Door fruit. However, the Door fruit can only carry 1 or 2 people at most, and the range is still unknown. There, like dimensional magic, it practically ignores distance. Not only space-related devil fruits exist, but even time-related devil fruits are incredibly powerful. To avoid Smoker's suspicion, let's open a small shop. With this in mind, Shen Fei quickly opened a general store in Rogue Town. With the help of numerous Baileys, all the formalities were completed quickly. The so-called general store was actually a weapons store. Rogue Town once had many weapon shops, but now, due to Smoker's behavior, the profits of weapon shops have drastically decreased, and many have closed down. Of course, this was only superficial. Rogue Town's underground black market still boasted numerous weapons dealers. As the final stop on the Grand Line, many pirates needed to stock up on weapons, food, and other resources. Smoker's navy could defend Rogue Town's port, but the island it sat on was vast, making it easy for pirates to land anywhere, making it impossible for the navy to defend. Shen Fei cared little for the profits of these black market operations. He opened the shop primarily out of boredom. He couldn't just stay home all day, navigating interdimensional space. He didn't expect the shop to make a profit, anyway. As for how the shop's weapons were made, it was simple enough. With the materials and alchemy, any weapon could be created instantly. With a large alchemy array and sufficient materials, Shen Fei could instantly create enough weapons to arm an entire pirate group. Although Shen Fei had no desire for profit, the general store soon gained its first major customer, none other than Colonel Smoker, who was purchasing for the Navy. The weapons Shen Fei made using alchemy may not be as good as those carefully crafted famous swords, but they are much better than ordinary weapons. Whether it is hardness or sharpness, they are far superior to others. That is to say, Shen Fei did not release them in large quantities, otherwise the other weapon dealers in Rogue Town would probably not be able to make any profit. Because of Smoker, these weapon dealers did not dare to cause trouble for him. In addition, Shen Fei's weapons are only provided to the Navy and do not touch the underground black market, so both sides have been safe. Purchase swords. By the way, why doesn't the Navy equip all of them with firearms? Is it a military budget issue? Obviously, there are powerful technological weapons, but weapons such as swords are so popular, which makes Shen Fei speechless about this world. It's okay for the Navy, but it's the same for the pirates. This should be considered a famous sword. A faint smile crossed Shen Fei's face as he gazed at the newly minted black katana. This katana wasn't mass-produced, but rather the result of a visit to another weapon shop in Rogue Town. where they'd purchased a sword. They'd examined the demonic swords there and found their way to the third-generation Kotetsu. Of course, it was only similar in appearance and hardness, but lacked the third-generation Kotetsu's uncanny abilities. Not a bad weapon. Just as Shen Fei was admiring the weapon, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from within the room. He immediately grasped the katana in his hand and turned to look at the source. A tall figure sat in a chair nearby. It was Long. Still discovered? Observation hacky. Long's appearance startled Shen Fei, and he immediately lowered his katana. With Long's strength, he looked the same with or without a weapon. You seem to know me, Long said calmly, sitting in a chair. I've seen your wanted poster. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long naturally had his own wanted poster. Oh, Long nodded non-committally. What are you doing here? I want to buy some weapons. Chapter 161 6 Styles, Part 1. Weapons. Long's words surprised Shen Fei, but he nodded and followed Long's lead. Sure, what kind of weapons does Mr. Long need? Any weapons will do, but I need a lot, Long continued. Sure, but I don't have that much raw material. Shen Fei was silent for a moment before nodding his agreement. Now that he had met Long here, there was no need to go to such lengths. He could easily learn Haki, the 6 styles, and the like from Long. He hadn't considered Long before because they were too far away from the Revolutionary Army. Who knew they'd encounter him so soon? Besides, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long held a far greater reputation than the Navy. This wasn't to say that Sengoku, Garp, and the others lacked credibility, but they had the world government behind them. We can take care of the raw materials. By the way, would you like to join us, young man? Long asked Shen Fei. To Long, Shen Fei's demonstrated abilities were crucial to the Revolutionary Army. While they might not be strong in frontal combat, their support skills were unmatched. Whether it's the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, or even the pirates, they all need vast quantities of weapons. Otherwise, Doflamingo's underground arms trade wouldn't be so prosperous. Few pirate groups, like Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, don't need to purchase weapons. After all, there are only a handful of top figures in this world. The vast majority are ordinary people, and weapons are extremely important to them. Don't forget, among Luffy's 11 supernovas, one was fond of complaining about the disparity in military strength, relying on the castle fruit to lead a large number of subordinates into battle. Even Shen Fei himself was surprised. In the Marvel Universe, he insisted on not selling weapons, manufacturing them for his own use. Only to have that change upon entering the pirate world would he have been so reckless. What a treat. But joining the Revolutionary Army wasn't a big deal. Providing weapons wouldn't matter, but joining would be too much trouble. He wasn't here to save the world. I'll consider it. The so-called consideration was naturally a polite refusal. He wasn't strong enough right now. If he were stronger, he could have just refused. Oh, that's fine. I wonder when you'll be free, little brother. Don't worry about that. I want to know what the Revolutionary Army will pay you. This was a weapon sale, not a free favor, so of course the compensation had to be agreed upon in advance. Of course it's market price, with the cost of the raw materials deducted from that. After all, the raw materials were provided by the Revolutionary Army, so of course they couldn't charge for them, although if Shen Fei was a little more assertive, he could charge for them. After all, how much were the raw materials worth, and how much were the weapons worth? Not to mention the Navy and the world government, it would be very difficult for the Revolutionary Army to purchase weapons. Otherwise, the leader of the Revolutionary Army wouldn't have come in person. This time, Long appeared in the East China Sea to purchase various supplies for the Revolutionary Army. Compared to the other 3 seas, Long, who was born in the East China Sea, was the most familiar with it. Weapons, food, medicine, and so on were all in short supply for the Revolutionary Army. I don't need money right now. I need the training methods for the 6 marine styles and the cultivation of Haki. How much are these worth in weapons? Negotiating a deal with Long suddenly made Shen Fei realize that starting a company in the pirate world would be the best option. He didn't want to travel the Grand Line from its entrance like Luffy and the others did, so learning Doflamingo's methods wouldn't be a bad idea. Doflamingo's biggest mistake was using the child's play fruit to turn his people into toys, which led to widespread opposition. If he hadn't used the people and instead captured pirates at sea, there wouldn't have been such a problem. As long as his people lived happily, even the reappearance of King Rick wouldn't have shaken his foundation. The same thing happened with Orochi of Wano country. They were trying to catch fish without a clear purpose. Their biggest problem was their inability to capitalize on the long-term benefits. Of course, it wasn't their fault. They didn't have Shen Fei's inherited wisdom, which spanned 5,000 years. Shen Fei's words silenced Long. In reality, the 6 styles and the methods of cultivating domineering might be rare in the 4 Seas and the first half of the Grand Route, but in the New World, while they weren't exactly ubiquitous, obtaining them wasn't difficult if one was determined. The challenge lay in one's ability. Even if Shen Fei joined the Navy, with his abilities, he could immediately acquire these things, and even acquire a rank unmatched by his peers. For a moment, Long was unsure how to offer. Too low would be pointless, while too high would make further cooperation difficult. As for capturing Shen Fei and forcing him to serve the Revolutionary Army for free, the idea had never crossed Long's mind. They were the Revolutionary Army, not pirates, and certainly not the world government. The so-called Revolutionary Army was a group of like-minded companions, not united by threats. What you want isn't noble, Long immediately explained. Is that so? Then, with your personal instruction, how about equipment for 100,000 men? After hearing Long's words, Shen Fei considered for a moment and then offered a figure. No problem. Upon hearing the 100,000-man force, Long immediately agreed. With this equipment, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly see a significant increase in strength. I have one condition. I don't want this to get out. I'll only trade with you. There could be spies from the world government within the Revolutionary Army, and the CP organization was pervasive. Shen Fei didn't want to be targeted just yet. No problem, Long agreed. How about Jericho missiles, or Iron Man suits, or various missiles, artillery, tanks, mortars, and other weapons? I'm really excited just thinking about it. Compared to modern weaponry, the weapons of the pirate world were far too monotonous. Even the Demon Slayer, claimed to be capable of destroying an island, was little more than a continuous bombardment of large-caliber artillery. Let's get started then. By the way, I want to know about the 6 styles and haki, Shen Fei immediately asked. Long was taken aback by Shen Fei's words. He hadn't expected Shen Fei to be so eager, but since Shen Fei had already begun asking, Long answered them one by one. The 6 forms and haki are standard moves in the Navy. Basically, anyone with the necessary skills can learn them. The degree to which one can achieve this is up to one's level, much like a student in school. Because the foundation is so high, anyone who can master even just one of the 6 forms will be awarded the rank of Naval Field Marshal. Mastering all 6 forms and reaching a certain level of proficiency will earn them the rank of Admiral. This is within the Navy, while within CP9, only those who have mastered all 6 forms are considered true CP9. Shen Fei's physical fitness has reached the foundation for learning the 6 forms. Training in this world is truly arduous. The 6 forms are physical techniques, and training in physical techniques is incredibly demanding. After briefly discussing the basics of the 6 forms and haki with Shen Fei, Long left, preparing to return to gather raw materials for Shen Fei to refine. They agreed to meet in a month. The delay was due to Long's need to gather the raw materials and then deliver them to the East China Sea. Since Shen Fei hadn't joined the Revolutionary Army, it was impossible for him to simply go to the Revolutionary Army base, let alone the headquarters. As for the second question, Shen Fei planned to use this time to establish communication with the dimensional space. That way, if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he could always escape. Nature-type devil fruits are indeed incompatible with physical skills. In Rogue Town, Shen Fei continued his training while curiously watching Smoker use the smoke fruit to capture pirates. With his rank as a colonel, Smoker couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with the 6 styles, but he had never used them to capture pirates, always relying on his devil fruit abilities. With Long's guidance, Shen Fei's strength improved rapidly. Part of this was, of course, due to his inherent ability, which he simply didn't know how to utilize. Another factor was the supply of Sea King meat. Rogue Town was not far from the Calm Belt, and after learning about the effects of Sea Kings, Shen Fei headed directly there, using the power of the Operation Fruit to obtain a large amount of Sea King meat. Finally done, time tracked, that day, Shen Fei finally completed communication with the dimensional space and was able to open the portal. He then sold his shop in Rogue Town, left Rogue Town, and headed for Kokoja Village. Kokoja Village, the hour-long pirates, and Nami. According to the original story, it would take about 3 more years for Nami to meet Luffy, which means that Nami still has to suffer for 3 more years. If Shen Fei had not come to this world, Or if he did not have the ability, it would be fine, but since he is here and has the ability, he must deal with the Arlong pirates. Shen Fei had long forgotten the island where Nami was born. As for that place, Shen Fei only remembered Orange, but he had already found out about the island where the Arlong pirates were. If it were not for communicating with the dimensional space, he would have killed them long ago. Speaking of which, the main reason why the Arlong pirates can be so arrogant in Nami, the Navy doesn't care, is because of Jinbei. As a result, Jinbei seems to want to board the Straw Hat's ship and become Nami's companion. What a shame. Riding on a flying broom, Shen Fei used the illusion spell and looked at the very luxurious Arlong paradise built below, and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Because Jinbei is one of the Shichibukai, the Arlong pirates enjoy the same treatment as the Shichibukai, which means that robbery is legal. This world is really speechless. The Navy has been vigorously promoting the crackdown on pirates at sea. But in the end, pirates were given the qualification to legally rob. In other words, as long as they fly the flag of the Shichibukai, even if they're robbed in front of the Navy cannot intervene. Of course, there are definitely some restrictions, but Shen Fei is not a Shichibukai and does not know. Octopus Hachi, this guy seems to have some relationship with Rayleigh. It seems that Nami's adoptive mother died because of him. It's hard for Nami to be so heartless and forgive him in the end. Relying on the bounty order in his hand, Shen Fei compared the cotters of the Arlong pirates one by one. Since he decided to take action, of course he would catch them all in one fell swoop. He's collecting taxes, but this guy, Dragon, has some smarts? So, should I go head on or use a sneak attack? The individual qualities of the fishmen surpass those of ordinary humans, both in strength and lifespan. Unfortunately, they've never produced a powerhouse comparable to the four emperors. If they had, their situation would be much better. Forget it, I'd rather not go head on. I haven't learned all 6 styles yet. After some consideration, Shen Fei decided to resort to a sneak attack. Combining dimensional magic with the Operation Fruit, these fishmen, lacking the defensive armament haki, would find it easy to defeat the dragon pirates. Room Slaughterhouse, a golden spatial portal emerged from behind Dragon. Shen Fei stepped out, unleashing the power of the Operation Fruit and slashing at Dragon, his katana already unsheathed. The sudden change left Dragon with no time to react before Shen Fei chopped him into 6 pieces. Brother Arlong, watching the seemingly dismembered Arlong, Hachi, a leader of the Arlong pirates, charged forward, brandishing 6 blades. Room, following the same pattern, Hachi's body was quickly shattered into several pieces. Then, Kirby, Juu, and the other fishmen all fell under the power of the Opno no Fruit. The Arlong pirates, who had given Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others a hard fight, were easily dispatched by Shen Fei. Such was the power of the Devil Fruit. Had Shen Fei chosen to confront them head-on, he might not have been able to defeat the Arlong pirates' fishmen. Of course, if he had chosen to completely annihilate the Arlong pirates, it would have been simple. A single missile from above would have surely wiped them all out. You got away pretty fast, didn't you? Shen Fei had indeed dispatched all of the Arlong pirates' fishmen, but the Kalai-Tepet had taken the opportunity to escape, its speed putting Shen Fei to shame. What the hell are you trying to do, bastard? A dragon, its head tumbling to the side, saw the entire group of the dragon pirates share the same fate as him and immediately shouted. What? Can't you see? Of course I'm going to kill you all. A mere fishman is so arrogant on human land. What do you really think you are? Shen Fei said as he shot a stream of spider silk into the dragon's mouth, immobilizing it. The enraged dragon quickly bit through the web with its sharp teeth. Huh? As expected of a sawtooth sharkman, your teeth are sharp. So, how about this? Shen Fei continued to fire several streams of spider silk, silencing the dragon. Shut up. As the other fishmen continued to curse, Shen Fei immediately sealed their mouths. Hachi, Rayleigh? It doesn't matter. Shen Fei then fixed his gaze on Hachi's head and made a quick decision. He wasn't Luffy, and he didn't have the ability to turn enemies into friends. Since he had taken action, of course he would kill them all. As for Rayleigh, he was certainly no match for him now, but given time, Rayleigh would be nothing. There's quite a bit of treasure. After defeating the Arlong pirates, the natural thing to do was to plunder their treasure. Gold, silver, jewelry, and a large amount of Baileys had made Shen Fei a small fortune. Snap! After collecting the treasure and other items, Shen Fei stood at the gate of Arlong Paradise, clasped his hands together, pressed them to the ground, and activated his earth-based alchemy. Chapter 162 6 Styles, Part 2. Boom. As the earth alchemy was activated, the entire Arlong paradise ahead immediately began to collapse. A tremendous roar and a violent shaking of the ground alarmed the nearby village of Kokoja. Upon hearing the sound, the people working hard around the village all looked in the direction of Arlong paradise. Kensuk, the village sheriff, looked in the direction of Arlong paradise. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately picked up a pitchfork and headed back. Mr. Kensuk, he hadn't gone far when a girl with short blue hair, looking about 16 or 17, came chasing after them, a stick in hand. Behind her were several adults, also armed with various weapons. What are you doing here? Get back, for Nami's sake, I have to go and see, the girl with short blue hair said resolutely. Nikiko is right. No matter what happens, we should face it together. The worst that can happen is death. We've been a burden to Nami for long enough. It was true that the villagers of Kokoja were very kind, and none of them would turn against their friends. If it weren't for Nami's plea for patience, these villagers might have fought the Arlong pirates to the death, even if they were defeated. Then let's go together, Kensuk thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. As they advanced towards the Arlong pirates, villagers occasionally followed. Shen Fei's sudden action unleashed the long-suppressed anger of the Kokoja villagers. Arlong paradise has disappeared. As they approached the Arlong pirates, they immediately noticed that the once magnificent Arlong paradise was now gone. Seeing this, they quickly quickened their pace, rushing forward. Arriving at the only remaining gate to Arlong paradise, they saw a figure standing there. It was Shen Fei. Beside him were several large boxes of valuables, and on the other side, a large amount of food. The fishmen had much larger appetites than humans, so they stored a large amount of food. When preparing to destroy Arlong paradise, Shen Fei unloaded this food. Who are you? Kensuk stopped the approaching person and walked over to Shen Fei. Just passing by, Shen Fei said calmly. Where are the members of the Arlong pirates? Kensuk asked, looking at the ruined Arlong paradise. You mean the pirates here? I killed them all. Shen Fei, who had defeated the Arlong pirates, stayed here to curry Nami's favor. Perhaps he could recruit Nami into his group someday. As for the future Straw Hat Pirates, that was his concern. Before crossing over, Shen Fei had been fond of Luffy and Ace, but after arriving in this world, he suddenly found that his feelings for them had faded. Since arriving in the East China Sea, he hadn't even considered visiting Windmill Town to meet the present Luffy, let alone joining the future Straw Hat Pirates. Furthermore, Luffy was, strictly speaking, a complete jerk. He challenged powerful beings with insufficient strength, relying on desperate efforts to win, and on several occasions nearly annihilated the Straw Hat Pirates. Crocodile, Anel, CP9, Gecko Mariah, all the way to Bubble Island. If Tyrant Bear had suddenly turned against them, the Straw Hat Pirates would have been wiped out on Bubble Island. Even the slightest deviation in these battles would have at least decimated the Straw Hat Pirates. Rather than letting Nami suffer alongside Luffy, it's better for her to be with him, at least he can keep her safe. By the way, without Nami, would Luffy's team be vulnerable? In the world of pirates, navigators, while often lacking in combat power, are crucial. Without a skilled navigator, navigating the Grand Line is incredibly difficult. The Grand Line's greatest danger lies not in the powerful Sea Kings, but in the volatile natural environment. Nami's navigator talent is unparalleled in this world. She's the kind of navigator even the Golden Lions covet. If Nami had been with the Golden Lions flying pirates, the siege of Roger might have had a different outcome. I'm overthinking this. There's only one navigator in this world. Without Nami, I can always find another. He'll just be less capable than her. It was with this thought in mind that Shen Fei stayed, otherwise, he could have easily left quietly. As for the potential consequences of destroying the Arlong pirates, including the potential to offend Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Rayleigh, Shen Fei didn't care. First, those two wouldn't necessarily cause trouble for him. Furthermore, even if they did, they'd just hide with the Revolutionary Army. With time, he could completely ignore them. The Arlong pirates have all been wiped out. Upon hearing this news, the villagers of Kokoja village, stunned for a moment, then cheered. They dropped their weapons and shouted in excitement. Tears welled up in Nikiko's eyes. For years, she had feigned strength for Nami's sake, fearing that if she fell, Nami would be even more devastated. Afterward, Shen Fei was enthusiastically invited to the village by the villagers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Fei gave them the treasures and food, leaving them to manage them. Initially, the villagers refused, but after Shen Fei explained that the treasures weren't just for the village, they finally agreed. While the villagers of Kokoja village were pitiful, they weren't the most vulnerable. After all, they still had Nami. To obtain Nami's talent, Arlong hadn't oppressed Kokoja excessively. But other villages were different. The island where Kokoja village was located wasn't just one village. Even Rogue Town had villages surrounding it. Not to mention, the Arlong pirates ruled over more than just one island. Shen Fei couldn't control how the treasures and food were distributed among the people of Kokoja village. After all, he wasn't a savior, and the number of people he could help was limited. Nami will definitely be very happy to be back this time. She won't have to work so hard anymore. The Arlong pirates' disappearance delighted the villagers of Kokoja village, and with the food Shen Fei had provided, they threw a feast. To raise the 100 million berries the dragon had promised, Nami had been scouring the East China Sea for money. Primarily stealing from pirates, Nami had even earned the nickname Little Thief Cat. However, achieving 100 million berries this way wasn't easy for Nami. While a 100 million berries might not seem like much to Shen Fei, it was a monumental sum to Nami. It was also because of this that Nami developed a love for money. She held the financial power of the Straw Hat Pirates, though this was only superficial. When necessary, Nami could bend the rules, like when she was on Bubble Island, willing to spend all her money to save the mermaid. Looks like I won't be seeing Nami for a while. Nami was out at sea, and even Najiko didn't know when she would return. Shen Fei certainly couldn't wait around for that long. So after a day in Kokoja, he left. Bang! Near the Calm Belt, on an uninhabited island not far from the Calm Belt, approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, Shen Fei shattered a boulder over 2 meters in diameter with a single kick. After leaving Kokoja village, Shen Fei had found this island and began training there, focusing primarily on the 6 styles of shaving and storm kicks. Of the 6 styles, shaving, moon step, and storm kicks primarily rely on kicks, which is why Shen Fei practiced them first, intending to move on to iron block, paper drawing, and finger gun. The 6 styles of moon steps, Shen Fei considered the most effective technique, especially in the sea-dominated world. Originally, Shen Fei had chosen an island within the Calm Belt, approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, for training. However, the creatures on the island were too powerful. With Shen Fei's current strength, relying solely on physical skills was simply not enough to defeat them. If he hadn't already been able to apparel it, he would have been in trouble. While he could clear the island with the Operation Fruit and Dimensional Magic, that wouldn't be considered Taijutsu training. So, Shen Fei found an island near the Calm Belt and began practicing in seclusion, occasionally going there to battle the creatures. His training was reminiscent of Luffy's in the original series, the only difference being that he didn't have a powerful mentor by his side. 2 years of personal instruction from Pluto Rayleigh was a privilege not afforded to everyone. The same was true for Zoro. Luffy's physique is truly remarkable. Simply by looking at the 6 styles, he's able to use shave in second gear, and at a speed exceeding most CP9s. Shave, Shen Fei growled, his figure instantly vanishing from his original position, reappearing over 20 meters away before vanishing again. After about 6 reappearances, Shen Fei finally stopped, panting. With my current physique, I can only perform shave 6 times in a row. I'm still a long way from being able to perform it infinitely. Snap, snap, snap. Just as Shen Fei was pondering this, he suddenly heard applause. Turning, he saw Long, who had appeared out of nowhere, clapping his hands. Beside him stood a giant, roughly 6 or 7 meters tall, clutching a book in his right hand. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. He actually brought the 7 warlords right here. Is Long really that bold? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei approached Long. We're ready. Long's presence signaled that his side was ready. Very good. How about you? Anytime. We can leave right now. Then let's go, please. Long looked up at Tyrant Kuma behind him. Kuma nodded slightly, then raised his left hand, and in an instant, the 3 of them appeared on an unfamiliar island. The meatball fruit's power is truly powerful. Shen Fei immediately understood Kuma's power as he watched the scene change. Looking at Kuma, who remained silent, and thinking about his fate, Shen Fei shook his head inwardly. What a pity for Kuma. An island in the calm belt? Dragons are still quite cautious, aren't they? Gazing at the massive Sea King in the distance, Shen Fei immediately knew where this place was. Then, on one side, Shen Fei saw several piles of raw materials, nearly 10 meters high, consisting of vast quantities of iron ore, and various broken swords, weapons, and cannons. On the other side, several piles of gunpowder and other materials lay. Beneath these piles of raw materials lay a pre-engraved refining array. This kind of large-scale refining, with or without a refining array, was completely different. Did you see how powerful the little man in the bottle was? Did you still need a national refining array? You can't just activate it out of thin air. Regarding weapon refining, Shen Fei had already discussed it with Dragon through Den Mushi, hence the pre-engraved refining array. The refining array's exposure didn't matter to Shen Fei, no one in this world could activate it anyway. Let's begin, Shen Fei said, clasping his hands together and slamming them onto the ground. Instantly, the pile of raw materials emanated a strange light and transformed into a field of swords, spears, and other cold weapons. The same method was repeated, but this time, various types of force appeared, all standard naval weaponry. Shen Fei had originally intended to refine the legendary AK-47, but then thought better of it. Besides a variety of firearms, there were also numerous naval artillery pieces. Even in the world of pirates, artillery was a formidable force. Don't forget, the Demon Slayer order was an artillery attack. The piles of gunpowder had been refined into a vast quantity of ammunition. Such a bizarre ability had even Bear on the side looking bewildered. Devil fruits were all sorts of strange and wonderful, but this was the first time he had seen one. Both Long and Bear mistook Shen Fei's ability for a devil fruit. Shen Fei, of course, wouldn't explain it specifically. After all, whatever abilities he used from now on could be attributed to the alchemy fruit, even teleportation, just like Bear's meatball fruit. Looking at the numerous weapons before him, Long's expression, though calm, revealed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Thank you for the trouble. Seeing all the materials refined into weapons, Long nodded to Shuang beside him. Shuang nodded as well, then appeared beside the weapons. He slowly extended his left hand toward them. As his hand moved, invisible air seemed to contract, forming a vast air shield that enveloped the weapons. Shuang then slapped the shield with his left hand, sending the weapons flying. What a convenient method. Shen Fei watched Shuang repeat the same trick, quickly sending all the weapons and ammunition flying. Even with the equally miraculous surgery fruit and dimensional magic, he felt a touch of envy at the sight. After all the weapons had been blasted away, Shuang nodded to Long and disappeared. It'll take some time for the next batch of materials to arrive. Based on the conditions above, I'll guide you, but are you prepared for the hardship? Long didn't leave. Of course, being personally mentored by a 4 Emperor-level figure, and one who hails from the Orthodox Navy, was something Shen Fei couldn't have asked for more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 6 Styles, Part 2. Shave, on a large, uninhabited island within the doldrums, Shen Fei's right foot stomped rapidly on the ground, and he instantly appeared behind the tyrant bear. He then leaped up and kicked the bear's right leg. Because the height difference between the bear and Shen Fei was too great, Shen Fei intended to kick the bear's body, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Bang! As if anticipating the attack, the bear blocked Shen Fei's leg with its left palm just as Shen Fei was about to strike. After hitting the bear's left palm, Shen Fei felt an unparalleled rebound force radiating from the bear's palm. The immense force sent Shen Fei's body carelessly flying backwards. If it were still the Shen Fei of a month ago, facing this immense rebound force, he would have been helplessly falling to the ground. But now, as he flew backwards, Shen Fei flipped his body in the air, swiftly stepping his right foot into the air, and his body instantly changed direction, performing the moon step. As Shen Fei's body flew quickly in the air towards the bear, he kicked the bear's right shoulder, but unfortunately, it was the bear's palm that met Shen Fei's attack on the right shoulder, and Shen Fei was once again bounced away. The fight with the bear for a month made Shen Fei very depressed, because the bear's meatball fruit was very unstoppable. The more powerful the force he used, the more terrifying the rebound force would be. Shen Fei, who has bounced away again, relied on the moonstep and shaving to get close to the bear again, but unfortunately, facing the bear's palms and its strong body, even if he hit the bear occasionally, it would not hurt him. At this time, Shen Fei had been training on this island for nearly 2 months. Except for the first half-month when Long taught him personally, he was taught by Long later. After all, Long was the leader of the Revolutionary Army and it was impossible for him to be absent for a long time. For the next month and a half, Kuma was both guiding him through training and engaging him in actual combat. Leveraging the healing power of the meatball fruit and Shen Fei's own natural healing abilities, Shen Fei practically never rested, constantly training with Kuma. This month and a half was crucial for Shen Fei. His physical advancement astounded both Long and Kuma. The primary reason for this was, of course, Shen Fei's superior foundation. Virus enhancement, the Operation Fruit, dimensional magic, and the Philosopher's Stone all significantly enhanced his body. All Shen Fei lacked was the training method. The powerful in the pirate world possessed exceptional healing abilities. As long as they weren't killed instantly, no matter how severe their injuries, they could quickly recover. Milk even had the powerful effect of filling teeth. Luffy's broken tooth healed instantly after drinking a bottle of milk. However, even so, their healing speed wasn't as fast as Shen Fei's. While Shen Fei healed instantly, they needed medical attention and continued to rest in bed for a while. If Shen Fei hadn't been so afraid of exposing himself too much, Long and Shuang would have been even more shocked. Don't forget, he still had the Philosopher's Stone, unused. Even the Philosopher's Stone, regardless of cost, wouldn't be enough to restore Red Hair's severed arm. That's enough. After Shen Fei was once again ricocheted away, Shuang waved his hand to signal a halt. Further fighting would be a waste of time. Your current strength is already quite impressive. You can just practice slowly from now on. As one of the Shichibuke and a high-ranking official in the Revolutionary Army, Shuang's ability to accompany Shen Fei for another month and a half was already a remarkable achievement. Today, he would also be leaving. As Shuang had said, Shen Fei's current strength was comparable to that of an admiral, even within Marine headquarters. Of course, that wasn't a lieutenant admiral, but rather a major general or brigadier general. By now, Shen Fei had mastered the basics of the 6 styles. All he had to do was continue practicing. As for haki, he had also developed a sense of it. Like the 6 styles, it required continued practice. Haki and observation haki don't count. To cultivate armament haki, one must reach a certain level of physical fitness before they have a chance to master it. As for conqueror haki, that's innate, and Shen Fei didn't know if he had conqueror haki. Thank you very much, it's just a deal. Before leaving, Shuang sent Shen Fei out of the uninhabited island in the calm belt, lest Shen Fei be trapped there alone after he left. Even though Shen Fei's strength had greatly improved, it would be impossible for him to cross the calm belt alone. What a gentleman. It's truly tragic that such a person could be called a tyrant, and what he ended up doing. But now that I'm here, everything will be different. Shen Fei had spent some time with Kuma, and he had gained a certain understanding of his character. It's fair to say that if it weren't for the country behind Kuma holding him back, with his strength and the power of his fruit, few in the pirate world could have caught him. Not even Kizaru. Kizaru was fast, but Kuma could teleport. Before leaving, Kuma specifically asked Shen Fei if he could take him anywhere he wanted. This was the true power of the meatball fruit. Kuma could send people or objects anywhere he wanted. Kuma's ability was crucial to the Revolutionary Army. If Kuma hadn't intervened, the Revolutionary Army would have had a hard time keeping the raw materials and weapons secret. Although Shen Fei had been cultivating for the past 2 months and had paid little attention to what was happening outside, he knew from Kuma's conversations with Long using the Den Mushi that the Revolutionary Army had been making significant moves recently. The arrival of a large number of weapons significantly increased the Revolutionary Army's strength. The CP organization was already fully investigating the source of these weapons. Many underground arms dealers, even Doflamingo, came under suspicion. The reason was simple: such a large amount of arms was not something that could be supplied by a small-time arms dealer, and Doflamingo was a major underground arms dealer. Of course, all investigations ultimately came to nothing. Even the world government and the CP organization, no matter how ingenious they were, could never have figured out something like alchemy. The Revolutionary Army lacked much intelligence in the pirate world, seemingly without any major operations. However, in reality, the Revolutionary Army was constantly active, albeit not at sea, but on land and islands. They were subverting countries one after another, engaging in constant battles with other nations and the world government's espionage organization, the CP organization. Did you see that even Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's staff officer, had been on the battlefield? Those were battles with pirates, a very different kind of warfare. It's a pity we're not strong enough now. Otherwise, we could have shown the world what modern warfare and missile barrages are like. Looking at the place where Shang disappeared, Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder. It must be said that both Long and Shang were extraordinary figures. Their recent interactions had greatly increased Shen Fei's favorability towards the Revolutionary Army. If he hadn't had a plan in mind, he might have actually joined. In this world, the Revolutionary Army truly cared about the people, not power. The reason for this situation was simple: those who pursued power generally turned to pirates. Although Shen Fei wouldn't join, he had already decided to provide the Revolutionary Army with even more powerful weapons once its strength increased significantly. He wanted to show the world government what a barrage of Jericho missiles looked like. Under that barrage, the so-called Demon Slayer order would be child's play. Shen Fei even had a strange idea: to seize the Insight Project's aerospace battleships and bombard the celestial dragons first. Of course, this was only after Shen Fei had obtained what he desired: the item's devil fruit-eating technology, Vegapunk's bloodline, and his pacifist nature. Shen Fei desperately wanted to acquire the pacifist skill, as seen in his iron armor. Then, he'd be invincible, dominating both land and air. I was so focused on training that I almost forgot about Ace. Now Ace hasn't joined the Whitebird Pirates, which means Blackbeard hasn't obtained the dark fruit yet. Should I try to join the Whitebird Pirates and snatch the dark fruit? Thinking of Blackbeard Teach and the dark fruit, Shen Fei's expression grew cautious. He'd be lying if he didn't envy the dark fruit, which Blackbeard had hidden within the Whitebird Pirates for so many years to obtain. It could steal the power of another devil fruit, granting him multiple abilities and transferring them to others. Should we tell Whitebird about this upfront and trade for the dark fruit? That way, Onita's fate and Whitebird's fate could change. And then, should we completely heal Whitebird's injuries and make him younger? Whitebird's injury is caused by the side effects of his tremor fruit, so the medical skills in this world are not able to completely cure it. Even Law's surgery fruit may not be enough. But Shen Fei's side is different. With a Philosopher's Stone, Whitebird can definitely be restored to his heyday. Once Whitebird is restored to his heyday, this world will be fun to watch. This plan is feasible. With Whitebird's character, he may not believe his son and do this at first, but he will definitely pay attention. If this matter involves Ace, Roger's child, Whitebird will definitely take action. Shen Fei has great respect for Whitebird. Although he is one of the 4 emperors, he is a poor man. All his money is donated to the poor people in his hometown. Speaking of which, Whitebird's hometown is also a victim of the celestial dragons. Everything comes from the heavenly gold. Whether it is Whitebird's hometown or Whitebird's own country, the reason why they are so miserable is because they have to offer heavenly gold to the celestial dragons. However, in Shen Fei's view today, with the current sphere of influence of the Whitebird Pirates, if it is handled properly, it is more than enough to support the people in his hometown. It's a pity that among the pirates, even in the 4 Emperors Pirates, there is no one with such vision. It's a bit ridiculous to say that among the 4 Emperors Pirates, the civilians with the best life are not under the Whitebird Pirates, nor under Kato, let alone Red Hair, but under Big Mom. Because most of his subordinates are users of the food fruit, there is never a shortage of food under the command of the Big Mom Pirates. They even have the Sea of Life oranges, the Sea of Wine, the Lake of Milk, the Chocolate House, and so on. The other members of the 4 Emperors Pirate group can definitely trade for food, but unfortunately no one does so. It's a typical example of the saying that while the rich feast, the poor freeze to death in the streets. If one wants to find Whitebird, Ace must at least join the Whitebird Pirates. So Shen Fei returned to the Calm Belt again and chose an island to practice on. Of course, this time he chose an island far away from the previous one. Let's get started. On the island, as Shen Fei formed seals with his hands, 10 identical Shen Fei emerged from behind him. This was the magic of Kamar-Taj, the illusion of Icon, also known as the form of Archon, a magic that can split into many physical clones. Doctor Strange once used this trick to briefly restrain Thanos. The form of Archon has an effect similar to a certain shadow clone technique. Before, because of the presence of the bear, Shen Fei had always had difficulty using it, but now of course it was different. In the previous battle between Shen Fei and the bear, the technique used pure physical skills, without using alchemy or dimensional magic. Once he used dimensional magic, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. The magic of Kamar-Taj is very magical, not to mention that Shen Fei discovered a Kamar-Taj magic that neither the Ancient One nor Doctor Strange rarely used, and that was banishment. The magic of Kamar-Taj, which is good at opening portals, can completely throw people to other planets as long as it is properly arranged, and even if they are not exiled to other planets. Kamar-Taj's magic, combined with the Archaeon form, can open numerous portals simultaneously. In some ways, using this method is no less effective than Doctor Strange's bargaining. It's about using teleportation to disgust you. Doctor Strange didn't use this trick initially, perhaps because Thanos possessed the Space Stone, making it less effective. But now, things are different. Thanos arrives on Earth, and even if he can't defeat you, he can just throw you out. He'll be thrown again when you come back. This is also Shen Fei's strategy for dealing with Hela. As long as she's not on Asgard, Hela's power won't be enhanced, making it much easier for Thor to defeat her. This way, Asgard wouldn't need Ragnarok. 6 months later, on an island in the Calm Belt, Shen Fei swung his right leg, sending a crescent-shaped stream of energy slashing forward. A huge rock in front of him was split in two. 6-style storm kick. Finger gun. Shen Fei pointed with a cold, dark index finger of his right hand, and a finger-like hole appeared in the stone. Paper drawing. Shen Fei's homeland, with the help of the physical clone created by the form of Akin, dodged all his attacks. Relying on the form of Akin, Shen Fei not only mastered all 6 styles, but also made some progress in armament and observation. Only the domineering color remained invisible. In the past 6 months, he changed 3 islands and killed all the creatures on them. Of course, the creatures here were not as powerful as the monkey Luffy had fought before. Crocodile should not be my opponent now. Thinking of a certain sand crocodile, Shen Fei prepared to take action to save a certain princess's country and save Nico Robin at the same time. If Luffy appeared to deal with Crocodile, it would take more than 2 years. During such a long time, the country of a certain princess would definitely suffer heavy casualties. When he was not strong enough, he would be unable to help even if he knew about such a thing. But now that he has the strength, it is normal for him to save a certain princess's country. But by the way, in fact, Shen Fei has set his sights on the position of Shichibukai. Chapter 164 Crocodile, Part 1. The Shichibukai, one of the 3 major factions in the pirate world, were formed to maintain the balance of power in the sea. The 3 major factions are the Navy, the 4 Emperors, and the Shichibukai. Shen Fei, however, was completely baffled by the Shichibukai's ability to maintain this balance. However, this didn't diminish their status on the seas, as they wielded influence in both the legal and legal worlds. Although ultimately abandoned, they now wielded considerable power. During his time with Kuma, Shen Fei gained a general understanding of the Shichibukai's rights and obligations. This understanding led him to conclude that the Shichibukai were a completely improvisation of the world government, not the Navy's initiative. The Shichibukai were also required to pay tribute to the world government annually. So far, it seems only Kuma is diligently fulfilling this obligation, while the others are slacking off. As for Hawkeye, due to his power, he possesses only rights, not obligations, and even less tribute. Didn't Hawkeye even have to work on the land? How could he possibly afford to pay tribute to the world government? The world government gave Hawkeye one of the Shichibukai, likely fearing he might form a clique if he got upset. This would create trouble for the Navy, as another Yonko group would be born. On this ocean, there are only a handful of truly elite individuals, but the next level figures are countless. Every year's supernovas, if they survive, almost always become major pirate groups. When these individuals gather under the command of a single leader, they become a Yonko group. Shen Fei targeted this position, aiming to establish a power. On this ocean, the difference between having power and not having power is significant. Even the Straw Hat Pirates, who never formed cliques, eventually created the Great Straw Hat Pirates, with over 5,000 pirates under their command. For Shen Fei, building an organization from scratch wasn't impossible, but it was too cumbersome. If he had his eye on the title of Pirate King, he could have done so. After analyzing the major forces across the ocean, Shen Fei found that targeting Crocodile was the easiest option, and he could also recruit Robin and save Princess Vivi's country. Furthermore, Robin could manage the organization from behind. Finding someone suitable and trustworthy these days is rare. Of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye's side is needless to say, he's all alone. Of course, the main reason is that he can't defeat them. The same goes for Mingo's side, they can't be defeated. Jint has the Sun Pirates, but they're all fishmen, there's no way a human could rule them. Gecko Mariah's side is comprised of an army of zombies. Kuma is one of them. Shen Fei would love to go to the Empress's side, the kingdom of women, but that's just a thought. Putting aside other things, he might not be able to defeat the Empress right now. That leaves Crocodile. First, he's the weakest, and he has his own forces. And then there's Robin. Is this the entrance to the Grand Line? What a miraculous place, Shen Fei said as he threw the wooden boat he'd crafted into the sea at the Grand Line entrance at Upside Down Mountain. He landed on the deck and let his Archon-like form take the helm. He stood at the front of the deck, observing the surroundings excitedly. While Shen Fei could have easily leaped over the comm belt and reached the Grand Line, having arrived in this world, he still hoped to visit the entrance to Upside Down Mountain. The experience of soaring thousands of meters upstream, then drifting downstream, was truly rare. This is it, Shen Fei observed as a massive wall suddenly appeared ahead, following the current. At such a high speed, it was inevitable that the ship would collide with it. Island whale. Is this Labu? So many Navy ships are no match for one Labu. Upside Down Mountain was the entrance to the Grand Line, and Labu often blocked the exit, so one could imagine what would happen. In such swift currents, few could save their ships or their lives, the vast majority would likely perish. Brooks whale, Shen Fei, soaring through the sky with his moon step, gazed at the island whale for a moment before taking out his flying board and flying forward. Shen Fei was naturally deeply moved by Lab's years of dedicated support for Brook, but he couldn't speak whale language, so he could do nothing to help. Speaking of which, there's an old man here. Glancing down at the Twin Gorges, Shen Fei saw no one and continued onward. I remember seeing 2 giants constantly dueling here. Wanna go check it out? Sitting on his flying board, Shen Fei pulled out the detailed map of the first half of the Grand Line he'd received from Long and, following the map's directions, flew towards his target. For those who had ventured out of the Grand Line, the most important thing was, of course, the tracking compass. Without it, navigating the Grand Line was impossible. Even when flying, Shen Fei needed it to determine his direction. Fortunately, he had the permanent tracking compass he'd received from Long. In the pirate era, selling tracking compass was a lucrative business. One industry, however, seemed hopeless, the mobile phone industry. Due to the Grand Line's severe magnetic field, mobile phones might still be useful within a single island, but once they left, they became useless. The second reason, of course, is that this world is home to the incredibly amazing creatures called Den Mushi. While cell phones require bills, Den Mushi don't. At most, they just need to be fed. The entrance to the Grand Line has 7 routes. If you choose a different route, it's impossible to meet up along the way due to the tracking pointers. You can only reunite at the Sabaody archipelago. The reason the supernovas of Luffy's generation didn't meet along the way, but arrived there at about the same time, was precisely because they chose different routes. Forget it, let's not look for those 2 giants. Those 2 giants later became close friends with Luffy and the others because they saved their lives. Without that life-saving grace, even if Shen Fei went, he'd only get to know them. The duel lasted 100 years, seemingly all because of a little girl's words. Giants are truly capricious, because of their long lifespans, they don't mind even a 100-year battle. Before we head to Alabasta, there's one more place we need to visit, Shen Fei said, his gaze fixed on a spot on the map, Drum Country. Its king was a rare user of the parahuman swallow fruit. This was supposed to be an incredibly powerful devil fruit, but its owner was too useless to fully utilize its power. He was comparable to the person who later squandered a nature-type devil fruit. The swallow fruit, even Blackbird Teach coveted it, specifically seeking it. However, thanks to the swallow fruit's owner, Waldo, luckily, he escaped. The pirate world has lucky fruits, but even their owners aren't as lucky as Buggy the Clown. Shen Fei even suspected that anyone who went after him would be in trouble. Walpo was also a man of great luck. Although driven from his country by Blackbird Teach and Luffy, he wandered to a foreign land, living a life of beggarly poverty, but he later turned his life around with the swallow fruit. Not only did he win the heart of a beautiful woman, he also rebuilt his kingdom and joined the world government. The swallow fruit's ability is to transform whatever it consumes into part of itself, or to synthesize new objects. In some ways, this creature is similar to the absorbing man, but far more powerful. Shen Fei was curious about what would happen if this creature swallowed vibranium, or even the captain's shield. This creature could produce rare materials, perhaps even more powerful than vibranium or adamantium. Using these new materials to create Iron Man armor or a pacifist would definitely make them even more powerful. It seems that Waldo's subsequent rejoining of the world government is related to the materials he produces. It seems that aside from Blackbeard Teach, no one else in the pirate world seems to have noticed this creature, but Shen Fei, upon arriving in this world, would certainly not let this fruit slip away. The island where the Drum Kingdom is located is Winter Island. Although small in size and subject to harsh temperatures, this nation is renowned throughout the ocean for its medical expertise, having produced many renowned doctors. Many pirate groups once came here specifically to seek doctors. But after Walpo came to power, he implemented a peculiar policy that left the country without doctors, and its reputation as a medical powerhouse naturally vanished. Chopper of the Straw Hat Pirates was here. A sick person with no doctors to treat, such a bizarre thing could happen in this medical powerhouse. It's a truly bizarre world. My lord, please tell His Majesty to ask a doctor to save my child. At the intersection in front of the royal palace of the Drum Kingdom, perched atop a low mountain, a pair of parents, cradling their beloved child, knelt in the snow, pleading with the guards to fetch the king. You'd better return quickly and find another way. His Majesty will never send a doctor to treat you. The leader of the guards guarding the palace was Dalton, a user of the bulbul fruit and a very kind-hearted man. Despite knowing the king's temper, he still pleaded with him, earning him immense dislike from King Walpo, who had long been preparing to replace him. This man would later lead the rebellion against Waldo. After Luffy defeated Waldo, he was beloved by the people and became the new king of the Drum Kingdom, renamed the Kingdom of Sakura. Of course, that was a later event. At this point, although Dalton was deeply dissatisfied with the king, he hadn't yet fully committed to rebellion. Loyalty is good, but it depends on the person. Shen Fei, strolling through the mirror dimension, observed this scene, shook his head slightly, and headed towards the palace. Damn it, Waldo was now furious in the palace, having been enjoying himself when Dalton interrupted him. The kingdom's staff and administrative officers, echoing Waldo's words, cursed Dalton. The staff then proposed removing Dalton from his position as captain of the Kingdom Guard. Excellent. Do this immediately. I never want to see him again. Upon hearing this plan, Waldo nodded excitedly and issued his order. Yes, Your Majesty, I have a better way to prevent you from seeing him. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed from the Kingdom Hall. A golden portal appeared within the palace, and Shen Fei emerged, katana in hand. Who is it? Staff Officer Jace immediately stood before King Waldo. Though not a good person, he remained loyal to Waldo. This included the other officers, whose loyalty lay solely with the king. As long as the king pleased, no order mattered. I'll make sure you never need to see Dalton again, Shen Fei said, appearing instantly beside Staff Officer Jace and severing his neck with a single blow. While training with Long and Shang, Shen Fei had also learned some swordsmanship. While only the most basic, it was more than enough to deal with Waldo and the others. Protect Your Majesty. Just as the officer was about to attack, Shen Fei had already left Jace's side and arrived at his side, shaving. Waldo, transform. Watching the two ministers being instantly dispatched, Waldo, though terrified, immediately activated his devil fruit power. Room, slaughterhouse, but before he could complete his transformation, Shen Fei unleashed the power of the Otonomi. Waldo had to be captured alive. With his body chopped into pieces, Waldo's swallow fruit's power was no longer active. Looking at the two bodies lying on the ground, Shen Fei immediately opened a mirror dimension, dumped the bodies inside, and used alchemy to clean up the bloodstains in the palace. After all, Waldo was the king of a member of the world government. If the news of his assassination leaked, there was no guarantee of disaster. In a world where devil fruits abounded, who knew if there were any devil fruits that could solve the case? It was like the small nations of Shen Fei's previous life. While their national strength might be weak and their land area small, they were still independent. There were many different types of devil fruits, most of which were combat-focused, but that didn't mean they didn't have other abilities. For example, a revolutionary cadre possessed the encouragement fruit. While seemingly weak, It could be incredibly powerful if used effectively, especially on the battlefield. Cleaning up the battlefield and clearing up traces was largely a skill Ada had taught him. Hold on for a while, and everything should be fine by then. After killing Waldo, Shen Fei followed a family that was begging for treatment for their child in front of the palace, went to their home, and cured their child. At this point, the fate of the Drum Kingdom has completely changed. Once Dalton finds out that the king and his 2 lackeys are missing, he will definitely let the doctors treat the people. As for where the king and his 2 lackeys went, no one would care at all, and they would rather they never come back. I didn't expect Chopper to be so small now. Speaking of the human fruit, what will happen if humans eat it? Chapter 165 Crocodile, Part 2. Even if I wanted to kidnap Chopper now, there's no way. After observing Chopper from a distance, Shen Fei decided to leave. He didn't need a doctor, he was already one. It's truly worthy of the swallow fruit. This ability makes getting rich in modern society so easy. On an uninhabited island, Shen Fei watched the new material pour out of Walpo's mouth. Although he had expected it, he was still deeply surprised. Here he saw vibranium again, and unlike the absorbing man, which could only transform for a short time, this one could maintain its power for a long time. If Walpo's own strength was strong enough, this transformation alone would make him one of the most powerful figures in the ocean. Shen Fei had previously tested the hardness of vibranium, and it was much harder than the sea stone of this world. In his trade with Dragon, Shen Fei had also found a small amount of sea stone. As a strategic material in the pirate world, sea stone is extremely rare, and the Revolutionary Army has very little of it. Shen Fei's reason for wanting sea stone was simple, to see how well it would hold him back. Possessing the power of the opera fruit, how could Shen Fei not check for his devil fruit's weaknesses after arriving in the pirate world? The result naturally delighted Shen Fei. As expected of the opera fruit that had granted him power across worlds, it lacked the common weaknesses of sea stone, including its sensitivity to seawater and sea stone. Shen Fei could unleash the power of the opera fruit even while holding it, even capable of cutting through it. This conclusion, Shen Fei concluded, indicated that his opera fruit's power surpassed Luo's. This result delighted Shen Fei so much that, in his excitement, he attempted a peculiar attempt, fusing vibranium with sea stone. Naturally, this attempt failed. Walpo could consume vibranium, but not sea stone, and the sea stone even broke his teeth. If vibranium were to spread throughout this world, the people with the fruit's ability would become incredibly powerful. The ability to fuse materials isn't limited to the swallow fruit, it can be achieved by many other devil fruits. For example, the fusion fruit possesses similar powers. While not as powerful as the swallow fruit overall, the fusion fruit's owner is incredibly powerful. Therefore, the fruit is powerful, while Valpo is useless, and thus, the swallow fruit becomes useless as well. This example once again illustrates that the power of a devil fruit depends entirely on the strength of its owner. We still don't have enough vibranium. Perhaps Valpo can create materials that are as powerful as vibranium. Shen Fei then decided that once he was settled, he would gather various materials and let Valpo swallow them. With anyone else, Shen Fei's actions might backfire, but with Valpo, Shen Fei believed that such a situation would never occur. Of course, as a precaution, Shen Fei would not allow Valpo to learn combat techniques. This is the flag of the world government. With a domineering world government, at the Rapeseed Harbor in the Kingdom of Alabasta, a large number of ships were driven out of the harbor and forbidden to stay in the waterway. Although many of these ships were owned by arrogant and murderous pirates, upon seeing this fleet, they immediately retreated, not daring to say a word. Because the flags flown by this fleet were those of the world government, they were not only guarded by numerous Navy officers, but also by a varying number of black-clad men in black suits standing around, representing the CP organization. As pirates, good looks are crucial. Only Luffy Straw Hat pirates dared to burn the world government flag on the Judicial Island, and nothing serious happened. If any other pirate group dared to do the same, the world government and the Navy would definitely teach them a lesson. Heavenly Gold, Shen Fei, blending into the crowd, quickly learned the origins of this fleet carrying the flag of the world government. They were here to confiscate Alabasta's heavenly gold. The celestial gold offered to the celestial dragons flowed freely across the seas, and even the 4 Emperor's pirate groups and the Revolutionary Army wouldn't attack this fleet. The only time the celestial gold was intercepted was when Doflamingo, leveraging his former celestial dragon identity and the secrets he possessed, threatened the world government into making him a Shichigyoke. Every collection of celestial gold pushed several nations to the brink of collapse. Kuma's nation was driven to ruin by the annual collection of celestial gold. This was also the reason Whitebird's homeland fell into decline. For wealthy nations, the annual payment of celestial gold wasn't a major problem, but for poorer nations, it was a life-or-death experience. Yet, they couldn't refuse to pay, as the world government would dispatch its navy to forcefully collect the payment. To avoid national ruin, they had no choice but to pay the full amount. The nobles of these nations, of course, didn't want their nations to perish, so to raise the required amount, they resorted to exploiting the common people, year after year, until conflict erupted and their nations collapsed. It's not that there aren't nations that want to rebel against the world government, but the price is total destruction. The nations of the pirate world are very strange. Without the celestial dragons involved, everything is normal, but once they intervene, things change. While this may seem unusual to Shen Fei, it's perfectly normal for the people of this world. The celestial dragons are gods, so they don't have to abide by human laws. They even wear bubbles to avoid sharing the same air with humans. To Shen Fei, this so-called bubble is nothing more than a cover-up. Is the air inside the bubble different from the air outside? At the so-called world government meeting, celestial dragons were forcibly seizing princesses from member nations, and no one intervened. In this situation, the member nations were still solemnly discussing justice. Has the world government, after 800 years of rule, become servile? The people of this world are like Ymir in the giant world. Even with the might of a titan, they dare not rebel against their master. Looking at the usually arrogant pirates around him, now terrified, Shen Fei shook his head in frustration. Even with Whitebird's immense power, he only sought to establish a so-called family on the sea, and didn't dare risk his life in the holy land of Merijoa. It's a pity there aren't any princes and generals like those from the Celestial Empire here. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the celestial dragons were, they would have been dethroned long ago. At this moment, Shen Fei felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Come to think of it, the kingdom of Alabasta still seems to be the celestial dragons of the past. Although Shen Fei deeply resented the so-called world government and the celestial dragons, wishing he could bestow them with a Jericho missile, such thoughts were merely wishful thinking. It was because he wasn't strong enough at this stage. Keeping a low profile was the best strategy. Thanks to Lord Crocodile, we're able to live in peace, unmolested by pirates. After the world government's celestial gold fleet departed, Shen Fei entered the port. All he heard along the way was the city's praise for Crocodile. Even the newspapers of Alabasta Kingdom were touting Crocodile's heroic deeds. What a showman. If he hadn't had the misfortune of running into Luffy and his crew, he might have had a real chance of conquering this country. This world, after all, is one where the strong reign supreme. The idea of one man taking on an entire nation is no empty promise. Even with Alabasta's 600,000 regular troops, Crocodile alone is no match. Alabasta's desert environment is perfectly suited to Crocodile's abilities. It seems similar to Mingo's time, except Crocodile's luck clearly wasn't as good as Mingo's. While Mingo's luck wasn't particularly good, strictly speaking, he at least reigned for quite a few years. Mingo's biggest mistake was turning his people into toys. If Shen Fei had traded places with him, he wouldn't have made such a blunder. Come to think of it, if I kill Crocodile and continue his previous plan, will Luffy still take him down? With this peculiar thought in mind, Shen Fei journeyed to the rainy lands of Alabasta, Crocodile's base camp. Nico Robin, she's much more handsome now than she was later. It's true that she's 7 times weaker in her whitewashed form, and 3 times stronger in her darkened form. Upon arriving at Rain Banquet, the largest casino in the Rain Land, Shen Fei quickly spotted Robin. Robin was the head of Rain Banquet, responsible for managing everything there and dealing with the casino's experts. As the user of the flower fruit, even if Robin wasn't as powerful as she was later, she could still easily cheat using her abilities. Remember, Robin's flowers can grow eyes and ears. No matter how skilled a gambler, she can't outsmart her in this regard. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself, perhaps because it was still a bit early for the plan to launch. Coupled with the appearance of the world government's fleet transporting celestial gold, Crocodile was also at Rain Banquet. He even set up a special gambling table, gambling with a few individuals whose identities were clearly quite impressive. A direct challenge is the best way to establish my reputation, but it would expose many of my tactics. If he loses and flees, that would be troublesome. Shen Fei remained confident in his victory over Crocodile. A natural-type devil fruit would be a nightmare for those without armament haki, a formidable force. However, facing someone with armament haki was a different story. Winning was easy, but killing wasn't. The pirates of the pirate world are renowned for their formidable physiques. Even with a serious, fatal injury, as long as they weren't killed instantly, there's a good chance of recovery. Zoro, despite his initial serious injury, was fine. Luffy, on the other hand, seems to recover almost immediately after waking up, no matter how exhausted he is. If Crocodile were to flee in the desert, turning into sand, Shen Fei's observation haki wouldn't be able to find him. Looks like I'll have to use the mirror dimension. This will prevent a battle from damaging the environment in the rainy land. Having made up his mind, Shen Fei took a leisurely stroll through the casino. Observation haki is also a great tool for coordinates. Now if I go to Las Vegas, I could become the gambling king or even the god of gambling, and then be banned from those casinos. This is probably what they call big business bullying. Speaking of which, Shen Fei was very dissatisfied with Las Vegas's practice of barring people from entering the casinos. As long as they didn't cheat, and someone won the money through skill, why shouldn't they be allowed in? Not only some skilled gamblers, but also some incredibly talented mathematicians were banned from the casinos. What? You say observation haki is cheating? Don't you know that cheating that isn't caught isn't considered cheating? Of course, Shen Fei didn't win too much to avoid attracting Crocodile's attention. Robin, it seems you let that princess in the underground chamber of the Rain Feast. Crocodile, after finishing his gambling game, looked at Robin with some dissatisfaction. Baroque Studio was the organization Crocodile established to replace the Kingdom of Alabasta. He and Robin each had their own code names within the organization. Don't you think this is interesting? Robin smiled faintly, standing in the pool beside the banana crocodile. As expected of the Devil's Child, a witch of betrayal. Indeed, this is quite amusing. Ha ha ha! Crocodile suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly remembering something. With his back to Crocodile, he didn't see the involuntary glint of sadness in Robin's eyes as she uttered the words, Devil's Child. Due to the high bounty, Robin had lived a life of betrayal and betrayal since childhood, learning the ways of survival in the underworld. Not every pirate aspired to become Pirate King. Foremost, money was paramount. Consequently, many sought to capture Robin, the Navy, pirates, bounty hunters, and others. Robin faced numerous life-threatening situations during this time, but she ultimately overcame them all. Of course, Robin didn't know that Admiral Aokiji was watching her constantly, and that Aokiji had aided in those life-threatening situations. What information have you uncovered about Pluto? Crocodile asked, addressing his most pressing question. He was determined to seize the throne of Alabasta and Pluto. Not yet. Perhaps only the king himself knows this information. Robin slowly shook her head. Just as Crocodile was about to continue, he suddenly stood up, and Robin, beside him, became alert. They both noticed something was amiss around them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shen Fei, hidden in the shadows, seized the opportunity and activated his mirror dimension. The surrounding space began to flip and revolve like glass, trapping Crocodile and Robin within moments. With Shen Fei's current power, the mirror dimension could encompass the entire rainy area. What? Robin observed the change curiously, reaching for the furniture in front of her, only to find her hand passed right through. Who are you? Get out, Crocodile shouted angrily. Don't be so anxious, Mr. Crocodile, Sasuke said, stepping out. As he formed hand seals, the building in the mirror dimension flipped, and Crocodile and Robin, caught off guard, fell downward. Fortunately, both were extraordinary individuals, and they quickly used their abilities to return to their previous structures. Chapter 166 Crocodile, and Mr. Crocodile, I'm sorry to meet you for the first time. After the mirror space was completely completed, Shen Fei finally emerged and bowed slightly to Crocodile. If it were Luffy, he wouldn't kill Crocodile even if he defeated him, but Shen Fei was different. He was determined to kill Crocodile. You have good abilities, and you deserve to be my subordinate. After discovering the strangeness of the mirror space, Crocodile immediately prepared to recruit Shen Fei. As for being trapped in this strange space, Crocodile was not worried at all. No matter what kind of devil fruit ability it was, as long as its owner was defeated, the ability would automatically be deactivated. My men, I never thought that after being defeated by Whitebird, you, having lost all your fighting spirit and only caring about seizing Hades, would actually be in the mood to recruit subordinates. For a powerful person, self-confidence is key. Crocodile, a powerful pirate in his day, challenged Whitebird, but naturally suffered a crushing defeat, a devastating defeat. This crushing defeat shattered Crocodile's confidence, leading to his pursuit of Hades. Since he couldn't defeat Whitebird on his own, he sought external help to defeat Whitebird. Crocodile placed this hope in Hades. Having placed his hopes in external forces, Crocodile naturally neglected his training over the years, making little progress in either his physical skills or his devil fruit. It was his nature-type devil fruit that allowed him to remain one of the Shichibukai. Furthermore, his home kingdom of Alabasta was so close to the entrance to the Grand Line that few experts dared to challenge him. The power of a devil fruit depends primarily on its owner. There's no such thing as the strongest or weakest devil fruit. However, Shen Fei had to admit that a nature-type devil fruit was the fastest way to become stronger. Even a completely useless person, once possessing a nature-type devil fruit, could become a formidable force, easily infiltrating a supernova. After all, nature-type devil fruits are immune to physical attacks. On this ocean, countless individuals, like Crocodile, have been shattered by the harsh realities of life, losing all confidence. Take Gecko Mariah, for example, who was struck down by Kato and subsequently hid on his ship, raising zombies. Many pirate groups, confident in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archipelago, arrived in the New World and cried out for help, demanding to return to the first half of the Grand Line. Such pirates are countless on the ocean. If the first half of the Grand Line is considered normal difficulty, then the New World is a nightmare, a level of hell. For those who see the New World solely as an adventure, the difference in difficulty is too great to be truly accepted. "Who are you, and how do you know this?" Crocodile said as he looked at Robin on the side. In Baroque Studio, only he and Robin knew about Pluto's affairs. The other subordinates didn't know. All they knew was the so-called Utopia plan, which was a plan to seize the kingdom of Alabasta. In such a case, it was normal for Crocodile to suspect Robin when the plan was leaked. After all, Robin had a precedent. Robin, the son of the devil, had destroyed countless organizations and pirate groups, but she was the only one who survived. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have my eyes on the position of Shichibukai, and among the Shichibukai, you are the weakest, looking for death. Shen Fei's words seemed to touch the scar in Crocodile's heart, so he immediately took action. A miniature sandstorm immediately appeared on his right hand, and he attacked Shen Fei. Well, as the sandstorm flew out of his right palm and turned into a sandstorm more than one person high, Crocodile's face changed involuntarily. At this time, Crocodile discovered that his geography was gone. The so-called mirror space, everything is a mirror, the sand is simply a mirror. In such an environment, Crocodile has no way to use the external environment to strengthen the power of his sand fruit. Bang! Facing Crocodile's attack, Shen Fei directly defeated the sandstorm with a punch. Shave. Since Crocodile has taken action, Shen Fei is not going to talk nonsense. The 6-style shave is activated, and the figure instantly appears in front of Crocodile's body and punches him. Bang! Facing Shen Fei's attack, Crocodile didn't care at all. As a result, Shen Fei punched him in the chest and knocked him away. Armament hacky, Crocodile got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Yes, Crocodile, die." Shen Fei said as he launched the shave again, but this time Crocodile learned his lesson and immediately used the sand fruit to turn into sand and flew into the sky. Desert Sword, Crocodile, flying in the air, waved his right hand, and a huge blade formed of sand slashed towards Shen Fei. Shave, Moon Step. After Shen Fei dodged his attack, he came to the side of Crocodile in the air with a moon step and kicked him down in the air. It's really funny. With your strength, you can actually challenge Whitebird directly. It's really hard to understand. It has to be said that the current Crocodile's strength is a bit weak in Shen Fei's eyes. He really can't imagine how such a crocodile is qualified to challenge Whitebird, not to mention Whitebird. Even the captain of his team is not something Crocodile can deal with now. Is Crocodile weaker, or did Whitebird directly accept his challenge and did not let his men take action? In fact, there are two reasons why Shen Fei didn't expect it. The first is how powerful he is. Maybe it's because he has been fighting against Bear and Dragon, and his goal has always been the level of the 4 Emperors and Hawkeye, so Shen Fei has always thought that he is very weak. Of course, this refers to pure physical skills. In his own opinion, to beat Crocodile, he may need to fight with all his strength, and use everything he prepared before. He never thought it would be so easy. After all, the opponent is a 7 warlords of the sea, so Shen Fei made a lot of preparations before the battle. He is not like Luffy, who carries a bucket of water on his back to challenge. The second reason is that the weakness of the natural devil fruit is restrained. Just like Thunder God Enelu, with his strength, he is definitely a big pirate in Shanghai. Not to mention the 4 emperors level, the minimum bounty is about 1 billion. As a result, because the thunder fruit was restrained by Luffy, he was beaten into autism and ran all the way to the moon. In fact, if Shen Fei used the surgery fruit now, the battle would end very easily. Crocodile has no armed color domineering protection. Damn it. Shen Fei's words made Crocodile very angry. A sandstorm several times bigger than before rushed towards Shen Fei, who was moon-stepping in the air. Nicole Robin, you still want to attack? Are you trying to betray me? After attacking, Crocodile shouted at Robin on the side. Nicole Robin, instead of cooperating with him, why not cooperate with me? It happens that I know the whereabouts of many historical texts. You can even open the historical texts of Alabasta directly. You don't need to launch a coup and sacrifice so many innocent people. Robin is a very kind person. Even though she has been in the underground world for so long, it has not changed her original intention. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately let the undercover Princess Vivi know Crocodile's identity and saved Luffy and others several times later. It can be said that if it were not for Robin's help, Luffy would probably have become a corpse buried in the desert. Robin, who is about to take action, stopped the movement of his arm after hearing Shen Fei's words. If possible, Robin actually did not want to cooperate with Crocodile. Nicole Robin. Robin's hesitation made Crocodile very angry, and he immediately slashed at Robin with a sand blade. Bang! When the sand blade was about to hit Robin, Shen Fei suddenly appeared beside Robin, smashed the sand blade with a punch, then grabbed Robin's arm, and with a phantom move, he moved away from Crocodile. Crocodile, the battle has just begun. As Shen Fei spoke, a large water gun appeared in his hand, and he shot it at Crocodile. The large amount of water jets directly soaked Crocodile's whole body. This water gun was specially made by Shen Fei to deal with Crocodile. It has a traceless stretching spell in it and is filled with a large amount of water. As long as the devil fruit finds the right weakness, even if it does not have domineering power and does not have sea stone, it can still kill the opponent. Of course, if this world is not the same as the natural devil fruit, it will be very different. The reason why the seawater in this world restrains the ability users is because it contains special ingredients, the same ingredients in sea stone, and it is this ingredient that restrains the ability users. In other worlds, there is no such special ingredient. Of course, this does not mean that the ability of the devil fruit is invincible in other worlds. For example, in the world of Marvel, Shen Fei does not think that the power of Thor will not be able to attack the natural devil fruit. After all, that is divine power. Looking at his whole body being soaked, Crocodile was furious, but unfortunately no matter how angry he was, he could not change the overall situation. Luffy didn't have any physical skills, and he could beat Crocodile with water, not to mention the current Shen Fei. It's over, Crocodile. When saying this, Shen Fei held a katana in his hand, with a pitch-black armed color covering it, and pierced Crocodile's heart with one knife. In terms of physical fitness, the world of pirates does have unique advantages, and they fight for days and nights at a time, such as Ace and Jinbe. In Shen Fei's opinion, the reason why they fought for so long, in addition to their good physical fitness, was another reason, that is, they both used fists. If both sides used knives, they would definitely not need to fight for so long. You have to be buried with me, too. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all. When Shen Fei's sword pierced his heart, the golden hook in his left hand also found an opportunity and stabbed Shen Fei's right shoulder. Looking at the injuries on Shen Fei's body, Crocodile couldn't help laughing. The golden hook was highly poisonous. Once scratched by it, he would naturally be poisoned. Why does the pirate group need a powerful ship doctor? In addition to treating diseases, it is to detoxify. There are too many mysterious creatures in the sea, and many of them are highly poisonous. If you are not careful, they will be completely destroyed. Luffy once ate highly poisonous marine creatures. If he hadn't met Ryuju, the ending would be hard to say. Brook's pirate group was completely destroyed because of the poison. I have the antidote here. Seeing Shen Fei was poisoned, Robin immediately hurried over and took out a test tube. In cooperation with Crocodile, Robin was very careful. She carried water and antidote with her, so as not to use them when they had a falling out that day. Nicole Robin, after hearing Robin's voice, Crocodile, who had fallen down, roared unwillingly. "There's no need for that," Shen Fei said as he clasped his hands together and pressed his left hand on the injured part of his shoulder. After a while, the blood that had been festering and had traces of black turned red, and then the wound healed directly in front of Robin's naked eyes. If it weren't for the poison, this wound would have healed long ago. He's really strong. Even with his heart pierced, he could still hold on for so long. Shen Fei spoke as a basket of apples suddenly appeared in his hand. Shen Fei had spent considerable time considering the killing of Crocodile. It wasn't just to secure a position as a Shichibuke warlord, save Alabasta, and help Robin. There was another crucial factor: devil fruits. When a devil fruit's owner dies, new devil fruits are instantly born. Some say a nearby fruit is chosen to transform into a devil fruit, while others say the entire world is instantly born. Shen Fei couldn't confirm this. Logically, if a devil fruit user dies, a nearby fruit is chosen to transform into a devil fruit. After all these years, the Navy couldn't have been unaware of this. Given the Navy's strength and preparedness, they could have easily secured most of the powerful fruits, yet they chose not to. For example, when Teach obtained Whitebird's tremor fruit, she covered them with a black cloth so she could take out a basket of fruit, wait for the tremor fruit to appear, and then consume it. Honestly, such a plan was incredibly naive. But it made sense. That was Ace's flame fruit. If it truly was the only fruit that could be created anywhere in the world, then how incredibly lucky would all those flamingos have been to have just happened to get this devil fruit? And most importantly, no one had eaten it. After all, it's a nature-type devil fruit. Curious, Shen Fei decided to experiment to see if the sand fruit could actually condense, hence the box of fruit. It really appeared. Could it have condensed nearby? No, there's another possibility. Because of this tree's mirror space, even if we wanted to condense it anywhere else, there's no place. The mirror space is theoretically a world, albeit a rather small one. Watching an apple transform into a devil fruit before him, Shen Fei was undoubtedly thrilled, and Robin felt the same way. Looks like we need to continue experimenting. Well, we need to find less powerful devil fruits to experiment with. As for the powerful ones, we can kill them in the mirror space. Shen Fei was very excited when he thought about getting a lot of devil fruits in the future. After the Philosopher's Stone, is it the devil fruit? Isn't this forcing me to kill people? I am such a kind-hearted person, but I am being led astray. Chapter 167 Untitled. This is it. Robin, standing nearby, stared at the devil fruit in Shen Fei's hand in shock. Although Robin had never seen a devil fruit encyclopedia, she guessed it was the sand fruit based on its shape and color, Shen Fei's previous actions, and Crocodile's death. The natural type sand fruit, Shen Fei said directly to the stunned Robin. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's discuss the next intelligence, Shen Fei said as he opened a golden portal, allowing him and Robin to return to the basement of Yuan. Who are you? After returning to the basement, Robin stared at Shen Fei and asked. You'll find out who I really am someday, but don't worry, I hold no ill will towards you. You've lived in a world of betrayal for so many years. Now, with me here, you won't have to go through that again. You seem to know me well, not a whole lot, just a general idea. Robin, the demon child and a survivor of O'Hara, had a bounty of 79 million on her head at a very young age, making her a target of many. By the way, I told you before that I'd tell you about the historical text. The text is in the mausoleum of the Kingdom of Alabasta. If you want to go, you can go now. Indeed, at the mention of the historical text, Robin immediately put everything else to rest. Of course, Shen Fei said, waving his hand and drawing a golden circle of light. He then motioned Robin to join him. Since Shen Fei had never been to Albana, the capital of Alabasta, he could only teleport to the closest point to the capital among the places he had visited before. Then, Shen Fei and Robin boarded a unique desert transportation system and set off for the capital. It's right here. The Alabasta Kingdom's mausoleum was incredibly famous, so finding it wasn't a problem. Upon arriving, Shen Fei quickly led Robin through the space portal and inside. Once inside, Robin, upon seeing the historical text, immediately ignored Shen Fei. After a long pause, Robin finally stopped what she was doing. Okay, we should go back. Going back was easy, A portal led directly to the basement of Rain Feast. Now we can discuss this. If I want to succeed Crocodile as a Shichibuke, what are my requirements? No, the Navy doesn't care who becomes one, they care about your ability to handle pirates. I see. That's just as I thought. The world government and the Navy didn't place as much importance on the Shichibuke as one might imagine. In fact, if it weren't for the world government, the Shichibuke wouldn't have existed in the first place. Legalized robbery was completely unreasonable. Because of this, the requirements for becoming a Shichibuke were incredibly simple. For example, Law simply offered the hearts of 100 pirates with bounties on them in exchange for his position. Of course, the Navy wouldn't consider replacing a Shichibuke unless absolutely necessary. Stability is paramount. After all, replacing one would signal trouble at sea. That's why, in the original story, the Navy is so troubled by Luffy, who consistently defeats the Shichibuke. The defeat of one Shichibuke isn't a big deal, the crucial balance is being disrupted. Today, thanks to the balance between the three major powers, the seas are much more peaceful than they once were. But Luffy's sudden appearance completely upsets this equilibrium, leaving Sengoku utterly furious. So, if I want to become a Shichibuke, I have to show some results for the Navy. Shen Fei continued after a moment's silence. That's perfect. Gather all of Crocodile's men. And, by the way, publish Crocodile's plans in the newspapers. If Crocodile's death were revealed now, he would have died a hero, making it difficult for Shen Fei to operate in Alabasta. So, he decided to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. What? Impossible. The king of Alabasta was admittedly a bit too weak, perhaps due to a lack of power. Newspapers, for example, were controlled by outsiders. If it weren't for the newspapers' constant publicity about Crocodile's deeds, he wouldn't be hailed as a hero by the people of Alabasta. But today, everything was different. The newspapers directly published Crocodile's conspiracy, including how he used the sand fruit to destroy the city's water supply and the so-called Utopia battle plan. Of course, something like Pluto couldn't be made public, otherwise Alabasta would likely attract a massive pirate invasion. With the power to destroy an island with a single strike, it's safe to say that many pirates on the sea were extremely interested. Some believed the newspapers, while others didn't. A fight even broke out over the matter. Immediately, some called for Crocodile to clarify, but of course, Crocodile wouldn't come forward. His absence sowed doubt in the hearts of many. As the news leaked out, the world government and the Navy immediately dispatched forces to investigate the 7 warlords' usurpation of their kingdom. If such a thing were to come true, the consequences would be enormous. Princess Vivi, it's up to you now. Princess Vivi was now much younger than when she met Luffy. Despite her youth, she had concealed her identity and infiltrated the kingdom to save it, a feat Shen Fei greatly admired. Therefore, Shen Fei contacted her in advance, asking her to testify against Crocodile's conspiracy. After all, the leader of the resistance was Vivi's childhood friend. Of course, for Vivi's words to have the desired effect, rainfall was essential. Regardless of what had happened previously, water shortages were a real issue. If this issue wasn't addressed, the resistance and the kingdom's forces would face a fierce battle, each fighting for survival. It's a shame there's no spell to make it rain. We can only artificially rain. That little sky island seems too far away. The pirate world does have a method for artificially creating rain, dancing powder. However, because it's banned by the world government, King Cobra of Alabasta refuses to use it, even though he knows it could save his country. In the original story, if Smoker hadn't decisively used it, the battle would have continued even after Crocodile was defeated. One of the crimes Crocodile wanted to accuse King Cobra of was dancing powder, so Baroque Studios had a large supply of it. It was a perfect opportunity for Shen Fei to use it now. Before using the dancing powder, Shen Fei revealed that he had killed Crocodile. This revelation surprised some of the Alabasta pirates. After all, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had been killed so easily. No one had noticed any signs of Shen Fei and Crocodile fighting. It's raining. The dancing powder proved to be powerful. Shortly after Shen Fei used it, rain began to fall across much of Alabasta. The rain moved many people in Alabasta to tears, solidifying the claim that Crocodile was using the sand fruit to prevent rain from falling. With Crocodile dead, he could no longer disrupt the rainfall, leading to the continued rain. This was Shen Fei's plan. While Crocodile was powerful, he lacked the power to control the rain. He had been able to prevent Alabasta from raining for years by exploiting the properties of the dancing powder. You want to become a Shichibuke? Shen Fei stated directly to the investigating CP organization. Princess Vivi's testimony and Shen Fei's prepared documentation confirmed Crocodile's guilt, leading the world government to immediately expel him from the Shichibuke. Crocodile lacked Doflamingo's power, and of course, he couldn't manipulate the world government into playing along. It's true that some of the rules of this world are broken when it comes to the celestial dragons. Not bad, it's so easy, they didn't even conduct an inspection. Shen Fei shook his head speechlessly, looking at the news in his hand. Although he had previously guessed that becoming a Shichibuke would be easy, after actually witnessing this, he was still speechless. In reality, this was a very simple matter for the world government. First, Shen Fei had killed Crocodile. Regardless of the method, it also demonstrated his strength. Second, it was to quickly appoint the new Shichibuke to maintain the balance among the three major forces and avoid any unexpected situations caused by delays. Looks like everyone's here, with the status of Shichibuke secured. Shen Fei also welcomed all the senior and mid-level agents of Baroque Studio. As the saying goes, men and women work together, making the work easier. Crocodile seemed to have mastered this, and his team was composed entirely of men and women. Looks like some people won't show up, perhaps because of Crocodile's death. A significant number of people who attended the Rainy Land Rain Banquet meeting were absent. Among them, Daz, the user of the quick slashing fruit, whom Shen Fei valued most, was absent, but his partner did. Since you've come, you've acknowledged me as your leader. Unlike Crocodile, I don't have such lofty ideals. For now, things are simple: hunting bounty pirates. That's your mission. One of the perks of being a Shichibuke is the bounty for capturing pirates, a privilege not afforded to other pirates. I'll leave the rest to Robin. You know her better than I do, Shen Fei said, and departed. He'd simply taken over Baroque Studio for a convenient reason, and whatever happened next was of no concern to him. However, it's worth noting that Baroque Studio still has some powerful figures. While the user of the quick slash fruit has departed, those with abilities like the explosion fruit and the melt fruit remain. These two fruits hold immense potential, but their owners are too incompetent, resulting in their powers being wasted. Especially since the third owner of the melt fruit ended up hooking up with Buggy the Clown. Beyond all of this, Shen Fei's greatest interest was undoubtedly the gun with the dachshund dog fruit that ate the dog fruit. It wasn't the dog that ate the gun, it was the gun that ate the dog fruit. Shen Fei had originally thought he could find a way to ingest a devil fruit from a dead creature, but he was deeply disappointed. He found the gun, having picked it up. Despite his disappointment, Shen Fei took it and prepared to study it thoroughly. After ingesting the Inu fruit, the gun had the ability to produce unlimited ammunition, something that intrigued Shen Fei. Besides the gun, there was also his partner, Ms. Golden Week, a young woman who loved tea and painting. Her power came from the pigments she used in her paintings, with different pigments possessing different abilities. Crucially, these abilities weren't derived from devil fruits, but rather from the individual's own abilities. Curious, Shen Fei experimented with the pigments. While they had no effect on him, they possessed remarkable abilities. It's the spirit, or the power of the mind. If I use the mind gem to enhance her, I wonder what the effect would be. Through his research, Shen Fei discovered that Golden Week's power might be linked to her spirit. And the spirit is linked to the mind. If I do that, I might be able to create a character similar to Scarlet Witch. However, Ms. Golden Week didn't seem to have any particular ambitions for becoming stronger. It seems devil fruits don't necessarily appear in nearby fruit. Shen Fei continued his research on the dachshund gun, as well as devil fruits. After hunting down 3 pirates with animal-type devil fruits, Shen Fei confirmed that devil fruits don't necessarily appear in the vicinity of a devil fruit user's death. This might be why there are so many devil fruit users in the ocean. It's random, completely dependent on luck, like Ace, who obtained the flame fruit before even leaving the East China Sea. By now, Minja and Caesar are probably already synthesizing artificial animal-type devil fruits. I'd love to see how they do it. But unfortunately, I can't defeat Minj right now, let alone Kato later. The ingredients for artificial devil fruits are currently extremely scarce. Even Kato doesn't have enough, let alone Kato himself. The Shichibuke have changed. Crocodile was defeated by a newcomer. How interesting. In the New World, within Minj's palace, after receiving the information from his subordinates, Minj couldn't help but smile. As Shen Fei trained and researched, word of his identity quickly spread throughout the seas. After all, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Most people only glance at the information about Shen Fei and quickly forgot about him. To many pirates, the so-called 7 warlords of the sea were merely pawns of the world government and the navy, unworthy of further attention. Those who paid attention to Shen Fei's information were generally less powerful. The 4 emperors and the marine headquarters, for example, remained unfazed by the change in the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 168 Sky Island Technology. Thank you so much for saving my country, Princess Vivi and her childhood sweetheart, Kosa, said, offering Shen Fei a generous salute. With Crocodile's conspiracy exposed and the rain significantly easing the conflict between the rebels and the royal army, and thanks to the efforts of Princess Vivi and Kosa, the rebels have largely returned to their respective homes and begun preparing to rebuild their homeland. A flower stuck in cow dung? Shen Fei muttered to himself as he watched the two stand together. Childhood sweethearts, as they say, are inseparable. Barring any unexpected events, this pairing would be practically a done deal. Shen Fei was naturally pleased with this outcome. While Princess Vivi was beautiful, she was already taken, and he wasn't the type to be paralyzed by the sight of a beautiful woman, so he certainly wouldn't be tempted by them. As for Nami and Robin, Shen Fei was there to save them, not to harbor any ulterior motives. As for the Empress, Shen Fei had no particular motives either. Her affection for Luffy was simply a matter of coincidence. Luffy had the mental fortitude to remain calm, but he didn't. Then there's Luffy's courage to fight the celestial dragons. While Luffy could be said to be reckless and later even incited the admirals, nearly wiping them out, it's undeniable that this courage is something Shen Fei lacks. As the saying goes, do you want to be a coward for life, or a hero for a few minutes? Alright, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. After all, this place is mostly filled with pirates, and it's not a good idea for you two to be here. Besides, I only attacked Crocodile because I coveted his position as a Shichibuke. As for the king's invitation, let's forget it. Princess Vivi and Kosa arrived in the rainy land. Not only did they thank Shen Fei, but the king also wanted to invite him there to formally thank him. Someone like you should join the navy. Why become a Shichibuke? After Princess Vivi and the others left, Robin stared at Shen Fei with curiosity. Since his last meeting with the members of Baroque Studio, Shen Fei had largely stayed within the base, rarely leaving. As for the task of eliminating pirates, his subordinates naturally took care of it. One advantage of being a Shichibuke pirate is that anyone who belongs to the Shichibuke pirate group is immune to the Navy's pursuit. As for sea robbery, Shen Fei had never done it before. Crocodile would occasionally rob, sometimes even in front of the Navy, laughing heartily at the sight of the Navy's indignation and reluctance to speak out. For those on the sea, encountering a Shichibuke robbery while at sea was simply bad luck. Fortunately, there were restrictions on robbery, such as wanton killing. Being a Navy isn't as free as being a Shichibuke. Even Admiral Kizaru had to clock in, so Shen Fei, once he joined the Navy, would surely be no exception. Of course, another reason was that the Shichibuke had the backing of the world government, allowing them to engage in additional business, such as arms sales. Without the Shichibuke status, anyone trying to enter the arms market would undoubtedly face resistance from those within the industry. But with the Shichibuke status, things were different. In fact, Crocodile himself was involved in the arms trade. The rainy land, Crocodile's headquarters, wasn't simply a place for pirates to enjoy themselves. Secret transactions involving intelligence, supplies, and munitions were all conducted there. The Alabasta Kingdom's location was uniquely advantageous. Pirates newly entering the Grand Line, once they chose this route, would typically come to Crocodile to restock their supplies. Not every pirate group was like the Straw Hats, with a small crew who could easily buy enough supplies at the market. For larger groups, purchasing large quantities of supplies was essential. The Shichibuke were known for their ability to capture pirates while also engaging in business with them. Speaking of which, Shen Fei was already showing signs of moving closer to Doflamingo. Of course, while he was leaning towards Doflamingo, Shen Fei was still very different from Doflamingo. He had his own limits, such as the Rainy Land's rules, which prohibited coercion. Shen Fei had some familiarity with the underworld in the Marvel Universe, but after becoming a Shichibuke and accepting Crocodile's position, he realized his previous understanding was only superficial. Because of his status, and perhaps also his financial resources, Shen Fei was occasionally invited by members of the underworld to participate in bizarre auctions involving slaves, women, organs, and more. The possibilities were endless. The slave trade was rampant in the pirate world, and because it involved the celestial dragons, even the Navy was afraid to touch it, sometimes even calling it an employment agency. Under such circumstances, the slave trade was bound to flourish. Trading with the celestial dragons was incredibly lucrative. While the celestial dragons enjoyed many privileges, there was one thing they were bound to abide by: trade. While the Navy wouldn't dare stop them, they would still pay the slave traders. Of course, the people involved were no ordinary people. Beyond the prominent figures of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea, the leaders of underground forces are also not to be ignored. Haven't you seen Big Mom always invite them to her tea parties? While they wouldn't dare refuse Big Mom's request, being invited is a sign of qualification in itself. The technology in the pirate world may seem modest, but a deeper look reveals a well-established system. So-called underground auctions are conducted by auctioneers sitting in their lair, communicating via den-mushi. Once an item is auctioned, a special person delivers it, and payment is made on delivery. At an underground auction, Shen Fei once witnessed the sale of an animal-type devil fruit. He had intended to buy it, but Kato's minions appeared, and the fruit naturally fell into the hands of the beast's pirates. Even if Shen Fei still wanted a devil fruit, he wouldn't provoke the beast's pirates just yet. The underground auctions, focusing on weapons and devil fruits, only interested Shen Fei somewhat. As for transactions involving slaves and beautiful women, he politely declined. He could only ignore it. After all, the slave trade was legal in the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago. Unless he could overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons, nothing he did would change the situation. Fisher Tiger's actions back then were so dramatic, yet he still couldn't shake the celestial dragon slave trade. Piracy in the pirate world was truly a dangerous profession. Legend has it that a pirate group, having just arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago, unexpectedly encountered the celestial dragons, and the captain was enslaved, disbanding the group on the spot. What's the latest activity of the new Shichibukai? Marshal Sengoku, who had just finished signing all the documents at Marine headquarters, suddenly recalled something and asked his lieutenant. Nothing, the lieutenant said, opening a folder and glancing at the documents. So quiet, a bit strange, Sengoku thought after hearing his lieutenant's report. Logically, Zanguo should be pleased with Shen Fei's honesty. However, Zanguo was known as a wise general, and as the saying goes, smart people think too much. Zanguo believed that Shen Fei, a new Shichibukai, had to make a name for himself. Reputation was crucial in the sea, just like someone with a fake, high bounty could scare an enemy they couldn't defeat into a fight. For example, the fake Straw Hat pirates in the original story used the real Straw Hats to recruit a large number of pirates. They weren't even supernovas themselves, yet they managed to attract supernovas. Keep an eye on him for now, Zanguo ordered after a moment's contemplation. He ordered this because Shen Fei's rise to prominence was so sudden. After the 7 Warlords Pirate Kingdom was published worldwide in newspapers, many of the world government's member states condemned him. Of course, this condemnation couldn't be blamed on the world government, so Zanguo had to bear the blame. Consequently, Zanguo was summoned to the Holy Land by the 5 elders and given a good scolding. Because of this, the Navy has stepped up its monitoring of the Shichibukai to prevent such a misunderstanding from happening again. Sengoku believes this shouldn't happen again, as others don't have the resources, as the Empress is the king of the Island of Daughters. However, to address the world government's allies, the Navy has no choice but to take action. The situation is different with the 4 Emperor's pirate groups. The Navy has always maintained surveillance ships, and this position also has the highest casualty rate within the Navy. Pirates like the Whitebird and Red Hair pirates are more receptive, generally refraining from attacking Navy surveillance ships. However, the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates are quick to target surveillance ships whenever they're upset, especially the Beast's pirates, whose surveillance ship losses are the highest. Some pirates in Rainland have been acting strangely lately. As Sengoku was taking action, Shen Fei received Robin's report. These guys are quite courageous. It turns out that my intimidating power as a Shichibukai isn't enough. After hearing Robin's report, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly. Robin's report was simple. Numerous pirate groups were collaborating to capture Yudi and eliminate Shen Fei, the newly promoted Shichibukai. The fastest way to achieve fame on this sea was to either be wanted by the Navy with a hefty bounty, or challenge a powerful being, such as the Shichibuke or the Yonko. It could be said that every aspiring pirate entering the New World aimed to defeat the next of the Yonko. On the Grand Line, the goal was to defeat the next of the Shichibuke. This was inevitable even for the veteran Shichibuke, let alone the newer ones. Among them, Hawkeye faced the most challenges annually. He wielded the supremely sharp sword, the Black Blade Knight, and his title as the world's greatest swordsman made him a must-challenge for any swordsman. It was truly miraculous that Hawkeye accepted Zoro's challenge in the East China Sea and recognized him. Given Hawkeye's immense strength, even Zoro's subsequent progress seemed to have barely narrowed a gap. Zoro had to unleash his full power to deflect Fujitora's meteor, but Hawkeye obliterated it with a single strike. Looks like a killing spree is in the works. Shen Fei wasn't the type to wait for others to strike and then retaliate. Since they were ready to strike, he naturally had to fight back. It seems the Philosopher's Stone is running low lately. These people are just in time. With the intelligence Robin provided, Shen Fei unleashed his dimensional magic and silently dispatched the pirates who were trying to unite. While there were many powerful individuals among them, they stood no chance against Shen Fei's full power. The highest bounty is only 50 million. How can you look down on me, a new Shichibuke? It's like I'm a Shichibuke without a bounty, just like Hawkeye. What the hell? Outside the rainy land, the bodies of dozens of people were piled together and then set on fire, shocking many in the rainy land. As pirates capable of reaching the Grand Line, they'd surely have a few lives to their credit. However, the sight of so many bodies gathered together, including those of prominent figures, was unusual. I heard these guys were planning to team up against the new Shichibuke. I didn't expect that seemingly harmless guy to be so ruthless. This scene caused many who had other plans to give up their thoughts. Honestly, if Shen Fei had killed so many people in a fair and open battle, these people wouldn't have been so surprised. But the fact that they were eliminated without a single sound was a different story. As a sense of panic spread, many people in the rainy area left. In order to eliminate these people quietly, many people considered poison. Under such circumstances, those with ulterior motives naturally dared not stay. Finally, we can finally get some peace and quiet. Time to head to Sky Island. It's a shame I can't defeat S.H.I.E.L.D right now, otherwise maybe I could get his thunder fruit. Although the prosperity of the Rainland had been affected somewhat, Shen Fei didn't care. His mind was now focused on Sky Island. Enelu seems quite arrogant. In the original story, he was nearly killed by someone using sea stone. Can we think of a way around that? Enelu seemed unaware of the power of Haki. If he capitalized on this opportunity, he might be able to kill him in one blow. But if he couldn't kill him, he'd be facing a counterattack. Shen Fei didn't have any effective countermeasures against the Thunder Fruit's power at the moment. Using a water gun won't work. He can fly. The iron armor can siege us. Elementalization can dodge attacks. And lightning attacks are the most effective against the iron armor. I didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. Of course, Shen Fei valued the Thunder Fruit more than the Sand Fruit. It seems that there is really no way to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D for the time being. We can only wait and see. Let's go get the technology of Sky Island first. Chapter 169, Sky Island Technology, Part 2. Sky Island? We have some maps of them here. I'll have someone send them to you. Having decided to go to Sky Island, Shen Fei naturally had to prepare. The Navy undoubtedly had information about Sky Island, but Shen Fei naturally couldn't ask them for it. That would expose his intentions. The only option was to ask the Revolutionary Army. Shen Fei maintained contact with Long through the Den Mushi left behind by Long and the anti-eavesdropping white Den Mushi. The white and black Den Mushi are two very rare species. Using a white Den Mushi during a call prevents the black Den Mushi from eavesdropping. Furthermore, the black Den Mushi's eavesdropping ability wasn't unlimited. It seemed the closer the distance, the better. At too far, even if they could eavesdrop, they'd only be able to pick up a few words at most. While the Revolutionary Army might appear weaker, they still had Long, Sabo, and others, who should know a lot of secrets about these worlds. If Long hadn't betrayed the Navy and joined the Revolutionary Army, the three current admirals might not be the familiar three, but someone else. It's you, after all. Shen Fei's abilities had been greatly expanded at Yu Ain's underground base, where he now possessed numerous advanced instruments from this world, many of which he had acquired through other underground forces. Among them were some sold to him by Flamingo. As a former celestial dragon, even though Mingo no longer held the privileges of a celestial dragon, he was still a highly powerful being compared to the average person. Shen Fei was also keen to cultivate a good relationship with Mingo. Mingo, on the other hand, seemed to have some interest in Shen Fei, S.H.I.E.L.D. Through their interactions, they became acquainted. Although they had never met in person, they had exchanged several conversations through Den Mushi. Shen Fei's acquaintance with Mingo was simple. He met him at an underground Den Mushi auction. Not only did he meet Mingo, but he also met Gecko Mariah, a frequent visitor to the underground auctions. He frequently purchased powerful slaves, clearly intending to utilize the shadow fruit to create zombies. Gecko Mariah truly values his companions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such pain and despair after their demise at Kato's hands, leading to the idea of creating powerful zombies. This way, even if the zombies were destroyed, they wouldn't suffer. Later, Gecko Mariah single-handedly attacked Blackbeard Teach's lair for his companions. An ordinary pirate would certainly not have been able to do that. Ghost Girl's deep respect for Mariah is understandable. However, Shen Fei only knew these two through this. Boa Hancock, Jinbe, Hawkeye, and Kuma never appeared. Shen Fei can probably guess the reason for this. Shen Fei's reason for cultivating good relationships is simple. Putting aside Ming Ge's knowledge of celestial dragon secrets, the fact that his subordinates can create devil fruits alone is worth cultivating good relationships with, not to mention Ming Ge's special connections, allowing him to obtain powerful devil fruits. There are things like the golden fruit, the operation fruit, and later, the flame fruit. Add to that the fact that nearly all of his family members possess devil fruits, and you get a glimpse of just how powerful he is. Speaking of which, Big Mom seems to be quite impressive. With almost all of her subordinates possessing food-type devil fruits. Their luck is incredible. Here's what you're looking for. It was Kuma who appeared at Shen Fei's underground base. While Kuma's identity and size were quite eye-catching, their presence in the Rainy Land might have sparked rumors. Furthermore, Shen Fei didn't believe the world government or the Navy knew Kuma's true identity. It was only because of his unique identity and the fact that he was needed for the pacifist experiment that the Navy allowed him to be involved. Shen Fei didn't believe he could enjoy such treatment. If his contact with Kuma were exposed, the Revolutionary Army's affairs might also be exposed, leading to possible repression from the world government or the Navy. At that point, he might have no choice but to flee. Thank you. Shen Fei accepted the revolutionary intelligence on Sky Island from Kuma and immediately led him to a warehouse in the underground base. This is what you've been looking for. Tell Long to be low-key. I've heard that the world government and many underground forces have been trying to locate these weapons. The revolutionaries, having acquired a large number of weapons, have been extremely active lately, having already conquered 2 countries, both in the West Sea. Shen Fei didn't know the revolutionaries' plan, but through his past life's knowledge and the strategic plans of a certain great leader, he could guess a point: to surround the cities with the countryside, first liberate the 4 Seas, and then attack the Grand Line. The 4 Seas appear much weaker than the Grand Line, but they have a larger population. Strictly speaking, the 4 Seas' weakness stems from the fact that their strongest individuals have left for the Grand Line. Red Hair is from the West Sea, and Roger is from the East Sea. True masters from the Grand Line are far fewer than those in the 4 Seas. With a large population, anyone with the right training methods can become a powerful force, as Sabo exemplifies. While this plan sounds good, given the size of the 4 Seas and the specific conditions of each nation, unifying them is incredibly difficult. After all, the Revolutionary Army's rule isn't based on brute force, but rather on the people of those nations understanding its principles and undermining their rule from within. If it were solely based on brute force, Dragon's personal strength alone would easily allow him to rule dozens of nations, just like the current 4 emperors, each of whom controls dozens of islands. I'll tell him, don't worry, your secrets won't be leaked, said Kuma, stacking 2 containers together. He then lifted them up and disappeared with a flash of teleportation. What a powerful force! Those were 2 containers of weapons, one primarily Gatling guns, the other primarily Gatling ammunition. Gatling guns are incredibly powerful in this world, especially when deployed en masse. Neither the Navy nor the pirates have ever been able to deploy them on such a large scale, and yet the Revolutionary Army has gotten there first. There's no way around it. While the Gatling guns are powerful, they also consume a lot of ammunition, and even the Navy can't sustain such a consumption. In other words, Shen Fei's alchemy was very simple, allowing the Revolutionary Army to temporarily use it without worrying about the cost. The side effects of the Gatling gun, however, were less of a problem in this world. Pirates in the world of pirates are generally physically strong, so a single person wielding a Gatling gun is no big deal. Under the right conditions, a person wielding a Gatling gun could inflict damage on CP members. Under the firepower, even shaving or moon steps wouldn't be able to dodge them. Not every CP member is as powerful as CP9, requiring mastery of all 6 styles. Most CP members can join even if they don't master all 6 styles. There are 10 CP organizations in total. While CP0 and CP9 are powerful military units, the others focus on intelligence, resources, and infiltration. The queen of a certain amusement park is a member of a CP organization, controlling the world's largest underground nightclub organization. I hope Ming won't blame me for stealing his business. His arms business primarily targets the Revolutionary Army's enemies. Anyway, selling weapons to the Revolutionary Army is a serious crime. Even someone like Ming might be able to smuggle some weapons to the Revolutionary Army, but selling them openly is impossible. Is that all? People in this world don't value Sky Island. Is it because of transportation? There are no airplanes in this world. To fly, one must possess special abilities or practice the moon step. I remember Luffy arguing with someone somewhere about whether Sky Island really exists. The information is seriously lagging. A certain suicidal maniac committed suicide by jumping off Sky Island. And it wasn't the White Sea at 7,000 meters, but the White Sea at 10,000 meters. At such a height, there's really no difference between landing on the ground and landing on the sea. By the way, is Kato a devil fruit, or is it a truly magical devil fruit? After all, the dark fruit exists. Perhaps there are devil fruits that can withstand the effects of seawater? Myope no is an example. Shen Fei was very troubled by Kato. Before he traveled through time, Kato was the kind of guy who rarely showed up but had many legends about him. Shen Fei had a deep memory of one of Kato's men. There was nothing he could do. He had seen awesome men, but he had never seen one so awesome. That man was fearless and would not hesitate to catch anyone. He was somewhat similar to Luffy, and ended up being beaten twice. However, he had to admit that this man had extremely strong vitality. Not only did he not die after being beaten twice, he was not even caught. There are many Sky Islands. It seems that the area ruled by S.H.I.E.L.D is just a small piece. Although there was not much information about the Revolutionary Army, it also gave Shen Fei a general impression of Sky Island. Sky Island is mainly divided into 2 parts, the 7,000-meter White Sea and the 10,000-meter wide White Sea. In addition, the currency of Sky Island is extremely worthless. Compared with a country in Shen Fei's memory where money was worthless, the exchange rate is even more exaggerated. It's like buying things with a sack of money. Let's go to other Sky Islands first. The Grand Line, the primary location for Sky Islands, doesn't exist in the 4 seas. It's unclear if the Grand Line's magnetic field is responsible for their existence. Flying through the sky, I hope I don't run into some great pirate. Through the intelligence Shen Fei had gathered during this period, he knew the great pirate Golden Lion had long since escaped prison and disappeared. Even after all these years, the Navy and the world government hadn't given up on finding him. There was no other way. Golden Lion's float fruit was incredibly powerful, allowing him to easily levitate islands and send them careening towards Marine headquarters. In the battle against Sengoku and Garp, Golden Lion had directly destroyed Marine headquarters, Marineford. Golden Lion deployed a vast fleet of ships, even sending islands crashing directly into Marine headquarters. Even Garp and Sengoku were immensely powerful, but they could only destroy a few of the islands and ships, leaving them to smash down on the rest. If Golden Lion so desired, he could easily levitate hundreds of islands, carrying them high into the sky and crashing them into Mirijoa, the world government's sacred site. The world government was naturally concerned about the unknown whereabouts of such an enemy. This is a world-destroying devil fruit. Compared to it, Shen Fei's subordinate, Valentine, possessing the light-floating fruit, seems far inferior. It can only alter its weight and use it to smash people. Beyond this, it has no other moves. Shen Fei had high hopes for the light-floating fruit, believing that if it could awaken, it might even reach the power of Golden Lion. Unfortunately, Valentine has shown no ambition and now operates a spider cafe in Rainy Land. While he appears to be a merciless killer, his ideals are surprisingly simple. Shen Fei certainly doesn't exploit his subordinates like Crocodile, insisting on exploiting their power. When those unwilling to fight are unwilling to fight, Shen Fei simply lets them do what they want. While others don't know Golden Lion's whereabouts, Shen Fei knows he's accumulating strength on a certain island in the sky, preparing to overthrow the Navy and the world government in one fell swoop. The giant insects he's developed are truly formidable. If Golden Lion were allowed to unleash his power, he could potentially inflict severe damage on the Navy and the world government. However, instead of attacking Marine headquarters or the world government's sanctuary directly, he's chosen to provoke the Straw Hat Pirates. As a result, Luffy's 20-year plan of sleeping on straw and eating bitter food was destroyed in one fell swoop. It seems that he was taken to impel down again. This time he has no chance of escaping from prison. Even if he escapes from prison, he will not have 20 years left. Shen Fei must pay attention to such a person hiding in an unknown sky island. What a backward place. Fortunately, the level of technology is very high. After spending some time on several sky islands, Shen Fei gained a deeper understanding of the situation through the intelligence he gathered. It's not like the people of Sky Island didn't communicate with each other. There are two main ways to reach other sky islands: flying, which many on Sky Island can do, or sailing. Shen Fei had indeed forgotten that Sky Island is also connected to sea, the White Sea. The name Sky Island had previously ingrained a notion in his mind. Of course, the main reason for this was that he had forgotten much of the plot of Sky Island, primarily remembering the battles between Enel and Luffy, as well as some of the characters. S.H.I.E.L.D. technology is the primary resource used on Sky Island. Its unique energy generation system is considered a completely pollution-free, clean energy source, a sophisticated use of solar energy. Even the high-tech world of Marvel doesn't excel in this area. Sound shells, light shells, water shells, flavor shells, and so on, these are all daily necessities. Then there are the shock shells, flame shells, and heat shells used in combat. It would be a tremendous waste if the entire world didn't make extensive use of these items. It's not that no outsiders have come to Sky Island. Both Roger and Luffy have been here, and other people have been here too, but these people are only interested in history or treasure. The only one who has developed these shell technologies is Usopp. He used these shells to fight Luffy and caught Luffy off guard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Killing Enelu. Shen Fei gently placed his right hand on a boulder in front of him, approximately 6 meters tall and 3 meters wide. With a gentle push of his palm, he heard a loud bang, and the boulder instantly shattered, scattering all around. It's truly a repelling shell. Its power is truly astonishing. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he watched the shattered rubble. It's just that the side effects are a bit strong. The repulsive shell's recoil was immense. Even with Shen Fei's current strength, he felt a jolt in his arm. A normal person's arm would likely have been destroyed. Traveling along the various sky islands, Shen Fei had acquired a wealth of shell technology. Ordinary items like lamp shells and water shells were easy to collect, and he purchased a good deal along the way with the gold and silver. But combat-related items were a different story. These items weren't sold openly on the Sky Islands. However, these days, anyone with money could buy anything. He could even buy nuclear bombs from Russia, though their yield was a bit low. Furthermore, Shen Fei possessed both wealth and power, making it impossible for him to rip him off. Along the way, he collected numerous heat shells, wind shells, and impact shells. He even obtained repelling shells from a Sky Island noble. The space technology of these shells is quite interesting. By the way, why choose shells as a carrier? Intensely curious about shell technology, Shen Fei spent considerable time on Sky Island, hoping to learn how to manufacture them. Bika, this Enel guy is truly evil, or did he gain something by destroying Bika? Infinite Earth? Perhaps we should use the Quinjet to visit the moon. From what he had learned on Sky Island, Shen Fei learned that most combat shells, the rare ones like the slashing shells and the repelling shells, could only be produced by Bika. But now that Bika was destroyed, the technology might have been lost. Another possibility was that Enel knew how to manufacture these shells. Enel, the master of the Thunder Fruit, possessed impressive technological prowess, not to mention his strength. Otherwise, how could he have created a flying golden ship? Even more importantly, why would he have gone to the moon? It seems there's a high-tech city on the moon, with some strange robots and space pirates. Remembering what he'd seen about S.H.I.E.L.'s journey to the Infinite Land, Shen Fei couldn't help but fix his gaze on the moon. I remember the Quinjet can travel into space, but this one seems a bit outdated. Should I ask S.H.I.E.L.D or Hydra for a newer Quinjet? While S.H.I.E.L.D's Quinjet is the same model from head to toe, its performance naturally varies due to materials and technology. Looks like we need to go to Sky Island, controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Having made his decision, Shen Fei immediately returned from Sky Island to Qinghai, heading for Sky Island. One of the perks of becoming a Shichibuke is access to a complete map of the first half of the Grand Line, as well as permanent pointers to various locations. Sky Island is a pirate island, home to a large number of pirates. It's controlled by Bellamy the hyena, who is actually the flamingo. Bellamy was a loyal subordinate, but unfortunately, he was later abandoned by Doflamingo. The spring fruit, floating above Sky Island, staring at the city below, Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to kill Bellamy and get the spring fruit. However, Shen Fei was not very optimistic about the spring fruit, although theoretically, there is no weak fruit, only people who don't know how to use it. Come to think of it, Luffy seems to have become friends with Bellamy later. After Shen Fei muttered this in his heart, he flew towards the sky. He didn't need the spring fruit at the moment, and this place belonged to Mingo's sphere of influence. Although Shen Fei was not afraid of being discovered, there was no need to make trouble. Is there a war? When Shen Fei came to the Sky Island ruled by S.H.I.E.L.D, the island of God, Arpyard, the first thing he saw was war, the war between the Shandians and the priests under S.H.I.E.L.D. Room, standing outside the island, Shen Fei unleashed his Operation Fruit's power to its fullest. In some ways, the circles of the Operation Fruit could be used as observation haki for Shen Fei. His current observation haki was still quite far behind the circles of the Operation Fruit. They're all utilizing shell technology. These people's battles utilized various shells, wind spraying shells, cloud shells, and so on. S.H.I.E.L.D, with 4 great priests under his command, had set up 4 trials on the Green Island, always welcoming challenges. This was purely S.H.I.E.L.'s mischievousness. Otherwise, with the power to destroy Sky Island, he could easily wipe out the Shandians. Who are you? This is HeartNet. Just as Shen Fei was observing the battle through the Operation Fruit, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated before him, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Bare-chested, a large drum engraved with Magatama stood behind him, and a golden staff was clasped in his right hand. It was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, who possessed the Thunder Fruit. He arrived quickly, worthy of being the one who could cast a HeartNet across the entire Sky Island. From what he said, he seems to be able to sense the circles of the Operation Fruit. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.'s appearance, Shen Fei took a step back, his mind immediately turning, while simultaneously drawing back the power of the Operation Fruit. S.H.I.E.L.D now looked quite languid, floating cross-legged in front of Shen Fei, his golden staff resting on his body, his head tilted, and with a faint smile, he regarded Shen Fei. He didn't attack me immediately, so it seems I can kill him. The discrepancy in their intelligence, coupled with S.H.I.E.L.'s arrogance, prompted Shen Fei to test S.H.I.E.L.D. If he attacked immediately, he would appear and flee. But if he remained arrogant and didn't attack, then perhaps he had a chance. You are the ruling god here, Shen Fei finally said. You don't look like someone from Sky Island, S.H.I.E.L.D continued with his languid demeanor. I'm from Qinghai. I came here by accident. I didn't expect there to be gods here. It's quite surprising. Oh, there aren't gods in Qinghai, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile. No, Shen Fei had lied on that point. The celestial dragons claim to be descendants of the Creator, and their favorite claim was to be their own gods. That's a shame. It seems I need to go there to spread the glory of the gods. S.H.I.E.L.D said this with a look of pride on his face. If you go there, you'll probably be so devastated that you'll doubt your life. Luffy alone had already devastated him, let alone the many masters in Qinghai. Since you're a god, you must be very powerful, Shen Fei said, and punched S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to have anticipated Shen Fei's blow, looking at him with a smile. Still sitting there motionless as always. Huh? As expected, Shen Fei's attack penetrated S.H.I.E.L.'s body, just like how Bruno had been desperately attacking Kizaru in the original book but couldn't hit him. Shen Fei, Who didn't use the armament Haki, of course had the same result. This is impossible. Seeing that his attack seemed to be useless, Shen Fei's face immediately changed, and then he kicked S.H.I.E.L.D, but of course he didn't hide him. You are disrespectful to God, and you will face divine punishment next. Seeing that Shen Fei was not attacking, S.H.I.E.L.D raised the golden stick and seemed to be ready to attack Shen Fei. Snap! At this moment, Shen Fei suddenly attacked again, handcuffed S.H.I.E.L.'s arm with a stone handcuff, and then punched him hard on the head, knocking him out. Looking at the flying S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei moved his feet, activated the shaving fruit, and chased after the flying S.H.I.E.L.D. In S.H.I.E.L.'s shocked and unbelievable eyes, he activated the ability of the surgery fruit. Slaughterhouse, he instantly severed his other 3 limbs, leaving only the arm with the stone handcuffs. So-called gods are nothing more than this. Shen Fei finally calmed down and sneered at S.H.I.E.L.D as he watched him fall to the ground. He had been a little nervous after the previous battle, but S.H.I.E.L.D had been too arrogant and didn't take Shen Fei seriously, which was how Shen Fei tricked him. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been trying to rely on one arm to activate his abilities, suddenly changed his expression as he realized his abilities seemed to be gone. Without the power of the Thunder Fruit, S.H.I.E.L.D was a mere physical stuntman. Even with his elemental powers, he was hit several times by Luffy. He was even tricked by a Sandio warrior using Sea Stone and a stun shell. If it weren't for the Thunder Fruit's ability to heal him with electricity, S.H.I.E.L.D might have been killed. This was precisely why Shen Fei dared to challenge him. Just the power of a nature devil fruit makes you think you're a god. How ridiculous. There are countless people with abilities like yours in Shanghai. Of course, Shen Fei was exaggerating. Nature devil fruits are the rarest. S.H.I.E.L.D said, eyes nearly bulging out of his head in fury. You're just someone relying on the Thunder Fruit, playing God in a remote place like Sky Island. How could you possibly know the vastness of this world? Countering devil fruit powers is very simple. One is Sea Stone, the thing you're holding onto, and another is Haki, Shen Fei said, his right fist turning pitch black. I was just teasing you before, Shen Fei said, immediately unfolding a mirror space and taking S.H.I.E.L.D in. Now, be honest and tell me everything you know. Why was Bika destroyed? What exactly is the Infinite Land? Within the mirror space, Shen Fei immediately began to interrogate S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you know about the Infinite Land? Shen Fei's words shocked S.H.I.E.L.D even more. He had never told anyone about the Infinite Land. I know more than you think. Tell me now, do you think I'll tell you? S.H.I.E.L.D was a man of integrity, at least not afraid of death. I'll make you tell me, Shen Fei said, and began to hypnotize S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it. A guy with such powerful observation haki is so hard to hypnotize. Shen Fei looked at the still conscious S.H.I.E.L.D, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he didn't give up and continued. This time, he added the power of the Operation Fruit. Is this Pika's secret? No wonder he wants to destroy Pika, to keep it to himself. But his vision is truly far superior to Roger's. Roger was merely the pirate king of this planet, while S.H.I.E.L.D had begun to stride into the universe. Who knows, maybe one day the world of One Piece will become the story of Space One Piece. After learning Pika's secret, Shen Fei forced S.H.I.E.L.D to reveal all his knowledge before killing him and condensing the Thunder Fruit. This fruit can be given to Ada. Perhaps I should go back and bring Ada here, Shen Fei thought, holding the Thunder Fruit in his hand. With Ada's wisdom, she could definitely develop this Thunder Fruit to great effect. I remember there's a historical text here. I can give it to Robin. There was a historical text on Sky Island that seemed to have been written by Roger. Aside from the mirror space, Shen Fei ignored the people fighting and soared to the top of the island. There was S.H.I.E.L.'s collection, a vast amount of gold from the golden city of Sandora, and the golden ship Ark, which he had built. This ship was crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D, who had used the Thunder Fruit to slowly smelt the gold. As for the historical text, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care. After all, to him, it was just a piece of stone with incomprehensible words. It seems there's a man down there constantly salvaging gold, trying to prove his ancestors weren't lying, a North Sea fairy tale, the Liar King, combined with Shen Fei's previous memories. After shrinking the golden ship using PIM particles and collecting the remaining gold, Shen Fei swung a thick golden pillar and smashed it against a massive golden bell. This bell was the one S.H.I.E.L.D had intended to place on his own ship. Clang clang clang. The sudden ringing of the bell echoed across Sky Island, causing both sides to pause in their actions. The Shandians, excited, rushed forward with all their might. The golden bell was a religious belief for the Shandians, and its ringing held extraordinary significance for them. The priests, however, grew nervous. Logically, the golden bell couldn't be rung, for it held their god, Enel. These priests had witnessed Enel's power firsthand. The thunderous devastation that had destroyed Bika Island was, to them, a miracle. As the golden bell rang, a man riding a Pegasus and dressed in knight armor also flew towards the Green Island. How is it possible? Quickly call the big brother out of the sea. On the beach of Qinghai Island, some pirates became excited after hearing the bell, and shouted to the big brother, "What else has he found? Now we can provide some equipment for Sky Island to the Revolutionary Army, but if so, maybe they will focus on Sky Island, and the peace here on Sky Island may be disrupted. Forget it, let's talk about it later." Thinking of this, Shen Fei opened a golden portal and returned to the underground base in the Rainy Land. Who am I? It turns out to be Admiral Aokiji. Chapter 171, 9 Realms Connected, Part 1. Shen Fei, who had originally intended to visit Robin to review the historical text he had just brought back from Sky Island, unexpectedly discovered a surprising figure upon arriving at Yu Yan's office, Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji sat leisurely on a sofa, an eye mask covering his eyes, seemingly asleep. Across from him stood Robin, trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear. Perhaps because she was too frightened, Robin remained frozen in place. With the exception of a few inexperienced individuals, everyone in this world knew what the admirals represented. Their power was almost as intimidating as that of the 4 emperors. Upon seeing Admiral Aokiji, Shen Fei gave Robin a reassuring look and calmly sat down across from her. Shen Fei was well aware of the strength of the admirals. He wasn't like Luffy or the others, who had no idea of their power. This guy has clearly been protecting Robin, but unfortunately, he's also the one Robin fears the most. Robin, of course, didn't know what Aokiji had done until he spoke out. All she knew was that Aokiji had frozen her best friend in front of her. And the person chasing Robin from behind also had the shadow of Admiral Aokiji, though Aokiji's reason for appearing was to protect Robin and finish the job for her. The Admiral is so impressive. My secretary is trembling with fear, Shen Fei said immediately after taking a look at Aokiji. He wondered why Aokiji had come here. You just got back. Aokiji then removed his eye mask and glanced at Robin calmly before returning his gaze to Shen Fei. Could this guy have been using observation haki to observe his surroundings? As an admiral of the Navy, even though Aokiji primarily used his devil fruit in battle and never displayed any physical abilities, Shen Fei wouldn't have assumed he didn't know armament haki or observation haki. With the strength of an admiral, even if he was distracted by training his devil fruit, it would not be a problem for him to cover a rainy area with his observation haki. Although he was sleeping just now, it is possible that he has been using his observation haki to observe the surroundings. In this case, his sudden appearance can easily be associated with his special ability. Yes, there were some things that needed to be dealt with before, so I went out for a while. Although Shen Fei felt that it was a bit early to expose his special ability, he did not mind it too much. Anyway, it would be exposed sooner or later, and now it is just earlier. You may not know who your secretary is, Aokiji said, and his eyes swept to Robin on the side. Following his gaze, Robin's body could not help but tremble again. I know exactly who she is. A survivor of O'Hara. She's been wanted since she was very young, for reasons unknown. She's lived a precarious life ever since. But now she can rest assured, because she's absolutely safe with me. Shen Fei's words startled Robin. In all these years, she'd never heard anyone offer to protect her. Almost everyone who worked with her needed to exploit her knowledge or abilities. Do you really think you can protect her with her mere status as a Shichibuke? You probably don't know the kinds of people she's involved with, do you? Aokiji said, his gaze suddenly cold, an inexplicable aura filling the room. Nico Robin's identity was incredibly important. It's safe to say that if Aokiji hadn't been around for so many years, Robin would have been captured long ago. In fact, I know exactly who she's involved with, but under my protection, no one can harm her. Shen Fei's gaze shifted as well. At worst, he could just take Robin away from this world. He didn't believe the world government, the celestial dragons, or would be able to pursue her to other worlds. You seem so confident. As Aokiji spoke, a chill emanated from him. The glass table between them was quickly frozen solid, and the cold extended towards Shen Fei. There's something wrong with this guy, Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the cold air extend towards him. Although he suspected it was a test from Aokiji, similar to what he had done to Luffy and the others, Crocodile didn't seem to have experienced anything like that. Why was he treated so differently? He could have waited a few years. What? Is the Navy going to attack the 7 warlords of the sea? Shen Fei said, slapping the frozen glass table in front of him with his right hand. Instantly, the ice on the glass table and the ground vanished. Alchemy. He could also use the power of ice. If he could do it, reversing it with alchemy would be easy. Just now, he used alchemy to transform ice into water from the air. He couldn't do that now, like Aokiji had frozen the entire ocean. But he could easily reverse the ground and the glass table. Watching the ice instantly vanish, Aokiji's eyes finally took on a hint of seriousness. However, he subsequently refrained from attacking the Shichibukai. It's unclear whether it was due to Shen Fei's words, the Navy's move against the Shichibukai, or Shen Fei's strength. Whatever Robin's previous identity, she's now one of the Shichibukai. I remember the Shichibukai's power. Pirates under the Shichibukai, regardless of their previous status, will have their wanted notices lifted upon acquiring this status. While the world government determines this power, as long as it remains in place, the Shichibukai won't fear the Navy. The Navy, Shichibukai, and Yonko, the 3 great powers, a balance Shen Fei once wondered how it was maintained. But after serving as a Shichibukai for a while, he's come to understand how it works. The Shichibukai aren't designed to target pirates, but rather the Navy, designed to constrain them. While the New World's Yonko are incredibly powerful, the Navy is still superior. The Navy is a cohesive entity, easily rallying the vast majority. But with a Yonko, you'd be lucky if they didn't stab you in the back. Without the troublemakers like the 7 warlords of the sea, if the Navy truly ruthlessly assembled the 3 admirals and the majority of their forces, it would be easy to destroy a group of the 4 emperors. During the Battle of Marineford, Akainu alone fought to defeat Whitebird. While Whitebird's age and injuries contributed to this, the Navy had 2 admirals who were inactive, a marine hero, the Grand Admiral, and several under-recruited admirals who hadn't yet taken action. Maintaining chaos on the oceans is perhaps the goal of the world government or the celestial dragons. This ensures that no one will challenge their authority. If someone unifies the oceans, the celestial dragons will undoubtedly be the next to challenge them. No one who holds onto power wants to remain above them. Similarly, if the Navy eliminates most of its opponents, it will be difficult for the world government to use the Navy as a watchdog. This is probably what's known as nurturing an enemy for self-preservation. Though this practice is usually reserved for local forces, but now it's the world government that's doing it. Otherwise, how could the combined power of the world government and the Navy, combined with their 800 years of rule, allow such chaos to reign supreme on the oceans? In such a world, Shen Fei sometimes couldn't understand why our Roger had sided with the Navy and the world government against the legendary pirate Rock's. Honestly, in Shen Fei's view, Rock's unification of the world was better than the celestial dragons. Without addressing the root cause, the so-called Navy's justice was a joke. Even saving countless lives wouldn't completely change the world. Of course, while Shen Fei now despised the Shichibukai system, he had to admit it had brought him numerous benefits. As long as the world government remained silent, even if many in the Navy disliked the Shichibukai system, they wouldn't dare intervene. I was just passing through. This place is definitely different from when Crocodile was here, Aokiji said, returning to his usual relaxed demeanor, as if he hadn't been the one who had just taken action. Of course, although Shen Fei claimed to be indifferent to Alabasta's affairs, it was impossible for him to be completely indifferent. His approach had destined the kingdom of Alabasta to be different from now on. First, regarding the system. When Crocodile was here, he needed to promote his reputation, so he would hire or allow some pirates to cause trouble. But Shen Fei wouldn't do that. While the pirates who made it to the Grand Line were certainly capable, this was only the beginning of the first half. With the exception of a few, the vast majority of pirates who entered were vulnerable to firearms, not to mention the fact that he had devil fruit users under his command. After eliminating numerous disruptive pirates, the port city of Rapeseed Flower was now a rare sight. Similarly, the kingdom of Alabasta was undergoing changes. It had to be said that the methods of governance in the pirate world were incredibly crude. A few of his humble suggestions could bring about significant changes in Alabasta. Strictly speaking, the governance of these nations was essentially free for all. No wonder Crocodile, with just a few tricks, could garner so much support. If you were to look at the history books of the Celestial Empire, most of its kings would probably die of shame. Of course, exceptions like the Goa Kingdom were out of the question. Under Shen Fei's advice, the Kingdom of Alabasta has undergone significant changes in commerce and industry. Furthermore, some of Alabasta's unique creatures have been put to use, such as the sprinting lizard and the sprinting duck, which were once idle, now serve as delivery services. Similarly, Rain Feast has undergone significant changes. While pirates and the like are still the primary clientele, they are not allowed to cause trouble, something Crocodile previously ignored. Admiral Aokiji, why is he here? As news of Admiral Aokiji's appearance in the Rainland spread, many pirates immediately began to leave. Traffic in the Rainland instantly dropped by over 40%. This was thanks to Shen Fei's changes. If it had been Crocodile's Rainland before, the drop would have been at least 70%. I say, how long are you going to stay here? If this continues, I'm going to be starving. Shen Fei was speechless at the effect Aokiji had caused, but he was unwilling to leave. And Shen Fei couldn't force him to leave. Robin, though still a little nervous facing Aokiji, was no longer as fearful as before. Perhaps it was because of Shen Fei's words, perhaps because of what he had said earlier. I understand. I'll be there right away. Aokiji eventually left, but this wasn't Shen Fei's doing, nor was it Aokiji's willingness to leave. Instead, his immediate superior called, suggesting an incident. After becoming a Shichibuke, Shen Fei realized that in this world, the Shichibuke were truly insignificant. Perhaps only Hawkeye, Mingo, and Kuma were slightly more powerful, but the others could easily be replaced. The number of great pirates in the New World was beyond imagination. Many of these individuals had challenged the four emperors but failed, yet survived. While not as powerful as the four emperors, they were still significantly stronger than the others. Although over half of the supernovas that appeared each year perished in the New World, those who survived had the potential to become great pirates. Ace, that guy, is truly famous. Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he looked at the name on the latest wanted poster. Ace's current bounty was the highest among this year's 7 supernovas. According to newspaper reports, Ace, relying on the power of the flame fruit, had destroyed numerous warships along the way, inflicting heavy losses on the Navy. Under Robin's leadership, Baroque Studios had grown further, expanding beyond the first half of the Grand Line and now deploying personnel in the Sabaody archipelago. Crocodile, previously utterly defeated by Whitebird, had abandoned his intelligence network there and in the New World, but Shen Fei wasn't about to give up. He planned to visit Caesar's Island to see how artificial devil fruits were created. If he had the chance, he could report this to the Navy and have them destroy the island, leaving Mingo speechless. Of course, this report would be anonymous. At this stage, neither Mingo nor Kato were anyone he could afford to offend. This is the main text of Sky Island's history. Leaning against a huge stone of the underground base, Robin's face was full of excitement. Perhaps it was because of what Shen Fei and Aokiji said before that the relationship between Robin and him has changed a lot. Before, his relationship with Robin was more like the relationship between Crocodile and his superiors. What on earth is this guy Ace thinking? Ace's becoming a supernova made Vice Admiral Garp feel mixed emotions. He originally wanted Luffy and Ace to be in the Navy. As a result, because he was too busy with work, he didn't pay attention, and these two grandsons were fooled into becoming pirates. Luffy was fooled by red hair and wanted to become the Pirate King, which made Garp very depressed. Ace, who originally hated pirates, actually became a pirate. Garp didn't know what to say at this time. I hope his identity will not be exposed. At this point, Garp could only pray like this in his heart. Quotation mark. Chapter 172, 9 Realms Connected, Part 2. This Ace is really restless. I've been here long enough. Should I go back now, or should I stay here and become a Yonko level before going back? Looking at the newspaper report about Ace's rampage in the New World, Shen Fei began to ponder. The pirate world is always full of news. How many Marines a pirate has killed, how many islands he has seized, how many pirates the Navy has captured, supernovas challenging the Yonko, and so on. However, these things didn't matter to Shen Fei, who was staying in Alabasta. While he was somewhat curious about the New World, unlike Luffy, he wouldn't rashly venture into it until he had enough strength. It would take too long to become a Yonko. Instead of staying here, I might as well try other worlds. The pirate world's military power was indeed high, but there were countless higher powers in the vast universe. If he could become a Yonko in this world, perhaps he could easily surpass it in other worlds. Should we take Robin back? Having decided to go, Shen Fei sat down and began preparing to take back some of this world's specialties, sea king meat. This meat, brimming with vitality, is unmatched even by the dragons of Harry Potter's world. Consuming it regularly has a profound effect on physical fitness. Just look at the celestial dragons. Although they are weak, they possess remarkable physical prowess, as evidenced by the fact that they survived Luffy's furious punch. Even Nami, though lacking any physical skills, possesses excellent basic physical qualities. Later, thanks to Law's ability to swap harps with Sanji, Sanji was able to use Nami's body to perform some physical techniques. While the price was aches and pains after the exchange, this was a testament to Nami's physical prowess. If national athletes were fed this meat regularly, breaking Olympic records wouldn't be easy. You want to leave here? What does this world mean? In the underground base of Rainland, Robin's face was filled with confusion at Shen Fei's sudden words. Not only Robin, but even in the Marvel world, not everyone would understand such a situation. The meaning is very simple, Shen Fei said, and used the magic of Kamar-Taj to simulate the worldview of the multiverse and the infinite universe. So you are not from this world. Even though Robin was one of the few people in this world with advanced knowledge, what Shen Fei said was still very difficult for her to understand. In the end, Robin understood one thing, that is, Shen Fei was not from this world. Yes, are you interested in going there to take a look? Then what about here? Robin was of course interested in going to the so-called other world, but then Robin thought that if she left with Shen Fei, it would be difficult to deal with the rainy land. Let others take care of it first. It's not like we won't come back, but before that, you need to learn the posture of our world, Red Queen. As Shen Fei spoke, a little girl in a red dress suddenly appeared beside the two of them. Take her through some common sense about Earth and some things to be aware of. Understood, sir? Ms. Robin, this way. Is this another world? On the alien planet, Shen Fei's private base, Robin, stripped of her Ant-Man suit, surveyed everything with curiosity. Even though Red Queen had previously given her some remedial lessons through the Oasis game, there was still a huge difference between the physical and the virtual. This is my private planet, albeit a bit desolate, Shen Fei said, leading Robin to the rooftop. Through the glass window, he explained the planet's conditions. Why would you, with your age, choose to be a mere Shichibuke, just to see the sights of a different world? Okay, we'll talk about these things later. In my world, identity is very important. So you'll probably have to work hard. Bringing Robin along out of nowhere wasn't a big deal, but the sudden appearance of a stranger, who hadn't left any trace, would probably have Fury grumbling again, and his paranoia might have set in. Therefore, Shen Fei prepared a Chinese identity for Robin and sent her on a flight to New York. S.H.I.E.L.D's presence in China was extremely weak, making it difficult to uncover Robin's true identity. As for China, they wouldn't pay much attention to a citizen abroad. After explaining Robin's arrangements, Shen Fei opened a portal and returned to his villa, where he had Red Queen create a new, legitimate identity. For an ordinary person, such an undertaking would be extremely difficult, but for Shen Fei, it was a piece of cake. By the way, you can take this opportunity to wander around. After handing Robin her ID, Shen Fei also gave her a black card and a specially made cell phone. You're so nice to me, aren't you attracted to me? After accepting the ID, cell phone, and black card, Robin smiled at Shen Fei. Compared to her time in the One Piece world, Robin seemed unusually relaxed, so she teased Shen Fei a little. Ahem. Robin's words left Shen Fei at a loss for words. To say no would be hypocritical, but more than anything, he felt pity for Robin. In the world of pirates, Robin rarely even sleeps peacefully. Her precarious existence has made her extremely alert even when she's asleep, and she always carries a weapon. Are you leaving now, or are you planning on staying here for a few days? Shen Fei, looking at the beaming Robin, immediately changed the subject. Right now. As you said, this is a good opportunity to get some rest. Okay, I'll take you there. By the way, this world is full of cameras, so if you use your abilities, try to avoid detection, Shen Fei warned after opening a golden portal. Don't worry, I'll take care of that, Robin said, touching Shen Fei's cheek with her right hand. With a hint of cryptic smile, she stepped through the portal. I was so focused on bringing her here that I forgot about Ada. This is causing some trouble. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Shortly after Robin left, Shen Fei realized a major problem. After some hesitation, he decided to deal with it later. While faithfulness is a virtue, Shen Fei truly wanted both. It was probably every man's dream. Shen Fei wasn't worried about Robin living alone in modern society. Not only had she already learned about modern society through Red Queen, but even if she hadn't, her experience of fleeing the naval world for over a decade was enough to give her a foothold in the modern world. Aokiji had always been protective of Robin, but he couldn't do it personally. Robin's survival depended largely on her own efforts. Just in time. I was looking for you. Let's have a fight, Stark excitedly said to Shen Fei upon seeing him arrive at his beachfront villa. What? Did you succeed with your research on the anti-mage armor? As Iron Man, Stark's biggest passion was probably various anti-suits, such as the Hulkbuster and the anti-mage armor. Banner had previously expressed his displeasure with Stark's thinking, but Shen Fei didn't care. In his view, none of Stark's anti-Hulk armors had actually been successful. If the Hulk were to truly fight him, he'd definitely be able to dismantle it. In the One Piece world, the Hulk would be at least a Yonko-level warrior. While his combat and destructive power might be lacking, his physical prowess was undeniably Yonko level. In this respect, the Hulk resembled Big Mom. In this respect, Stark was far superior to that hero in a black bat suit. Stark simply fought against everything he saw, while that guy sought to exploit the opponent's weaknesses, often resulting in him giving the villains an advantage. At least, Stark's anti-Hulk armor didn't benefit any villains. Not bad, here's this. Perfect for testing. Stark pointed to the gold and red armor beside him, preparing to don it. No need for testing. You are absolutely no match for me, Shen Fei said as a transparent armament color shone on his right hand, and he punched the chest of the anti-magician armor. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire villa shook for a long time before finally stopping. Looking at the chest armor of the anti-magician armor, although it was not broken, it was dented. Stark's eyes bulged out at the side of the dented breastplate. He knew very well how hard the material of this armor was, let alone the crucial chest armor. In Stark's design, even a direct hit from his micro-missiles would not be damaged to this extent. Your body is too weak. Although the armor is powerful, if it were to be attacked like this, would your body inside be able to withstand it? Are all magicians nowadays like this? Stark muttered softly, holding his breastplate. Don't bring the image of magicians from TV and movies into reality. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Stark mutter. If Stark were to see the magicians of Kamar-Taj, who would draw their swords and fight at the slightest disagreement, he'd probably be even more unbearable. At least Shen Fei resembled the legendary magicians. Aside from the Kai portals and mirrored dimensions, the mages of Kamar-Taj didn't really resemble magic at all. I'll definitely develop a true anti-magic armor. Despite the shock, Stark quickly recovered. Alright, let's not talk about that. I brought a lot of goodies this time to improve your health. Shen Fei had come here primarily to give Stark some Sea King meat. Don't let anyone know about this. I don't have much. Shen Fei certainly had plenty of Sea King meat, but to prevent Stark from wasting it or using it as a gift, he had to say this. He really did go on a trip. Shen Fei smiled and shook his head slightly, looking at the picture of the Great Wall Robin had sent him. After Robin left for China, she didn't immediately fly to the US, but went sightseeing first. It seems Aida hasn't been free lately either, Shen Fei muttered to himself when he suddenly received a video from Red Queen. Is this about to begin? Watching the video show Dr. Sigler running naked from the police, Shen Fei immediately understood what was about to happen. After Thor returned to Asgard with his brother and best friend Loki, Shen Fei had Red Queen monitor Thor's girlfriend, Jane, and Professor Sylvig. The reason for this was simple. Jane was involved with a reality stone, and Sylvig seemed to have discovered the Nine Realms connection. Without knowing the exact time of occurrence, Shen Fei could only gather relevant information by monitoring the two. From Sylvig's words in the video when he was apprehended by the police, Shen Fei knew the Nine Realms connection was imminent. While this type of surveillance was somewhat unethical, Shen Fei had no choice but to do it to avoid future problems. Sylvig, can't you just say whatever you want to say? Running out naked is a disgrace to public morals. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei opened a portal and arrived in England. Jane, this is it. In front of an abandoned building, Jane's deputy, Daisy, and her assistant, emerged from a car. Daisy's assistant was holding testing equipment. After Jane, Daisy, and the other two entered the abandoned building, Shen Fei arrived in front of it and immediately activated the power of the Operation Fruit, covering the entire structure. Here, as Jane and her group sat through the strange space and gravity tests, Shen Fei arrived at a node and walked in. Shen Fei's true purpose in monitoring Jane was to obtain the ether particles, also known as the Reality Stone, before Jane. This would give him 3 Infinity Stones. This is where? How is it possible? Shen Fei was stunned as he saw the massive mountain range suddenly appear before him, and the surrounding freezing cold. Then, seeing dozens of tall, blue figures suddenly appear in front of him, he immediately understood where this place was. Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. Because I'm not Jane, there's no way I can reach the Reality Stone. Seeing the frost giants charging towards him, Shen Fei, unwilling to fight them, immediately opened a golden portal and stepped through. Jane, where are you? Shen Fei, returning through the portal, heard Daisy yelling and searching for Jane. Is this Jane's fate? Looks like I can only proceed with the second step of the plan, not being able to obtain the Reality Stone before Jane frustrated Shen Fei, as it meant he wouldn't be able to obtain it for a while. Feeling depressed, Shen Fei pulled out his phone and dialed the number of a certain bald man in black. It's stranger calling me. What's the matter? Prepare for battle. Chapter 173, 9 Realms Connected, Part 2. What do you mean? Fury, at S.H.I.E.L.D's Trident headquarters in Washington, D.C., jumped to his feet upon hearing Shen Fei's words. His action startled Natasha, who had come to report intelligence, and Hill, who was standing nearby. The two beautiful agents simultaneously fixed their gazes on the phone in Fury's hand. Something's happened here. Shen Fei immediately told Fury about the 9 Realms connection. This is the situation. It's none of my business from now on. What? Wait a minute. Wait there, I'll send someone over right away. Fury breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Shen Fei's words, realizing it wasn't what he'd expected. But then his brow furrowed again. He'd just finished fighting the aliens here, and now they were back. He was in a state of panic, and he hadn't even finished his own S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs. Garrett's betrayal had caused widespread panic within S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he was a level 8 agent, one of the highest-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. officials. Who knew how many people were connected to him? Even Carlson had to take a polygraph test. Hill, I'll leave this matter to you. I need to go to England, Fury said, picking up the phone and contacting the Security Council. Since this matter involved aliens and was set in the UK, there were some things even he couldn't make the call on. Director, what's going on? Hill asked. I'll tell you on the way, Tony, something interesting is happening here. Want to come and take a look? After hanging up with Fury, Shen Fei immediately called Stark and told him about the 9 Realms connection. I'll be right there. As a scientist and a superhero, Stark wouldn't miss such an opportunity. You're here pretty quickly. Shortly after Shen Fei hung up with Stark, sirens blared in the distance. A moment later, nearly 20 police cars appeared near the abandoned building. Seeing the police, Jane's deputy, Daisy, and her own deputy rushed over, apparently seeking their help in finding the missing Jane. Mr. Shen Fei, our superiors have instructed us to follow your orders. A man who looked like a supervisor among the police came to Shen Fei. Although there was some surprise in his eyes, he still saluted Shen Fei and then said that it was an order from his superior. Do you have a pen and paper? Shen Fei had just opened his mouth when the police officer immediately asked his men to get a pen and paper from the car. It's you, I know you, Jane is missing. At this moment, Daisy rushed over after seeing Shen Fei, shouting loudly. I know, don't worry, she will be fine, let them leave here first. As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, 2 policemen came and took the 2 people away. There are a lot of homeless people in here, we must get them out of here as soon as possible. After the pen and paper came, Shen Fei immediately used the pen to draw the approximate appearance of the abandoned building in front of him on the paper, and then drew a warning circle in the middle of the abandoned building. Remember, absolutely no one is allowed to enter this area. Do not be curious, or the price will be your lives. Got it? And clear everyone within a 5-kilometer radius. That's it for now, got it? The officer took the painting and immediately summoned the police. Shen Fei would, of course, save anyone he could. Because the 9 realms were connected, many people had already gone missing in the abandoned building. Even Shen Fei couldn't predict their fate. It wasn't uncommon for peaceful races in the 9 realms. Perhaps some had traveled to such a world and survived. Of course, there was also the possibility that, Like Shen Fei had previously, they had found themselves in the Frost Giants' territory, where survival was a definite possibility. Even if they weren't attacked by the Frost Giants, their territory was incredibly cold. That's Jane. Did you know, Thor's girlfriend is missing? Shen Fei had just issued the order when Daisy rushed over and yelled at him. I know she's Thor's girlfriend, but there's no point yelling at me now. This is an alternate dimension connecting the 9 realms. I don't know where she'll end up. I can only wait for her to return. Shen Fei understood Daisy's behavior. After all, Jane wasn't just her instructor, she was also her close friend. But Jane, boom. Just as Daisy was about to say something, a loud bang erupted from behind her. Shen Fei turned to see a monster nearly 10 meters long and over 2 meters wide, with sturdy limbs resembling a crocodile and covered in scales, suddenly bursting out of the abandoned building. From the Frost Giants, Shen Fei guessed where it came from, observing the frost that formed on the ground beneath its slithering path. Bang! The swiftly crawling monster immediately overturned a car blocking its path, demonstrating its considerable strength. I rented a car. Daisy, who was beside Shen Fei, screamed in surprise upon seeing the car flipped over. Although Daisy was already a graduate student, she didn't have much money due to her relatively uncommon major and the fact that she was still studying. Daisy, what a common name. Shen Fei, upon hearing her exclamation, suddenly remembered that Sky's real name seemed to be Daisy. Shoot! Seeing the monster charging outside, the police officers remaining outside immediately drew their pistols and opened fire. However, due to the monster's armor, the firearms caused no damage, aside from sparks. What a hassle. Can't they wait for Stark to arrive before appearing? Seeing the monster about to reach the police, Shen Fei shook his head inwardly. He didn't want to expose his strength unless necessary. Unlike Stark's high profile, he was very low-key. Shen Fei, thinking this, moved his feet. He instantly disappeared from Daisy's sight and appeared directly beside the monster's head. He kicked the monster back with a kick, imbued with the power of armament haki, causing it to fall and never get up again. Fury, a monster has escaped. Where are your troops? After defeating the monster, Shen Fei immediately called Fury again. We'll be in position soon. The United States was a considerable distance away from the United States. At this moment, Fury and Stark were both flying high in the sky. Fury was in a Quinjet, while Stark flew in an Iron Man suit. These kids are really brave. After Shen Fei defeated the monster, the police also led the people out of the abandoned building. In addition to the children who had discovered the anomaly, there were also many homeless people. Some people were said to be unwilling to leave with the police, believing that the police wanted to occupy the place, so they ran away and disappeared into the anomaly space. Shen Fei could only shake his head helplessly at what happened to these people. It was thanks to Daisy's ongoing research that she discovered the anomaly here. Otherwise, once the 9 realms were officially connected, most people here would have been doomed. Soon, more police and military forces arrived. The police maintained order outside, while the military deployed around the perimeter. Apparently, the monster incident had been reported, so the troops arrived with heavy weaponry. What the hell is going on? Fury and Stark arrived around the same time. Upon arriving, Fury immediately approached Shen Fei and asked. Stark, on his side, pulled out a number of instruments, preparing to analyze the situation. What's going on? This is a natural phenomenon. Every 1,000 years or so, the 9 realms connect for a period of time. Shen Fei himself wasn't entirely sure about the connection. How long will it last? Don't ask me, I don't know. You should ask an expert, like Sylvig, Shen Fei said, recalling a doctor who had been captured naked by the police. Don't worry, with any luck, it'll just be a few alien monsters at most, Shen Fei reassured Fury, his face darkening. What if we're unlucky? Fury said grumpily. Maybe an alien army will take advantage of this opportunity to invade. The 9 realms connection isn't really a big secret. Take, for example, the long-hidden dark elves. Of course, Shen Fei couldn't possibly say anything about that right now. Troops. We need more troops. Upon hearing that alien troops might be coming, Fury immediately started making calls, shouting. This was the heart of the UK. If an alien invasion occurred here, it would be a disaster. Oh, that's the monster I killed. Remember to send it to me later. After Fury hung up, Shen Fei pointed at the killed monster and said, it's an alien monster. What do you want it for? To eat. I've never tasted alien monster meat before. Aren't you afraid of some alien virus? I have my own way of dealing with that, we'll talk about that later. Tony, what did you find? Fury asked immediately after seeing Stark return. It's very strange. I didn't expect to be able to communicate with an alien planet this way. If this channel can be fixed, wouldn't it be possible to enter and exit alien worlds at will? Good idea, but it seems no one can do it. If it were truly possible, Asgard would probably have already done it. No signal can get through. There's no way to figure out what's on the other side. After the large number of troops appeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. scientific team appeared and used various methods to explore the situation within the anomaly, but all failed. In fact, if it weren't for Shen Fei's strong opposition, Fury would have considered sending someone in. Fury never cared about sacrifice. Even though Shen Fei had explained the situation clearly, Fury still wanted to confirm it in person. This was probably the nature of the agent. However, due to the joint opposition of Shen Fei and Stark, Fury was forced to abandon the plan. About 5 hours later, Jane emerged from the abandoned building and was spotted by Daisy. What's going on? Why are the S.H.I.E.L.D. people here? Did you know that once they show up, there's nothing for us to do? Jane was surprised, watching Daisy, who looked like she was about to cry. Then, she pointed at the busy S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel around her, looking a little unhappy. Jane had been overjoyed upon discovering this place. Her immediate concern wasn't about the potential harm it might cause, but rather about not letting anyone know and potentially disrupting her research. Jane, you've been missing for 5 hours. And there's a reason the S.H.I.E.L.D. people are here. Daisy quickly recounted what had happened. Even so, just as Jane was about to say something, the clouds suddenly began to stir, and a torrential downpour suddenly fell. The sudden downpour drenched everyone outside. This guy, Shen Fei said, speechless as he watched the clouds shift. Boom. As Shen Fei finished speaking, a multicolored beam of light descended from the sky, landing beside Jian and Daisy. After the beam vanished, Thor, clad in armor and clutching his hammer, appeared. The torrential rain seemed to redirect after encountering Thor, leaving only the area where he stood dry. Protected by Thor, Jian and Daisy escaped the rain. Jane, Thor said, looking pleased. However, Jian wasn't pleased. She took 2 steps forward and slapped Thor in the face. Then, seeing Thor's stunned expression, she hugged him tightly. These two guys, they really don't care about anyone else. Shen Fei, holding an umbrella and using a spell to clean his clothes, was at a loss for words. Nearby were Stark and Fury. Seeing the effects of Shen Fei's spell, they were impressed and immediately came over to apply it. Why didn't you come find me? I heard you were in New York last time. After a passionate embrace, Jane began to question Thor. Because Loki destroyed the Bifrost, Asgard has been busy suppressing a rebellion. It was Heimdall who noticed you were missing, and I was worried, so I came to check on you. Don't worry, I'll come find you once the rebellion is over, Thor said, pushing Jane aside. Then, holding his hammer, he seemed to be about to summon the Bifrost and leave. Wait a minute, seeing Thor's movement, Jane immediately stepped forward and tried to grab Thor's arm, but the next moment, a powerful force erupted, sending Thor flying, crashing into a nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. So she's got the reality stone after all. Jane's sudden burst of power confirmed Shen Fei's claim. How is that possible? Disagreeing with Shen Fei's predictions, Fury and Thor beside him stared at Jane in astonishment as Thor flew away. Fury's single eye flickered, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Jane, are you Jane? Daisy on the side looked at Jane carefully after seeing this scene. Because Thor was knocked away, the rain also fell towards where the two were, but only Daisy was drenched by the rain. The rain in the air on Jane's side bounced off not far above her, as if Jane had a transparent protective shield on her body. At this time, Thor had come back again. Although he was knocked away because of the haste of the incident and because he was not prepared for Jane, he was not injured at all because of his physical condition. Instead, he quickly rushed back to Jane's side and looked at Jane with a worried look on his face. Jane, what's wrong with you? Although Thor did not look smart, he was not stupid. He knew something was wrong when he saw Jane's problem. I don't know. I didn't mean it just now. Chapter 174 Dark Elves, Part 1. I know, it's okay, Jane, trust me. Seeing Jane retreating as he approached, Thor immediately soothed her with a gentle expression. Jane, however, seemed still a little worried about what had just happened, and gestured for Thor to stay away. Just as Thor paused, Jane was about to say something when she suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Thor immediately stepped forward and hugged her. "Jane, are you okay?" Daisy, despite her soaking wet clothes, ran over to ask with concern. "I'm fine, I just feel tired," Jane said, rising from Thor's arms. Perhaps because she saw that Thor was fine this time, Jane didn't move away from him, but she gestured for Daisy to stay away. Daisy had, of course, witnessed what had happened, and despite her concern, she didn't touch Jane. After all, she didn't have Thor's physical fitness. If what happened to her, she wouldn't be unscathed. "Are you interested in going to Asgard?" Thor thought for a moment before asking Jane. "Of course I do." Happiness came so suddenly. Thor's words immediately excited Jane. The legendary Asgard, even if it wasn't a real mythical place, but just an alien world, was enough to make Jane very happy. After receiving Jane's reply, Thor immediately signaled Daisy to stay away from here, then raised his hammer, ready to summon Heimdall and release the Rainbow Bridge. "Wait a minute," seeing that Thor was about to leave, Shen Fei immediately shouted. If Thor and Jane left, he would be unable to save the Queen of Asgard even if he wanted to. "What's wrong?" Hearing Shen Fei's voice, Thor immediately put down his hammer and looked at Shen Fei with a puzzled look. "I want to go to Asgard too, is that okay?" Shen Fei immediately stated his request directly. When talking with Thor, being straightforward is the best way. "Well, I want to go and see it too, is that okay?" Because he wanted to go to Asgard, Stark said this with unusual politeness. Fury opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Honestly, he did want to visit Asgard, but after reflecting on his identity, he ultimately held back. "Okay," Thor said, motioning for Shen Fei and Stark to stand over. As the four of them stood together, Thor immediately raised his hammer. A moment later, a pillar of colorful light descended, and the four of them vanished, leaving only a circular pattern in their place. This is truly magical. The pillar of colorful light seemed to transport the four of them into a tunnel of time and space, surrounded by a dazzling, bizarre spectacle. A moment later, the four of them emerged one after another into a vast metal hall. Jane, supported by Thor, stumbled a few steps before regaining her footing. Shen Fei, on his part, stumbled briefly before regaining his footing. Stark, on the other hand, involuntarily ran forward several steps before finally collapsing on the hall floor. "Hello," Jane immediately greeted a dark-skinned man in metal armor standing in front of a strange device in the middle of the hall. This dark-skinned man was, of course, Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. "Hello, Thor's friends, I'm Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard," Heimdall said immediately after seeing Stark rise from the ground. "Is this passageway, Tony?" Cough. Upon hearing Stark's words, Shen Fei immediately called out his name, coughing forcefully, signaling him to look around before making any further comments. "Hello, Stark." Alerted by Shen Fei's warning and aware of the unfriendly nature of his previous words, smiled and greeted Heimdall. "Let's go." Thor, supporting Jane, immediately left the hall. Shen Fei smiled and nodded at Heimdall, then followed Stark. "Wow, this is the Rainbow Bridge. What's down there?" Stark gazed curiously as he walked along the seemingly endless bridge, seemingly suspended in the void. "It's the void. Be careful not to fall," Thor warned Stark as he approached the edge. "It's such a dangerous place, why aren't there railings?" Stark said, his expression still tinged with fear, retreating to the middle of the bridge. "Asgardians don't need them, you might see His Majesty Odin soon, so be careful." Shen Fei hadn't expected Stark to come, but since Thor had asked him to come, he couldn't just tell him not to. Looking at Stark, dressed in casual clothes, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. Stark hadn't brought his Iron Man armor with him, so any potential battle would have to be kept at bay. Even without the Space Stone, Asgard managed to build the Rainbow Bridge. Odin is truly remarkable, as expected of Asgard. Standing on the bridge, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh at the uniquely Asgardian architecture and the breathtaking waterfall in the distance. While some islands in the pirate world were truly unique, like the one where you could actually fly into the sky, Shen Fei had never seen them in person. Now, he had come to Asgard himself. For such a long journey, can't you get a car? We're guests after all. Stark had initially been fascinated by the surroundings, but after a long walk, he began to grumble softly. Thor was oblivious to Stark's complaints. He was completely absorbed in his own private time with Jane. They cuddled together, Thor constantly explaining Asgard's affairs to Jane. As for Shen Fei and Stark, He had probably forgotten them. Mother, the Rainbow Bridge led directly to the heart of the kingdom. After all, it was Asgard's strategic weapon, and it couldn't be left outside. Upon entering the palace hall, Thor, without waiting for Odin to speak from his throne, immediately took Jane to Queen Frigga, hoping she could help him examine Jane's internal issues. From the Sorcerer Supreme, led His Majesty, the Supreme Odin, greet you. Thor could ignore Odin on the throne, but Shen Fei couldn't. He immediately saluted Odin with the etiquette of Kamar-Taj. Sorcerer Supreme, upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Odin's one eye shifted to Shen Fei. At the mention of the word Sorcerer Supreme, Odin's expression shifted. As king of the 9 realms, Odin had never faced an enemy in his conquests. Even the king of the frost giants was no match for him. But that year in Midgard, he met his match. With Odin's power, aside from those elusive old men, there's practically no enemy in this universe. Even Thanos and ego wouldn't matter to Odin. However, the last battle on Midgard had left Odin feeling gloomy for a long time. Even now, thinking of a certain bald mage still brings him deep frustration. In direct combat, Odin had never feared anyone. Even if someone could defeat him, he wouldn't have cared. The key was that the bald mage's power had left him with a mental weakness. If Doctor Strange relied on the Time Stone and I to negotiate Dormammu's surrender to Earth, then the Sorcerer Supreme used spatial power to force Odin to abandon Midgard. Mirror Dimension. Dimensional magic, the Sorcerer Supreme's power back then, left Odin with no chance to use his divine power. Mirror Dimension within Mirror Dimension, portal within portal, Odin couldn't even get close to the Sorcerer Supreme, leaving him frustrated to the point of vomiting blood. In pure head-to-head combat, while the Sorcerer Supreme was powerful, he was no match for Odin. However, using the portal, he banished Odin numerous times, ultimately forcing him to abandon Midgard. This was precisely why Midgard's food lacked any information about Asgard. As a king, Odin naturally didn't want to spread this shameful news. In fact, if Thanos hadn't first seized the Space Stone during his attack on Earth, he could have easily replicated the Sorcerer Supreme's battle against Odin and exiled Thanos by using the portal. While this was only a temporary solution, given that Thanos and Odin were different, it could still buy him some time. You're Thor's friends. Why don't you come once? Then Thor can show you around. Although Odin was deeply annoyed with the Sorcerer Supreme, he wasn't about to embarrass his junior. Just as he looked at Stark and was about to say something, a figure dressed as a maid briskly approached, bowed, and announced that the queen had a request. Well, come along. Since the maid didn't specify the matter, Odin didn't take it too seriously and motioned for Shen Fei and Stark to follow. Ether? How is that possible? Arriving at a place on Asgard surrounded by numerous strange instruments, Odin's voice rose in response to Frigga's words. Father, what's happening to Jane's body? Odin's loss of composure gave Thor a bad feeling, and he immediately began to question. Thor pressed on, and after Odin took Thor with him, he looked at Shen Fei and immediately asked Shen Fei and Stark to follow. They arrived in the hall, where Odin began to recount the events of the past, how the Dark Elves had used the ether as a weapon, plunging the entire universe into darkness. Within this darkness, the Dark Elves' power grew. Later, Odin's father, Beor, led the Asgardian warriors in a bloody battle, ultimately defeating the Dark Elves and sealing the ether. Logically, the ether should be sealed, impossible to reveal. Odin also stated that Asgard had no way to separate the ether within Gion's body. This separation, of course, meant separating without harming Gion, otherwise, simply killing Gion would have yielded the ether. So the ether has this property? I'm glad I haven't encountered it before. As Odin explained the ether, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. After possessing a body, the ether absorbs the host's life force as energy. Although Shen Fei was now powerful, the Reality Stone was no match for the ether. Gion seemed like an ordinary person, able to withstand the ether's absorption, but that was Gion. Who knows what would happen to someone else? Could it be that someone has awakened the ether? For example, the Dark Elves weren't completely wiped out back then, and now they've reappeared, Shen Fei said after a moment's silence. Impossible. King Bauer wiped out all the Dark Elves back then. As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, Odin loudly objected. That's not necessarily true, Stark suddenly interjected. Suddenly, the entire hall shook as Odin slammed his great spear, Gungnir, heavily against the floor. I've already said it, there can't be any Dark Elf still alive. Odin's words made Stark curl his lips. He wanted to say something else, but seeing Odin's might, He immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Stark, fearless as he was forced to yield to Odin's might. This is probably what they call the king's stubbornness, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he looked at Odin. Without definitive evidence, Odin would certainly not trust two outsiders more than his own father. This is the thing. Since you are Thor's friends, stay here for 2 days and then go back. With that, Odin left. As for Jane, due to the ether particles in her body, it was impossible for her to be returned to Earth. Odin had to wait for Jane to die before he could retrieve the ether. While that might sound cruel, it was the best way to prevent the ether from harming others again. Jane, upon learning Jane's life was in danger, Thor immediately ran towards her, leaving Shen Fei and Stark in the hall. Is this really true? Stark glanced around, unsure of what to say. Don't even think about learning the technology here. Asgard's technology is primarily rune-based, and it's incompatible with your current knowledge. Having arrived in the technologically more advanced Asgard, Stark naturally had a keen interest in its technology, and not just him, but Jane as well. However, due to the different technological systems, while the end result was similar, the process was vastly different. In Asgard, some knowledge of the quantum realm was already being applied, but here it was called the Soul Forge. Do you think it's possible to enter the universe from here? Stark offered his thoughts. Ever since the alien attack on New York, Stark had been eager to research more advanced technology to prevent the next invasion. But technological advancement isn't easy. Even Stark can't just make a quantum leap forward. Under these circumstances, upon arriving in Asgard, Stark naturally set his sights on the universe. Let's not even talk about why they'd send us to other life-bearing planets. Even if they did, how would you acquire their advanced technology? I don't have the money. Should I rob them? Chapter 175 Dark Elves, Part 2. Shen Fei's words immediately plunged Stark into deep thought. After a long pause, Stark sighed with melancholy. He thought, as the richest man in the United States, #1 on the Forbes list for several consecutive years, and even arguably the richest man on Earth, how could he ever have worried about money? But now, he realized, he was actually poor. Stark was considered the richest man on Earth, and that wasn't an exaggeration, but there was a prerequisite: individual wealth. If we really talked about wealth, there were many people on Earth richer than Stark, but when it came down to individual wealth, the situation was different. The Stark group was a rare entity. After that traitor uncle passed away, Stark was the only one left. Therefore, the Stark group's wealth belonged to him alone. In contrast, other wealthy companies, families, and fortunes were all family-owned. Black Panther was certainly richer than Stark, but that was the wealth of a nation, not his own. Even the wealth of an individual, no matter how great, was still vastly different from that of a nation. Afterward, Shen Fei and Stark began to wander around Asgard, taking photos of various sites with Odin's permission. As for technology, the two newcomers naturally couldn't experience Asgard's advanced technology. While they did get to see some of the technology on display, such as the Berserker's staff and interstellar spacecraft, they couldn't delve deeper. This frustrated Stark greatly. Even though Shen Fei had already told him that Asgard's technology wasn't suitable for him, it would be a real disappointment to come to an alien planet and gain nothing. If Thor were around, they might have been able to discuss it with him, but unfortunately, Thor was completely focused on Jane and had no time to pay attention to Shen Fei and Stark. Jane was treated much better than the other two. Thor was responsive to her every request, taking her on a tour of the Asgard Research Center and seeing the Soul Forge. Behave yourself. This isn't the place for you to mess around. Shen Fei stood in front of the palace hall that day, watching a pair of Asgardian soldiers escort a group of prisoners to Asgard's prison. The cursed warriors must have gotten in, Shen Fei wondered as he watched them. He still remembered many of the plots from Thor, Ragnarok. To obtain the ether, the dark elf Malekith transformed his men into cursed warriors, allowing them to infiltrate Asgard's prison. They then broke the prison and released a large number of prisoners. Taking advantage of the chaos, they attempted to capture Jane, who was possessed by the ether, but Queen Frigga sacrificed herself to save her. It's a shame there was no way to tell Odin this information in advance and alert them. Odin wouldn't have believed the Dark Elves before they officially appeared, let alone Shen Fei's source. Tony, this guy is so brave. He actually dared to have a drinking contest with the Asgardians. I really admire him. The reason Stark wasn't with Shen Fei was because he was still lying down. Although Shen Fei had never witnessed the Asgardians' drinking capacity, he had heard about it. Previously, Sif had come to Shen Fei and asked him to drink, but Shen Fei had directly refused. Although he was underestimated, Shen Fei did not care too much. In the eyes of the Asgardians, those who can drink are real men and heroes. The reason why Thor is more popular than Loki in Asgard is not only because he is a prince, but also because he can drink with his men. Loki is not so good at this. In fact, this is partly why Loki is not recognized by the Asgardians. Stark couldn't stand the provocation and ended up drinking, but soon fell down. For these people who can drink for 2 weeks, Stark's drinking capacity is nothing. It has started. That evening, Shen Fei, who had just finished his meal, suddenly heard the sound of an intrusion alarm outside. Shortly after the alarm sounded, Odin and Thor appeared, though Thor's main concern was Jane. Asgard was being invaded, and as the Prince of Asgard, he had a duty and obligation to protect it. The prison has been breached, all the prisoners have escaped, and there are also unknown enemies invading from outside. A guard quickly arrived to report the situation to Odin and Thor. Upon hearing this news, Thor immediately decided to visit the prison. Asgard's prison held many serious criminals, and Loki, another prince of Asgard, was also there. Although his brother had been causing trouble for Thor and even wanted to kill him, Loki's safety was still very important to Thor. Odin, on his part, wanted to check on the invading enemy. For years, thanks to the Rainbow Bridge and Heimdall, few invaded Asgard. This guy is such a nuisance. Looking at the still drowsy Stark, Shen Fei was about to leave, but then he worried about enemies breaking in and killing him. After a moment's silence, Shen Fei immediately opened a golden portal and flung Tony to his base on the alien planet. We can act now. By then, the prisoners who had escaped from Asgard had already rushed into the palace, engaging in a battle with the guards. Despite the support of Sif and the others, the prisoners were incredibly strong, making it difficult for Sif and the others to suppress them. Shen Fei didn't offer any assistance to the guards, but instead quickly headed towards Frigga's palace. Hand over the ether, the cursed warrior said sternly to Queen Frigga after dispatching the guards inside. As Odin's queen, Frigga was naturally formidable. She was one of the few sorcerers in Asgard, and it was she who taught Loki magic. Unfortunately, the cursed warriors were far more powerful. Not to mention Queen Frigga, even Thor, in his current form, wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, the cursed warriors were immune to most magic. Frigga's strength lay primarily in magic. Without it, she was no match for the cursed warriors. As the Dark Elf's secret weapon, warriors created from the cursed stone were so powerful that only Odin, in Asgard, could defeat them in a one-on-one duel. The cursed stone, supposedly crafted from the Dark Elf's ether particles, could grant a person immense power for a short period of time. Such a powerful item, of course, came with a side effect: it burned away lifespan. Even a Dark Elf's lifespan wouldn't last long after transforming into a cursed warrior using the cursed stone. As for a human attempting to wield the cursed stone, they'd likely die before they could fully unleash their power. Don't even think about it. Even at a complete disadvantage, Frigga refused to yield. As a sorceress, she knew the consequences of a Dark Elf's ether particles falling into her hands. Then die, the cursed warrior said as he grabbed the dagger from Frigga's hand, preparing to kill her with one blow. Slaughterhouse. Just as he was about to succeed, Shen Fei, who had just arrived, immediately used the power of the Operation Fruit and exchanged Queen Frigga with a stool nearby. Bang! The cursed warrior's sword pierced directly into the stool. Queen, leave first. As Shen Fei spoke, he had already used the razor blade to reach the cursed warrior. A black luster shone on his right fist, and he punched the cursed warrior's head. Bang! The huge force resonated throughout the palace. Shen Fei had used all his strength in this blow, but it only made the cursed warrior retreat several steps. What a strong body! Although he had guessed that the cursed warrior was strong before, when they actually fought, Shen Fei discovered that this guy was even stronger than he had expected. Slaughterhouse. Taking advantage of the cursed warrior's retreat, Shen Fei immediately activated the power of the Operation Fruit, trying to cut him into several pieces, but the result was naturally ineffective. Seeing the cursed warrior react and attempt to counterattack, Shen Fei immediately activated the special exchange ability of the Operation Fruit. However, instead of swapping himself, he swapped the cursed warrior with another stool nearby. The cursed warrior seemed oblivious to the sudden special shift and continued punching forward, shattering the wall to which the stool had been placed. Death Blade. Shen Fei seized the opportunity to activate the newly learned ability of the Operation Fruit. As his strength increased, so did the power of the Operation Fruit. As the ability activated, a golden blade appeared in his right hand. Puff! After activating the slash, Shen Fei immediately appeared behind the Curse Warrior, piercing his head with a golden blade. Ah! The stabbed Curse Warrior let out a frantic roar, waving his arms and wreaking havoc on the surrounding area. "You're not even dead yet," Shen Fei, panting slightly, looked at the Curse Warrior's frantic destruction with a look of disbelief. The Death Blade is incredibly powerful, but it also consumes a significant amount of stamina. With Shen Fei's current strength, he can only activate it once within a short time frame. This was originally Shen Fei's trump card, but because it activates too slowly, it's difficult to land or hide unless he's prepared. It's likely that the Curse Warrior's intelligence is low, which is why he's able to prepare for a hit. In the pirate world, such luck wouldn't be an option. The Opera Fruit's power isn't incapable of killing. Abilities like the Gamma Knife and Cardio Shock also have lethal potential. Although he's not dead, he looks mad. Room, slaughterhouse. Looking at the precarious palace destroyed by the Curse Warrior, Shen Fei activated the Opera Fruit once again, kicking the Curse Warrior's dagger out of the way. Then, in a special swap, he swapped the dagger with the Curse Warrior, throwing the Curse Warrior out. Frigga's palace was perched high above, overlooking the entire city of Asgard. This exchange made it impossible for the already frantic Curse Warrior to recover. After throwing the Cursed Warriors away, Shen Fei looked at the ravaged palace, thought for a moment, and gave up on using the Restore's new spell to restore it. Just then, with a roar of lightning, Thor flew over, hammer in hand. Landing, he immediately grasped the hammer and prepared to engage, only to discover that Shen Fei was alone and the enemy had vanished. "Are you okay?" Thor asked, looking at Shen Fei, who was panting loudly and looking exhausted. "I'm fine. I threw the enemy down. Go check if they're still there." Shen Fei walked to the palace corridor and pointed down. "I see," Thor said, leaping down with his hammer in hand. As expected, the greater your strength, the greater the power of the Operation Fruit. Harry Potter's apparition, while also capable of special transfer, was much slower than the special exchange of the Operation Fruit, not to mention that the special exchange of the Operation Fruit applied to enemies as well. It's almost like the eye power of a certain idiot, and there's no limit. As long as he had enough stamina, he could perform special exchange indefinitely. As his power grew, Shen Fei discovered another principle of special exchange. It wasn't just a one-to-one exchange. Within the circle, any entity he recognized could be exchanged simultaneously. For example, if Robin and Aida were both within the circle of the Opera no Nomi power, at a distance from him, Shen Fei wouldn't need to perform two exchanges to bring them to his side. He could simply treat Robin and Aida as a single entity and exchange them all in one. This worked for 2 or 3 people. As long as he was strong enough and all were within the circle, they could all be exchanged. Of course, exchanging multiple people at once would require a different amount of stamina than exchanging just one. Even so, it was a remarkable feat. Even Kamar-Taj's dimensional magic couldn't achieve this. With the right coordination, it would be a must-have for SYGs. There was only one enemy in front of him, yet how could he be surrounded so suddenly? This guy. After the Cursed Warrior vanished, Shen Fei apparated to the room where Stark had been staying, opened a portal, and retrieved Stark. After seeing that the surroundings were safe, Shen Fei left with peace of mind. At this time, the chaos in the palaces was almost over, with only sporadic fighting left. Most of the prisoners who escaped were recaptured and put into the prison, and a few were killed on the spot. At this time, the battle outside was also coming to an end. The attack was from the Dark Elf spaceships, whose main purpose was to create chaos and give the Cursed Warriors an opportunity. At the beginning, they had the advantage because it was a surprise attack. By the time Asgard reacted and opened fire, only one spaceship escaped. However, the Cursed Warrior seemed to have escaped as well, and Thor went to look for her but couldn't find her. "I've heard from Frigga. It's all thanks to you that you saved her." Of course, Odin and Thor didn't need to step in to clean up the mess. Thor went to accompany Jane as usual, while Odin summoned Shen Fei alone. "Thor and I are friends. Saving people is just the right thing to do. I believe that even without me, the Queen will naturally be out of danger. Saving Frigga will be of great benefit to Shen Fei. As a witch from Asgard, her magic is completely different from Kamar-Taj, not to mention the runes of Asgard." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.